Welcome. Thank you all for being here. We should get started. We have a full day of many different kinds of wonderful learning. So thank you all for coming. I'm Abby Balblea, Assistant Professor of Islamic Art and Material Culture here at Bard Graduate Center. Today's workshop is the product of planning that began last year before I arrived as Assistant Professor and was initially conceived of by our Dean, Peter Miller. The topic he selected and the international group of scholars he began to draw together focus on a fascinating moment in the history of the Mediterranean. In 969, the nascent Fatimid caliphate, which had established itself in what is now Tunisia, conquered the city of Fustat, the capital city of Egypt since the Arab conquests of the 7th century. Within a few years, they had established themselves, a new capital city 2 miles northeast, al-Qahira, or the city victorious, known in English as Cairo. What followed was the expansion of Fatimid power as they conquered new territories through the Near East, fought the Abbasid Caliphate on the battlefield and in propaganda, and benefited from the agricultural and commercial wealth of the Nile River basin. The territory that the Fatimids made the center of their empire, especially the older city of Fustat, was cosmopolitan and had connections across, via long-established trade routes across the Mediterranean into the Indian Ocean and beyond. The goods produced in Egypt found their way to Mediterranean Europe, to the Indian subcontinent, and points even further afield, and communities of merchants corresponded across these vast distances with regularity. The Fatimids claimed to be the rightful rulers of the Islamic world in a moment when multiple other claimants existed, would-be caliphs whose claims had longer roots in the Umayyad and Abbasid periods. But the Fatimids articulated their claim through descent from the Prophet Muhammad and his daughter Fatima, and attempted to present themselves through dress, ceremonial, and architecture as the most powerful and imperial rulers the Islamic world had ever seen. Today's workshop explores the cultural production and political practices of the Fatimids and their subjects in Fustat and in the broader world. This morning, we will hear about how the Fatimids articulated their legitimacy from Professor Paul Walker, one of the world's leading experts on Fatimid ideology. At the same time that they hoped to present themselves as the most righteous Islamic rulers, the Fatimids also provided unprecedented leeway to the subject populations of Christians and Jews. Professor Marina Rustow will present evidence of how Jews under Fatimid rule negotiated with their Fatimid rulers and how the Fatimid state functioned using records from the extraordinary collection of Arabic, Hebrew, and Judeo-Arabic texts preserved in the Cairo Geniza. After lunch, we will hear about how the Fatimids' cultural programs reverberated around the Mediterranean world. Dr. Sylvia Armando, a specialist in medieval ivories, will discuss the ivories attributed to the Fatimids and evaluate their development over time and across space in different parts of the Mediterranean. Dr. Jeremy Johns explores the mobility of artists and the transfer of technology in the medieval Mediterranean, with a particular focus on the relationships between Fatimid Egypt and Norman Palermo. Finally, at the end of the day, Dr. Avinoam Shalom has kindly agreed to serve as commentator and to lead us into a broader discussion of the politics and art of the Fatimid period and its relationship with the broader medieval world. Before we get started with this extraordinary group of scholars talking about the world and Fustat in the year 1000, I want to thank a number of people who made today possible. Thank you to Alina Block, who organized the logistics of this conference in advance, and to Laura Minsky, who has ensured today's smooth functioning. Thank you also to Dean Elena Simon, whose expert stewardship makes the BGC an extraordinary center of intellectual discussion. Thank you to Dean Peter Miller, whose initial idea led to this workshop. And thanks to our director, Susan Weber, whose vision has created this incredible center. Most of all, I want to thank Saran and Ravi Trehan, whose generosity has made this day possible. So we are going to get started in a moment with our first speaker, whose biography I have left in my bag. Dr. Paul Walker was for more than a decade the director of the American Research Center in Cairo. And he currently is Deputy Director for Academic Programs at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Chicago. He is a specialist in the history of Islamic thought, and particularly on Ismaili thought and the Fatimids. And he's published dozens of papers and 12 books, among them early philosophical Shi'ism, the Ismaili Neoplatonism of Abu Yaqub al-Sijistani, which was published by Cambridge in 1993, as well as The Advent of the Fatimids, a contemporary Shi'i witness with Wilfred Madelung, which was published in London in 2000. And a book that I find extremely useful for teaching, Exploring an Islamic Empire, Fatimid History and Its Sources, which looks not just at written sources, but also at material sources and what they can tell us about the Fatimid period. He's also published books about the khutbahs or orations of the Fatimid caliphs, and recently a book about perhaps the most enigmatic Fatimid caliph of all, Al-Hakim bi-Amr Allah, who ruled from 996 until 1021, which is, of course, the period we are looking at today. His current research focuses on popular ritual, governing institutions, and Ismaili doctrine in the Fatimid period. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul Walker.
Thank you very much for that rather complete introduction. In April of the year 1000, a little more than a month beyond his 15th birthday, the Fatimid Caliph Al-Hakim bi-Amr Allah secretly contrived the assassination of his caretaker and governor, the powerful palace eunuch Barjawan. It happened without any warning. Barjawan was invited to come to ride with the caliph out of the palace in the garden of figs and grapes. There, upon a signal, one of his designated agents pulled out a knife and stabbed Barjawan. Others immediately rushed over and completed the job by killing the previously chief administrator of the empire on the spot. Now, it's useful to look at this partly because this is the defining moment of the year 1000 from the Fatimid side. There was enormous consternation. People from the palace rushed in to find out what was happening. They were told that if you are in obedience, you should go home and come back tomorrow. When they came back tomorrow, the very young caliph then explained why he felt he had to kill this person. He also asked the head of the chancellery to write a royal decree explaining it. And luckily, we have that text. Let me read from it. Of course, it's issued in the name of Al-Hakim himself. From the servant of God, his deputy, Al-Mansur Abu Ali, the Imam, Al-Hakim bi-Amr Allah, commander of the believers, to all those who witnessed the Friday prayer in the mosques of Cairo, Fustat, and Geniza. Salutations to you, O Muslims assembled for prayer on this day of ours in these places, and to the rest of the people in their entirety. The commander of the believers thanks God on your behalf. He, other than whom there is no God, and he asks him that he bless his grandfather. Note that Al-Hakim is speaking of his grandfather here, and that is Muhammad, the seal of the prophets and Lord of the apostles, and his most pure family. He continues, most certainly was the commander of the believers the owner of the man he has just killed. And so when the fellow went bad, he inflicted on him punishment. And there's more to the text. But what I want you to see is this claim, which is very simple, that Al-Hakim, the Imam, Caliph of the Fatimids, is the descendant of the Prophet. And in other documents, we see also the claim that he's the descendant of Ali and Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. The empire that he has just taken over, and from here on, for the next 2 decades, he rules alone without any particular advisor and no wazir, was at that point at the height of its power. The Fatimids extended their rule all the way from North Africa and Sicily through Syria into the Hejaz. If you look at the conditions that existed at the time, this is the year 1000, and I'm trying to be precise because that's the stated theme of the conference, you can see that the Western territories, Sicily, ruled at that point by a Caliphate emir appointed, theoretically, by the Fatimid caliph himself, and the Zirid ruler in Ifriqiya, in Tunisia, also appointed by the Fatimid caliph, are vassals of the emperor, the Imam Caliph. Any change in the title or condition of these two rulers had to be approved in Cairo. A decree would be written and sent to Palermo stating that the ruler in Palermo, the Caliphate ruler, could have this new title. The same would happen in Mahdi or Kairouan in Tunisia. Theoretically, the appointment of even a qadi, a simple qadi, had to be approved by Cairo. It's that kind of sway that the Fatimids have up until this point over all of their territory in the west. In the east, a little bit to the east of them, they also command the governors of both Mecca and Medina, and various governors over most of the territory in Syria. The two Christian powers to the north and the south are also in some kind of a peaceful arrangement with the Fatimids at this moment. So the Nubians, who remained at this point Christian, are a particularly interesting case. It is Islamic doctrine that you cannot make peace with a non-Muslim power in a permanent manner. That's simply not allowed. So you conclude limited truces. In the case of Nubia, it's kind of a puzzle because we can't follow the exact details. What seems to govern the situation is what's called a pact. In Arabic, it literally is baqt. So it's pact. And the pact stipulated, and part of this we can't trace very carefully, we just look to see when it actually comes into play. One provision is that if a rebel or a criminal from your territory tries to escape into the other territory, the other power must return that person. But more interesting for us is that the pact stipulated that certain very valuable things, almost like a tribute, would have to be given by Nubia every year and sent to Cairo, to Fustat. Now, when we have a description of Al-Hakim riding in a procession 5 years after this, in 1005. He's going out to deliver the sermon on the Muslim Eid, and it's an elaborate procession, but key parts of it are 6 elephants and 5 giraffes. Surely the giraffes are part of the gift that's coming from Nubia, and probably the elephants. Also ebony and ivory and other things. If we can follow this, we can probably find all sorts of kind of exotic things that are included in what passes as tribute coming from Nubia. From the other side, the Byzantines, at this moment, 1000, there is peace in, it has been concluded and it's holding. It did not always hold, and so we have periods when we have to have renegotiation of the peace treaty with the Byzantines. And there are elaborate descriptions of the arrival of an ambassador to conclude that. One fact that contributed to this particular moment is that the stepmother of Al-Hakim, his father's favorite wife, that is, his father was the Caliph al-Aziz, his favorite wife was a Greek from Sicily, captured in some kind of war there, where she thereafter became a concubine of the third son of the caliph. And eventually, together they produced a daughter, And she remains his favorite all the way through until her death. So powerful is her influence on the Caliph al-Aziz that he, at her behest, appoints her brothers as Melkite patriarchs, first of Jerusalem, and then Melkite patriarch of Alexandria. The one appointed to Jerusalem is employed later on as part of an embassy sent to conclude a treaty in Constantinople. It's successful. The treaty is in place, and the man, by name Orestes, elects to stay in Constantinople rather than return, and he dies there. So this kind of Christian Byzantine influence is already in place in the year 1000. What I have described so far, basically, is the political dimensions of the empire. Of course, in the further east are the Abbasids, who are the arch enemies of the Fatimids, and in the far west are the Umayyads, also arch enemies. Here I want to shift and talk about the ideological underpinnings of the movement which created this caliphate. And here I introduce the concept of a Dawa. It's a difficult Arabic word. It's, of course, standard in Muslim discourse to use the term Dawa and its agents. But what does it actually mean in English? It is an appeal, a summons, an organization, and sometimes promoting the ideology that creates the imamate, that argues for the supremacy of a particular person. So the Dawa exists, but here let me suggest we switch, and I'll move a little bit. The year 1000, which is chosen for this conference, and I understand that it's just a target, meant almost nothing to any of the people that I'm speaking about, because they didn't use the Julian calendar at all. And it's the year 390 in the Muslim calendar, but it doesn't have any meaning, and almost nothing of importance happens other than the killing of Barjawan and Al-Hakim finally coming into his own. But let's move to the year 400 of the Muslim calendar. Now, in Muslim tradition, the transfer at the end of a century into a new century is often considered to be a moment when there should be some kind of a reviver, somebody who comes along to reinvigorate Islam and bring it back to its former glory. And that happens at every new century for Islam. Somebody identifies somebody and decides that that could have happened. So that is the year 1010, almost exactly. 10 years into the reign of Al-Hakim. Is Al-Hakim now somehow this semi-messianic figure? Some modern scholars have tried to explore exactly that. So bizarre and unusual was the reign and the actions of this particular caliph that some see in it as, maybe in his own mind, in fact, he thought of himself as being the messianic reviver of Islam. But I don't want to pursue that so much because the evidence is kind of slight. Nevertheless, when you move to the year 1010, you can begin to see some of the really peculiar traits of this particular reign. There is a long list of them to explore, and I don't want to rehash all of them, but to mention some so that they're a little bit familiar. In the year 1005, this caliph begins to issue a series of decrees ordering all kinds of what could be classified as social reforms. Some people would not call them reforms, but they seem to have been intended for that reason. In contrast to his explanations of why he had to kill Barjawan, all of this later stuff he never explains. So we speculate why. Okay, one of the things that happens is that he orders the public cursing of those Muslim figures who were companions of the Prophet but did not support the succession of Ali ibn Abi Talib. That's a really dangerous move. To do it in a public manner will unleash the fury of the Sunni, non-Shi'i population, and it did, in fact. But he ordered it done. He ordered it written on walls all over the place. It was a disaster, and within 2 years, he canceled it and changed the policy completely. But that's the only policy he actually changed. He also began that year a campaign to stamp out alcoholic consumption or any beverage of any kind. So how do you do that? You can say no drinking, no alcohol, and then you have to get into specifics. One kind of beer that was very popular at the time is called fuqara because it comes out fizzy and it's mildly intoxicating. He outlawed it. So nobody could make fuqara, this kind of beer. How does he get rid of other types of wine? Of course, Christians should be allowed to have wine, but he simply made no exception. You harvest the grapes and make sure they're destroyed. You very carefully control the access to sugar. All of these measures, and he increases them, and people who violated them were, if they were caught, they were beaten. One of the things could happen is that if you're caught, you'd be beaten, put on a camel, and paraded around in disgrace through the city. We go on. He started a campaign to make sure that women could not appear in public on the streets. And one extreme measure in that campaign, which lasts for a decade or more, is to order that shoemakers not make footgear for women, so they can't go out of their houses. And they very carefully watched out for this. And there's some wonderful stories that occur of exceptions. Very briefly, one. The head of the judiciary is riding through the streets and he hears a plaintive cry from a woman saying, "Please, please, help me. My brother is about to die and I want to go see him before he's dead." The judge takes pity. Even though he knows he shouldn't let the woman out of her house, he lets her out of the house. He takes her and locks her securely in her brother's house. But he's riding on and up comes a man and says, "What have you done with my wife?" And the judge explains, and the man says, "She doesn't have a brother." Yes, she was in the, they break down the door and find her in the bed with her lover. Well, this is just an extreme consequence of some of these rules. Others that happened at the same time are that increasing burdens on Christians and Jews. And they begin slowly insisting that all Christians and Jews should wear the distinctive badge that identifies them as non-Muslim and the belt. But then increasingly they add other provisions. Christians and Jews cannot ride in boats with Muslim boatmen. They cannot rent donkeys from Muslim donkey renters, and so on like that. And there seems to be a trajectory of making this worse and worse year by year, increasing the degradation of the protected peoples. Obviously, it had not been in place, so this is a new measure, and it's imposing this kind of pressure on them. One provision is that crosses cannot be displayed on the outside of churches. But at the same time, every Christian has to wear a cross. And it starts out being that by that, and then a few months later they make it a full hand spread by that, and it weighs 5 pounds, and obviously this is, and it has to be on the outside of their clothes. It's clear that this is to somehow vex them so much that they will think seriously about their religious affiliation. One Christian source points out with irony, if it is his order that no cross appear on any church or on any public space, how is it then that all Christians are forced to wear a cross? It's a contradiction, as our historian points out, a contemporary who observed this. What an irony. Well, this pattern of persecution continues. It is matched almost at the same time by a program of destruction of houses of worship. So my year 1010, 400, is the year, according to Makrizi, our historian, that the order is given for the chancellery to write a decree to be sent to Palestine. And by the way, the head of the chancellery, the man who writes the decree, is a Christian, but he's ordered to write this decree, send it to Palestine for the agents of the Dawa, of the Fatimid ideological program in the area, to arrange for a mob, local mob, to attack the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and tear it to pieces and loot everything in it and everything around it. This is not the first of the churches to be destroyed, and it's certainly not the end of them. The program continues. One estimate is 30,000 houses of worship, synagogues, monasteries, churches were destroyed in this particular program. So the whole arrangement of what Al-Hakim is intending to do is starting to become obvious in the year 1010, and it continues to the end of his reign. One consequence is that the local population lives really increasingly in fear, particularly the protected people, the Jews and the Christians, but the Muslims as well. We have many instances where this bizarre, unpredictable behavior of legislation or decrees so bothers them that they all they go to the palace and besiege the government to give them some kind of a safe conduct. And the government, in fact, gives them a safe conduct, but it does no good because the program continues anyway. Well, that's what's happening inside. This Dawa that I spoke about, this, if you want to call it a propaganda organization, or it's a network of agents. We have some descriptions of it, some that are theoretical and some that are practical. 75 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to tell you much about it. But in the last 75 years, we've recovered an enormous amount of material, not just about individual agents and where they were and what they did, but the actual works of doctrine and ideology that are produced by members of this Dawa. It's a flood of material that's coming out, and we've been able to add it to the places where you can actually read it now. Some of it is translated. The organization begins at the top with the chief Dai, the man who's the chief agent of the Dawa, who is a government official at a very high level. There should be ranks on down in an organization. We have some description of the ranks. The Dawa is designed to spread the Ismaili message, the message that you should accept this particular caliph as the supreme leader of the Muslims, and only he. It spread in all divisions of the world, and the Ismaili authorities speak of these as 12 jaziras, islands, provinces, if you like. And just to show you the breadth of their scope, I'll read you the list. So the Arabs, the Byzantines. The Byzantines are also, and in fact, one early Dai is sent to Constantinople. An agent of this Dawa is sent on to Constantinople to try to convert the Byzantines, presumably. The Byzantines are not fooled for a moment, and they simply arrest him and throw him in jail. The Slavs, the Nubians, the Khazars, India, Sind, Zanj, Zanzibar, the Abyssinians, the Chinese, Dailam, and the Berbers in North Africa. Those are the divisions of this. You can see how broad, theoretically, the appeal was supposed to spread. But in practice, we can see rather that it is localized and it is particular agents who are operating not only within the empire, where they should be safe, but outside as well, where they could be subject to persecution themselves, arrested and executed, and a lot of agents were, in fact, caught and executed. So it had to be done in secret. Now, inside the empire, it should have been relatively easy for these people to give a public defense of their doctrine. But it is part of Ismaili policy, very carefully arranged, that this information, and there's a lot more to the doctrine in the advanced texts, is not to be shared and not to be made public. So the very first thing that happens when you accept, join, become an Ismaili, accept to the supreme leadership of that Imam Caliph in Cairo, Al-Hakim in this particular period, is an oath of allegiance. That's the first step. The agent who is instrumental in bringing you in administers this oath in a very serious manner. We have the text of an oath. And it's quite complicated. Translation runs at least 3 pages. But part of what you do is not only swear that you have recognized the imam of the time, and by Shi'i doctrine, if you do not, you will be doomed to perdition. So all Muslims who do not accept, and all others who do not accept this appeal, are doomed to hell. But if you accept, you swear this oath of allegiance. One provision, which is very carefully stated, is that you will never reveal what is told you or taught to you about the doctrine to anyone who's not authorized to have it. So secrecy is built in even within the safe domain of the empire. Outside, it would have been, of course, absolutely essential. This era of Al-Hakim produces, for some reason, a flood, as I say, of special works by members of this Dawa. 3 of them, for example, are defenses of the imamate. The imamate here is what you should understand instead of caliphate, because it is in Islamic doctrine. It doesn't mean an imam who leads prayers in a mosque, but it is the supreme leader. The Al-Hakim, in effect, is supreme in Islamic religious view, as well as supreme leader in terms of the empire and governing of the empire. If you want to contrast this with the Abbasid Caliph at that time in Baghdad has no army. He cannot command troops. He has some degree of moral persuasion simply by the augustness of his position, but he cannot send an army into the field. In contrast, Al-Hakim is not only the supreme leader religiously of his own following, but he also can easily send an army into the field. So it's as if you were to combine the Pope of Rome with the emperor in one position, and that is the power of Al-Hakim and his ancestors and his successors. There are these 3 treatises that are 3 of only 4 that we have to explain the imamate, and they're from this very time. We also have a highly interesting example, which is a code of conduct explaining in detail how the agents of the Dawa should function, what they should do, what their qualifications should be, how they should behave. And I want to give you some bits of that so that you can sort of feel the tone that's expressed in those. But the stress on the caused by the bizarreness of the reign, the strange behavior, and the unusualness of it, obviously produced perplexity in a number of places, particularly in. But outside, in other territory, it helped, it seems, the reputation of Al-Hakim as a ruler of justice and of reform and all the rest spread. And it spread partly because of this Dawa, but one sign, evidence of the success is that the ruler in Mosul, this is a dynasty called the Uqaylids. The name of the ruler is Qirwash. In the year 1011, declared that he was switching from allegiance to the Abbasid Caliph to Al-Hakim in Cairo. This is a monumental change. He is going from being a Sunni Muslim to being a Shi'i Muslim, from his previous overlord, the Abbasid, to the more distant Al-Hakim. We have the text of the sermon. Normally what happens is when a person switches allegiance, you know about it in the Friday sermon, because it's part of the Friday sermon to name the people that you're asking God to bless as part of that sermon. So it begins, "For him is the praise of those who are by his light above the floods of fury, who by his power burst asunder the pillars supporting idols, who by his light caused the rising of the sun of truth in the west." A messianic image, but also the Fatimids rose to power in the west, in the Maghrib. "Who by his justice blot out the tyranny of injustice and break by his might the back of iniquity, so that matters revert to their original state and truth returns to its owner." And there is more. And in the second part of a standard Friday sermon, we have the request for God to bless. "O God, bless your radiant guardian and your greatest friend, Ali ibn Abi Talib, the father of the rightly guided imams. O God, bless the two pure grandsons, Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein, and the righteous imams, the best and most excellent, those of them that stood forth and appeared, and those of them that were concealed and hidden." And then he will go on to name, and coming finally, "O God, extend all of your blessings and the most perfect of your favors to our Lord and Master, the Imam of the age, fortress of the faith, head of the Alid Dawa and prophetic religion, your servant and guardian on your behalf, Al-Mansur, Abu Ali, Al-Hakim bi-Amrillah, commander of the believers." So, and this is delivered in Mosul in that year, and then in Kufa and other cities in Iraq. Most of Iraq has now gone over to the Shia and is supporting the Caliph in Cairo. It's the ultimate Fatimid triumph of one kind. Well, unfortunately for the Fatimids, it lasts about 2 months. The Abbasid Caliph, as I said, has no troops. All he can do is use moral persuasion, but he can write to his overlord, the Buyid Supreme Emir, and the Supreme Emir also doesn't like the Fatimids, so he sends a threat to Qirwash, and it all ends very quickly. What the Abbasid Caliph can do, however, is ask various scholars and those who have pledged allegiance to him to write stinging refutations of the Fatimid doctrine and its genealogy. And 1 year later, he assembles all the major figures in Baghdad, issues a declaration that says the Fatimid genealogy is pure fiction and it has no value, and it's signed on to by everybody who either agrees or thinks that it would be better for them to sign rather than try to resist. There, in these various defenses of Al-Hakim, you can get a sense of the way that they're thinking about the imamate. And I want to read a few passages. "The imam is the ultimate of man, his highest degree, his consummation and perfection, The affairs of men are put in order by the imam, just as all the usefulness of all that precedes men reverts to men, that is, all of creation that comes before is designed to support mankind. So the usefulness of all men reverts to the imam. From them, man learns the virtues and sciences, meaning the imams. The imam is the most knowledgeable, the head, the supreme leader. He is the leader of the world and the governor of it. It has become clear that leadership and rulership are required of necessity by nature, creation, natural character, in a disposition. A person who denies that is a heretic, and the leader of all is the imam in every sense that you can think of. There is a great deal more in all of this literature. One description: the person who preserves the book, that is the scripture, the Quran, and the law, the holy law, with its regulations, who summons to Islam and to them both, and who defends it by exhortation and intimidation, who prays with the people, teaches them the waymarkers of their religion, extracts them from issues about which they differ and which are referred to him, who adjudicates according to what God revealed, who seeks from God forgiveness for he who seeks forgiveness from him. He, in short, is the imam. And there is much, much more of this. Well, rather than going on, I think it's already clear that in the Ismaili sense and in the way that the Dawa is operating, it is appealing to people to recognize this supreme ruler, who happens to be Al-Hakim in the year 1000 or 110, and who, in fact, disappears in 1021. One of the treatises has some interesting passages in which the author, who is the major intellectual figure of this particular 2 decades, Al-Kirmani is his name, who probably wrote most of what he wrote in Baghdad, so he did it in secret. One of his works, he sets out actually to prove that the imamate is a necessity of reason, that it has to exist. And he does so in a very Aristotelian set of proofs, leading up to the conclusion that it's absolutely essential. And then in the second part of this same treatise, which has the wonderful title of Lights to Illuminate the Proof of the Imamate, and was addressed, ironically, to the Buyid vizier in Baghdad at that particular time, he gives a list of all the people in the Islamic world who would claim to be the supreme leader or the imam of the community. There is no doubt that the imam must exist for the worship of God, and that God never leaves his earth devoid of an imam in each and every time, who upholds the rights of God and who, as his proof to his servants, is the guidance to his absolute unity, who represents them to the Lord on the day, now quoting the Quran, wherein we summon the people through their imam. Those who attempt to secure the nobility of the imamate as his possession and who make a claim to it in our time are, of course, Al-Hakim bi-Amrillah, the commander of the faithful, who is Al-Kirmani's master. That's clear. And then Ahmad ibn Ishaq, from the family of Abbas. Notice he doesn't have a title. He's just Mr. Ibn Abbas. He resides in Baghdad. Then there is the Zaydi Imam in Hawsam in the region of Gilan. Then there is Omar al-Nizwani, who resides in Oman. He is the Abadi Imam. Then there's the Umayyad in Al-Andalus and what is beyond Kairouan, and a couple of others. Here is what he says specifically about the Abbasid Caliph. Now remember, this is an Ismaili writing, and his point is that this guy who claims to be supreme leader of the Muslims is absolutely unqualified for his position. Ahmad ibn Ishaq, who resides in Baghdad, He is not a lineal descendant of al-Hussein. That would be a qualification. He is not pure in soul due to his consumption of forbidden things. Alcohol, probably. And his setting the price of wine that is sold for him on his estates in Baghdad and its hinterland, and for the ignorance deeply rooted in him due to the lack of knowledge. The existence in him, by his own admission, commendable. He is devoid of the knowledge associated with the religious declaration of God's absolute oneness, and he relies on non-Ismaili, non-supporters of Ali for his advice and as his experts, including Abu Bakr al-Baqillani and others. He has contempt for the regulations of God. He does not command the good and forbid the bad, either in his own household or in others. He is devoid of the essential designation which would have appointed him to office. He was put in office, says El-Kermani, by the august Emir Baha'u'llah, the supreme Buyid leader. All of this is a disqualification, a discreditation of the Abbasids. And let me add one more here. There's the Umayyads. The Umayyad who resides in Al-Andalus. He is not a lineal descendant of al-Hussein. From the tree of Zakum, which are the Umayyad clan. This is a veiled little thing that they are impure. There exists in him, by his own admission, what is not his business. Being devoid, he has no knowledge. There exists in him contempt for the regulations of God, and he lacks the designation. So this kind of chastising the enemies in this language, and we can find many more. One early sermon given in Egypt by one of the first caliphs denounces the Umayyads in a long string of bitter notes. Well, there is a great deal more of this kind of information. We have many, many treatises which we've recently covered, as I've said. There is much to do. I want to leave you, however, with one important thing, and that is not to treat the reign of Al-Hakim as indicative of Fatimid policy. In fact, in many ways, it's the opposite. This is a unique moment, but it happens to be the year 1000, 1010, and beyond. So you can see the agony, torment, problems of people who suffered greatly during that time. The number of Christians who felt they had to convert to Islam is large, simply because they couldn't put up with all this destruction and threat. And so we can empathize with that. And we know that this is a moment we wish didn't happen. But on the other hand, as a historian, working 1,000 years later, we can see that that stress may have produced an outpouring of all kinds of information and treatises and works, which then are what we can use to investigate. And so in that sense, the reign of Al-Hakim and that particular era is of special benefit to at least some of us. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions for Professor Walker?
Where did this come from? Why did Al-Hakim feel compelled to create all of these new restrictions on both the Muslim and the non-Muslim community within the Fatimid?
You noticed I said that he was very nice to us because he gave us a decree that told us why he had to execute Khawaja I. Mm-hmm. Now, if he had given us some more decrees to explain why he did any of the other stuff, we'd be in heaven, so to speak, as historians trying to figure it out. I've been trying, and I don't have any particular answer. I could discuss this at length with possibilities. The regulations against the protected peoples, the Fatimids, has earlier precedent in Islamic culture. So, but he seems to have pushed harder than anyone else in this way. It doesn't come from Ismaili doctrine or law. We know that. So it has to have been his particular understanding of what he thought he should do. The easiest explanation, the one that will get us some way, is that he was trying to force the mass of Christian, particularly, and some Jewish people in his bureaucracy to either get out or to convert, so that the government itself would be staffed by Muslims. There's a little bit of evidence to go with that. Because the irony is at the very end of the reign, in the last 5 months, he allowed anybody who had converted to reclaim their original religion. So they went to him and said, we were forced, we felt compelled. And he said, oh, fine, well, it's all right. And he gave them a police escort so that they wouldn't be harassed by the population. He also allowed and even promoted the rebuilding of some of these houses of worship.
What about the restrictions on women appearing in public and consumption?
He didn't let up at all. Not on that one, there's no sign of it. But the irony, of course, is that his much older half-sister is the one who takes over when he disappears. And she immediately cancels all these things. But if you want to read, there are various, if a woman has to travel, it's okay for her to somehow appear in public. And we have a whole list of these kind of provisions. How do you buy? The merchant comes around and he pushes in a basket on a stick and you exchange things that way.
Yes. How did this period had an influence in Spain?
I'm not sure that we know specifically. The people who work on Spain, and I'm not one of them, see some influence of Shi'i, and they try to trace the connection with the Fatimids in North Africa and whether it changed or influenced Spain. But so far, most of what I've seen is very tentative, and it's not quite clear.
Yes, in your comment about outward signs, you mentioned something about a belt, a special belt.
Yeah, the zunar, it's called.
I'm not familiar with it.
So the protected peoples have to wear a special belt, and at this particular time, the order is it has to be black. Because Fatimid color is white, the Abbasid color is black, and the Abbasids are despised. So if the Dhimmi peoples, the protected peoples, are wearing black, that's a further attempt to degrade their status. But that's not particular to Al-Hakim. That happened, it pops up every so often.
It's represented in Spanish altarpieces when they refer back to people living in early Christian times.
So was there an attempt to apply the decrees in the western provinces, in Ifriqiya or Sicily?
Yeah, very good question, and that needs to be checked, and I'm not too sure. We have some evidence because, for example, Al-Hakim at one point appoints as his successor his cousin, and the cousin's name is then put on the coinage, and the order for the coinage to be changed is sent to Sicily and to North Africa, where it's changed. And we have the comment of the ruler in North Africa that why, if he has his own natural son, would he appoint his cousin? So there's some reaction in North Africa.
This problem of the sectarian inside knowledge, actually an interesting one. So not only is the Dawa, the Ismaili Dawa, has two faces, right? The exterior, and then if you're really an insider, then you have inside knowledge. But it's true for every sect, because the term that is used is Ahl al-Kitman, right?
Well, so some of them use that term.
So, I mean, it's a feature of every sect, and what's interesting when you actually look at it across the board, so it's not only the Zaydis and the Ismailis, the other Shi'is, certainly the Ibadis, both sides of the Ibadis, each one tries to situate itself, as the true holder of the truth. And so it has an interiorness, as well as all of these regulations are really the exterior view of some kind of an interior group that's setting this up. This is basically how you see it.
But this is, it's true of the ones you name. It's
Yeah.
not true of the Sunnis, of course,
Yeah.
where everything is supposed to be out in the open. So it's Ismaili doctrine that for every external, literal meaning of the law or the scripture, there is an internal esoteric meaning as well. And you can't have access to that simply by your rational processes. You have to join the Dawa in order to be taught it and be allowed to have it.
This is fascinating and vivid. Thank you so much for it. All the evidence that you have been adducing has been textual evidence from what I was hearing. And I'm just wondering if there's any material culture evidence that you could appeal to further show us something about this 10, 20-year period.
One of the things, actually, for a presentation yesterday in the class, I did a review of all the ritual and ceremonial features under the Fatimids, and some of it is from this very period. So we know of processions, we know of times when the notables come in to sit on an evening session with the caliph himself, things like that. And of course, Al-Hakim completes the great mosque that his father started, and that still exists in Cairo, the Mosque of Al-Hakim, which when he finished it was outside the northern gates of the city. So that's one striking piece of material achievement of this period.
And the fuqah. We have a lot of fuqah still.
The fuqah?
Yeah.
Do we have actually any existing ones? I assume,
quite a lot.
I assume there's nothing in them at this point. We just have the jugs.
We don't know exactly, but we have a lot of fuqahs in different museums in the world, and they
Okay, it's a jug, terracotta jug with a small opening at the top, and you put the stuff in to ferment, and you put a skin around the top and tie it on while the fermenting is in process. And then you break that, and the stuff comes out, and that's why the term fuqah. Some Muslim authorities say it's okay, it's only mildly intoxicating, but the Fatimids and Ali ibn Abi Talib apparently were totally against it and would not allow it. And there are stories I could tell about it, but probably not in this company.
And if I can just add to it, if we are looking for material culture, Doris Abu Saif published lately an article about a small metal tambourine figure that she also connected to a specific moment of creation of this figurine, which has to do with the 1 year of a Shiite rule in Baghdad later on, just before the Seljuk would come, so in 1058, 59,
Right.
something like that. So you have even a Shiite rule in Baghdad for almost a year, and she is putting this figurine as a kind of a depiction of a specific famous dancer and musician woman. That could be even the image of it.
The reference here is to al-Basasiris, who was acting as an agent of the Fatimids, who actually captures Baghdad and has the Friday sermon said in the name of the Fatimid Caliph for 40 weeks. So according to Makrizi, that was the ultimate achievement of the Fatimids, but also the beginning of their total eclipse.
So you say that some of Al-Hakim policies triggered opposition to the point that they had to be reversed. I was wondering, do we learn about Sunni opposition to the policy of the Caliph only from Makrizi and Arabic chronicles, or do we also see production of, for instance, Maliki works who contesting the authority of the Caliph on the ground, La Ta'a, li Makhluk, that sort of?
Well, let me announce something here that probably nobody here knows. When the Abbasid Caliph issued this decree, he also asked the other authorities to write refutations. The most important one that we could probably have is by the famous Maliki theologian al-Baqillani, who wrote a refutation of the Ismaili doctrine and of the genealogy and everything else. We thought it was lost. Hassan Ansari has just discovered a copy. It's 209 folios, so it's massive. This could be a gold mine of all the of exactly what you're after.
And this will be produced in Fatimid lands or
No,
further
in
west?
Baghdad. In Baghdad.
Oh, in Baghdad.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't have these sort of works coming from Fatimid lands, from Egypt or Africa. We don't have Maliki intellectuals.
From the Malikis, yes, in North Africa. Oh, yes.
And they do write against.
There is a
more or
whole
less.
thing that you could do. One of the people who left when the Fatimids took over went to Spain, and then he wrote biographies of people who suffered under the Fatimids, embellishing it somewhat. But basically, the Malikis in Spain and North Africa did not recognize Ali ibn Abi Talib as one of the rightly guided caliphs. So they were that radically on that side, and they were furiously anti-Fatimid in some cases. Yes, there's a lot of material.
Where's the manuscript that?
I don't know.
He's not telling. I have another question.
You should ask him. You're closer to it than I do.
I'm curious about the aftermath of Al-Hakim. I mean, first of all, given that he himself canceled at least some of the decrees, but also just from the documentary evidence that I've seen, it seems like a lot of the aftermath was taking place only after the death of Sitt al-Mulk, only after 1024 is when you start seeing petitions for the return of religious buildings, of houses of worship that were confiscated or commandeered under Al-Hakim. And so I guess what I'm curious about is both the immediate aftermath after the death of Al-Hakim, and then, I mean, besides all the the doctrinal stuff, and then also the long aftermath. How do Ismaili sources remember this period? Is there any kind of acknowledgement of how exceptional it was?
That last question, I don't think so. They tried to just pretend that this had all been normal. But the other part, we have the text of 3 decrees that are issued in the final months, one of which seeks to restore the properties to the church in Jerusalem. So that actually exists. So I think it starts that early, but it's only at the very end. And then we have other sources that say that Sitt al-Mulk and others promoted it, and that within 10 years all of them had been restored. That's the claim in the Chronicle.
There's one petition that survived in the Geniza from a group of Jews in Tripoli, in Sham, saying all the other houses of worship have been restored or returned, and ours still has this, I guess, some like renegade emir who took it over and is refusing to give it back. So it's pitched as a kind of appeal to the Court of Sovereign Complaints, saying, can you get him to get with the program here? And that's, I think, from, we don't know quite when, but it's the late 1020s, so it's pretty late.
That's interesting.
Any other comments or questions? Please join me in thanking him for doing anything. Let's take a 5-minute break. You can get some more coffee or visit the restroom, and then we'll come back and hear our next talk by Marina Resto. Our speaker is Marina Rostow. She is the Khaduri A. Zilcha Professor of Jewish Civilization in the Near East in the Departments of History and Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University. Before arriving at Princeton this fall, she taught at Johns Hopkins University and before that at Emory University. She is a social historian of the medieval Middle East who works primarily with the documents preserved in the Cairo Geniza, a cache of some 300,000 pages preserved in a synagogue in Fustat. She is particularly interested in studying Geniza documents not just as vehicles for texts, but as material objects and evidence of institutional practices. Rostow directs Princeton University's Geniza Lab, which brings together students and specialists to identify, transcribe, and translate the thousands of still unpublished Geniza documents. And she uses these documents to analyze both how the Fatimid Caliphate ruled and how its Jewish, Christian, and Muslim subjects interacted with the state and with each other. Professor Rostow's prize-winning first book, Heresy and the Politics of Community, The Jews of the Fatimid Caliphate, which was published by Cornell in 2008, explored how the two major groups of Jews living under Fatimid rule, the Rabbinites and Karaites, continued to interact closely with each other, even as polemicists portrayed the Karaites as marginalized heretics. She is currently finishing a book on what the Geniza can tell us about the caliphs and sultans of the medieval Middle East and how their subjects saw them. And she's also edited or co-edited 4 books and has authored dozens of articles and book chapters. Professor Rostow's work has been supported by grants from, among others, a rather dizzying list, among others, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Guggenheim Foundation, the American Council of Learned Societies, and the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. In 2006-2007, she won the Rome Prize in Medieval Studies from the American Academy in Rome, and most recently, in September, she was named a 2015 MacArthur Fellow. Today, Professor Rostow will be speaking to us about how the documents of the Cairo Geniza illuminate the Fatimids' practice of power. Her talk is entitled, The Fatimids and Laissez-faire.
Thank you very much, Abby, for that nice introduction and also for organizing this, and to everybody else who made this possible. It's, for me, a very rare opportunity to have conversations with people who focus full-time on material culture, because I'm just an interloper in the material culture field. So I'm really, really happy that this is happening. And in addition to thanking the organizers, I also want to thank my team. I can say that now. I'm currently PI or co-PI on a couple of funded projects that are looking at Geniza documents as sources for the institutional history of the medieval Middle East. And these are the team members, and everything I say, I run by them. And in fact, there are some things that I'm not going to say today because I ran it by them and they didn't pass muster. So it's nice to have quality control. One of the questions that came to interest me in the course of thinking about this conference is how all of the high-level products that people who study the history of art and material culture of the Fatimid world, how they actually came to exist and why they came to exist. And I make absolutely no claims to being able to answer that question, but what I did want to do is give a sense of how I might, how somebody like me who thinks a lot about the Fatimid state might go about trying to answer it. And I suspect that the state is in fact central to answering these questions. States are usually central to answering questions to do with artistic production in the pre-industrial world because material production depends on capital, on patronage, and to a certain extent on status games in the high-level elite. But there's an image of the Fatimid state as disconnected from its subjects, a sort of thin crust of Shi'i rulers living it up in the palace while Fustat burned and Syria drowned in blood or something like that. And that's an image that's made the diffusion of Fatimid art more intractable than it needs to be. Witness the drastic means that Oleg Grabar had to resort to solve it by saying that it was actually civil unrest in the 1060s that kind of flooded the Mediterranean market with all these products, which I think nobody accepts anymore. So it doesn't need to be such a difficult problem. And so what I propose to do here is to try and start to tackle it through a specific form of material production, and that is the material products of the state itself, its surviving documents. So the Geniza, although it was preserved in a synagogue, and the whole sort of reason for existence of the Cairo Geniza was to preserve texts in Hebrew script. In fact, there's quite a bit of Arabic material. Nobody quite knows how much yet. And a subcorpus of the Arabic material is documents of state, and that's what I'm very interested in these days. Although the title of my talk is The Fatimids and Laissez-faire, I'm not going to announce the discovery of a medieval Arabic version of the 18th century French economic principle. I'm not quite sure how that would even read in Arabic, itlaq al-hurriya wallahi or something like that. I'm using the term because Goitein did, Goitein being the grandfather of documentary Geniza studies, and he kind of really set the agenda in terms of figuring out what the Fatimid state was when you look at it from the bottom up rather than from the top down. So what Goitein said about the Fatimids is that they excelled in laissez-faire out of indolence, it seems, rather than conviction. The far-reaching degree of autonomy enjoyed by the Jews and, of course, the Christians during their rule has a very simple explanation. Their Muslim subjects, too, were left mostly to their own devices. And he also makes a point that the period of Al-Hakim was exceptional, but that's what he claims is the rule for the rest of it. So Goitein was the first to think in a sustained way about the social history of the Fatimid Caliphate, and so his laissez-faire label has stuck even though he was practically pilloried for it by one reviewer, Chaim Hillel Ben Sasson, who also criticized his use of terms like medieval democracy or like the Mediterranean bourgeoisie, and said, this is kind of like wild anachronism. But there's a specific reason why Goitein used terms like this, and that had to do with an intramural debate at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, in which other historians were kind of reflecting, I think, a more widespread view that Near Eastern rulers and Muslim rulers in particular were a kind of version of the Oriental despot. This is ultimately about a much older European tradition of theorizing Oriental despotism. So against the idea of caliphs and sultans as despots, Goitein pitched his Fatimids as laissez-faire rulers. The persistence of the notion of Oriental despotism is, properly speaking, a problem in the history of Europe rather than the Middle East. From Aristotle to William of Malmesbury in the 12th century, Montesquieu, and then finally in the 20th century, the Roman historian Michael Rostovtsev and the Chinese historian Karl August Wittfogel, there's this kind of like recurrence of the idea that sovereigns in the East ruled arbitrarily and coercively, raised up servile counselors, bestowed on them the trappings of power, deposed them at whim, retained all the rights to landed property, suppressed the development of a hereditary landholding elite and of civil society, and that the peoples of the East crave subjugation, are incapable of protest, or prevented from it by a lack of legal safeguards. You get the idea, right? This is sort of the paradigm. Obviously, it's of limited empirical worth. As Jean-Paul Rubies has demonstrated, many of the European political thinkers who wrote in this vein actually drew on the same kind of tiny repertory of accounts by travelers to the Ottoman and Mughal worlds and used those accounts to their own ends. And even as late as Max Weber, you see the same travelers' accounts recurring in talk about politics in the East. So the result was Montesquieu's Oriental despot, Marx's Asiatic mode of production, Weber's patrimonial state, and the entire set of notions would be nothing but sort of European, self-commentary via the other, like we're different from that, if it weren't for the inconvenient fact of their persistence in scholarship. If in the 20th century the debate over Oriental despotism was really about Stalinism, in the 21st century it's about Islamism. I'm venturing right now into territory I never venture into, but I am feeling increasingly obliged to do so. Timur Kuran, who's an economist who teaches at Duke, for instance, has maintained that Islamic law held back the development of political institutions in the Middle East, and his opinion has probably met with enthusiastic approval in the upper ranks of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, which has its own stake in believing the medieval caliphs to have been autocratic to the point of totalitarianism. So if, like some others here, you and I, if you work on medieval Islamic polities, then you perforce you have an ISIS problem. So part of what I'm trying to do is to sort of like exercise that and get it out of the way. So this is the dilemma. Modern depictions of medieval Muslim caliphs and sultans hold them to have governed either autocratically or not at all. So obviously, I don't believe either of these extremes to be accurate. The medieval Islamic state of the jihadis is demonstrably a falsification of history. But is the laissez-faire of Goitein just as false? Can we dismiss his ironic view out of hand? I mean, after all, he was the first person with access to a large amount of documentation from below. He would have said that Fustat in the year, well, I don't know, 1000, but certainly, let's say 1021, was ruled loosely, and argued that the Fatimids granted their subjects so much autonomy that Jewish and Christian communities constituted what he went so far as to call a state within the state. So if anyone had the view from below, it was Goitein, so who are we to argue? So in fact, I do want to argue. I want to argue for a different point of view. Goitein used the Jewish community's abundant records to illuminate previously dark corners of Jewish life in the Middle Ages, and he's demonstrated convincingly that the Jews of the Islamic world were neither constrained nor oppressed in the way that the Jews of medieval Europe were. And all of that still holds true, even as the history of pre-modern Judaism continues to be rewritten and illuminated by new Geniza discoveries. But Goitein's main preserve were the documents drawn up in the rabbinical courts of Jerusalem and Tyre, in the private houses of Fustat and Alexandria, or aboard ships heading east across the Indian Ocean, and he systematically ignored a second type of evidence, the documents that came from the bureaus of government in Fatimid and Ayyubid Cairo, or from the provincial capitals of Egypt and Syria. Goitein knew that Fatimid and Ayyubid state documents had survived in the Geniza, but he preferred to let others take them on. The Arabic script documents of the Geniza had been unrecognizable to earlier generations, who routinely mistook them for trials of the pen, or worse, for scribbling. This is the catalog of the Bodleian Geniza collection from 1906, and it got to the point when I got to know this catalog that every time I saw the word scribbling, I got really excited because I knew it was a Fatimid document. So for years, these documents remained fallow ground, and in fact, it might take years before we have a reliable estimate of how many Arabic script documents the Geniza preserved, let alone what diplomatics type they cover. The best estimate we have right now is Jeffrey Kahn's estimate of how many Arabic script documents there are in the Cambridge collections, which is about 3/5 of the total of the Geniza, and he, I think, estimates somewhere like 5 or 6%, which is significant, but I suspect that it's not the end of the story. And there may, in fact, be more. So one of the postdocs who I'm currently supervising, Naim Fantichem, just started 3 weeks ago and would like to spend his postdoc year going through and cataloging all of the Arabic script documents from the Geniza. I don't know that he'll actually be able to do it, but I'm certainly not discouraging him. So one of the things that I want to put forward today is that the difficulty of deciphering Arabic administrative documents is not merely a technical barrier to be overcome, it's also an interpretive opportunity. So here, for example, is a documentary Arabic hand, unpointed, full of abusive ligatures, meaning letters that aren't supposed to be connected or connected, missed letters, technical terms that don't appear in dictionaries in quite the sense in which they appear in the documents. And one of the things that I'm doing with my team is we're trying to keep a running list of technical administrative terms that you can't find used in that sense in dictionaries. So once your eyes and your poor, addled, modern brain adjust, the documents turn out to be among the best evidence there is for the inner workings of the Fatimid state and for its relationship to its subjects. The document types include petitions and rescripts through which subjects sought sovereign justice, provincial decrees, internal bureaucratic memoranda that were sent from one bureau of government to the other, tax receipts and other accounts that show the state exercising one of its most important functions, which was extracting revenue. So the state documents from the Geniza permit two things. They permit a fine-grained view in real time of how subjects solicited, avoided, feared, or revered the government and how they navigated its institutions to get what they wanted. They also permit us to see how government officials built up a praxis or a code or a set of rules or experiential knowledge or however you want to describe it, creating records and storing them, developing a repertory of authenticatable features, refining their technologies of registration and authentication, moving written information from place to place, establishing a practice and a semiotics of writing supports, copying documents for subjects on long rotuli, which is usually how official documents are both submitted to the palace and also issued from it, but at the same time, archiving their information for permanent storage in the much more compact form of the bifolio. So this is all very deliberate and it's happening with great consistency. when you began to look at the details and also at the coherence of what Fatimid administrators were doing, I mean, the first thing you can say is indolent they were not, Professor Goitein. But you also realize that the functioning of the state rested on a scribal code, a repertory of material technologies and of habits that are susceptible of reconstruction. These are practiced hands who are writing for equally practiced eyes, so practiced that entire graphemes don't even have to appear in the text for it to convey meaning to its intended readers or appear recognizably to the untrained eye. And I have an example of this. On the document on your right, there's a kind of big slash across the page that it took the field about 35 years to decipher. And it turns out that it says, "Nuqila," it has been copied. So clearly there's, there's a whole code going on that we still need to crack. Fatimid state documents might be a paleographer's nightmare, but they're also a historian's dream, because on the trail of a missed reading, you discover procedural details and indecipherable symbols that could potentially contain worlds of meaning. So I'm just going to flip very rapidly through some of these. There's a symbol that a number of people have noticed. This actually may be a repertory of symbols that are slightly different from one another. But you can see that one. It looks like a backwards letter ta in Arabic, and there are about 4 theories going on right now for what this could possibly be. Is it a mark of continuation from one page to the other? That works for some texts and not for others. Is it a mark that indicates that what follows is a copy or has been copied? There are a few theories going right now. And I actually suspect that we're dealing with more than one mark, and we have to sort of, accumulate a large sequence of the evidence and break it down by time and by type before we figure out what's going on here. And I just want to thank Tamara Lethi for accumulating most of the images that I just showed you. He went down this wonderful rabbit hole last week where he kind of like pulled as many of these off his computers as he could with this fantastic visual memory that he has. So the marks might be tiny and opaque, at least to us, but their opacity itself, I think, speaks volumes to about the process of their own production, and thus also about the institutions on behalf of which the documents were drawn up. Modern historians have a strangely narcissistic idea that the state is an invention of modernity. One early modern historian spoke for the Guild in admitting that what modern historians often do is simply hide behind the notion of an actor's category. In other words, the idea being that the state was born with early modern political philosophers because they were the first to theorize the state by that name, hence it's an actor's category, to which my response would be, well, maybe you guys need to look at more actors. The problem might also be a faulty reading of Weber, who said that bureaucracy is a necessary feature of the modern age, but Weber never said that all bureaucracies were modern. So I'm going to spare you further animus about the chauvinism of the modern, and instead present to you a model of the state that's actually heavily indebted to Weber. I'm a big Weber fan. But just with a caveat that I think one of the reasons that Weber is often misread is that he's used, in a sense, prescriptively, like I'm going to go into my evidence and I'm going to find what Weber says. But that's not what Weber ever intended to do. I mean, he himself says that these are just models to think with. This is kind of what your brain is doing when you're looking at the historical material, but it doesn't have any empirical validity. That was the point of an ideal type. So paradigms are useful insofar as they reveal patterns in the evidence, but as soon as they start to obscure the patterns, they have to be sent back to their rooms without supper. So that having been said, the state is a compulsory political organization with a more or less centralized government that attempts to maintain a monopoly of the legitimate use of force within a certain territory. So that's a base level definition. For the Fatimid Caliphate in particular, we can add a few more criteria that would make it look recognizable as a state, even to a Hobbesian. A state that extracts revenue directly or by proxy, and redistributes resources, has a differentiated bureaucracy, meaning people are serving different functions and writing in different ways and different types of documents, maintains technologies for sustenance, like irrigation canals, maintains systems of redress, in other words, a justice system run by the state, and that, either to a weak or a strong degree, attempts to subordinate other legal systems, often by monopolizing executive power. So that's just a fancy way of saying that the state can punish rabbis, bishops, and qadis. More problematic. So and then just to boil it down, of all of these criteria, there's one that was absolutely central to the longevity of the Fatimid state, as it had been and would remain to many Near Eastern polities before and after the Islamic conquests. Not necessarily the one that you might imagine, but many theorists of the medieval Islamic political tradition claimed that the cornerstone of this entire edifice was systems of redress. A recent book by Linda Darling traces an ancient tradition of social justice and sovereign restraint from the Sumerians to the Arab Spring. This is an idea that received the name the Circle of Justice at some point in the Middle Ages, but actually the idea was much older. The idea is that there's no sovereign power without military force, no military force without tax revenue, no tax revenue without the prosperity of subjects, and no prosperity without sovereign justice. In other words, that sovereign power rests on the sovereign's capacity to mete out justice to his or her subjects. So the idea is so pervasive in Islamic political theory and in chancery manuals, is pervasive, but it also holds on the evidence of the documents, where you can read, for example, the Fatimid Caliph al-Mustansir ordering his vassal in the Yemen to respond positively to two of his subjects' petitions. Eastern rulers stayed in power through the promise and sometimes the delivery of justice to their subjects, and subjects knew this, and they boldly and regularly demanded their due from high officials. So if I were to reduce this circle of justice to sort of like its minimum number of terms, I would do it this way and say there's no sovereign power without tax revenue, and no tax revenue without subjects who render their taxes because they believe that they have access to justice. In other words, if you rule too harshly or you tax too heavily, you're going to have a revolt on your hands, and you're not going to be able to collect revenue at all. Or in the words of al-Qahira, the architect of the Fatimid state, the discontent of the common people outweighs the contentment of the retinue. Or you should care for the cultivation of the land of the common people and the favorable state of their livelihood more than for the easy collection of their kharaj, of their tax. At the same time, the state needed revenue. So how could the state get revenue without making people feel oppressed? One way was to rely on local elites. In other words, to further the solidarity of local solidarity groups, even their self-sufficiency and their legal autonomy, so that it became easier to have taxes rendered without too much trouble. So take, for example, the little discussed fact that for some period of the early 11th century, the Fatimid caliphs granted the main rabbinical institution of Jerusalem, the yeshiva, the direct support of the fisc in the form of a regular stipend. So the yeshiva was not just an institution of higher learning for the rabbinic elite, it was also an administrative institution. And at the head of the yeshiva sat an officer called the Gaon, who was both a spiritual authority but also effectively administrative leader of all the rabbinic Jews of the Fatimid Empire. So we know about the stipend because of this letter, which was written in Hebrew by one of the Gaonim of the Jerusalem yeshiva, and he writes to a communal official in Dimyat in Egypt to complain that as long as we of the yeshiva received financial support from the government, we never used to bother you for donations, but now we're desperate and need to ask you for money. So this is typical of the Geniza. There's a throwaway line that turns out to contain some very, very important information, and it's easy to overlook. Why would the Fatimids have provided financial support to the Jerusalem yeshiva? I would say that it's because cultivating local elites was absolutely essential if you wanted your territory to remain extensive and your heirs to remain in power, but it was also particularly important if you happened to be ruling Syria. Syria presented special problems to anyone who governed it because it was a difficult land to tax. Extracting wealth from Egypt was relatively easy. The entire economic system of the country was organized around the Nile. So from your perch in the palace in Cairo, you could gauge the level of the annual flood and know whether it would be a year of plenty or a year of want, or how high grain prices were likely to go, how much stockpiling you needed to do to feed your troops, and that kind of thing. And also because the human geography of Egypt was organized around the Nile, governors and their tax farmers didn't have to wonder where to go in order to find revenue for the treasury. Starting in the late 10th century as well, Egypt was a hub of the trans-Mediterranean trade. At moments, it was quite wealthy, Fustat obviously and staggeringly so, but also the Delta and the Fayum in their turn served as impressive generators of fiscal revenue as its products found international markets, especially flax and grain. But Syria was another story. Syria thrived on small-scale primary production. While manufacture and trade could be profitable, the profit margins were relatively slim compared to Egypt's. That's not to say that Syria was poor, and I think one of the main things that Geniza scholarship has learned from Horden and Purcell's The Corrupting Sea is that the focus on the spectacular and better documented commerce on the high seas has in a way been allowed to eclipse the smaller scale movements of more modest cargo along the coasts from the hinterlands to the big markets. This is one of the main and I think very interesting arguments of Jessica Goldberg's book on trade in the Mediterranean via Geniza documents, that you have to look at the small mixed cargoes, you have to look at the way in which the Jewish traders are actually organizing the movement of primary products from the hinterlands to the markets, or you're not going to understand the system. It's not just about getting like peppercorns from India. There's a lot more sort of unglamorous stuff like flax that you have to look at. So Syria wasn't poor, but its wealth was more diffuse, and so extracting it required more effort and more manpower. The Fatimids taxed their subjects in various ways, via levies on the transit trade, including the outright confiscation of goods, of which there is considerable evidence in the Geniza, via taxes on land, via capitation taxes, including the tax on non-Muslims, and via special one-time taxes. Special one-time taxes seem to have been a particular Syrian problem, and we see it reflected in Geniza sources. So here's how this worked. Syria was organized into 5 separate districts with their regional capitals as on this map. And the multiplicity of centers, of regional centers, actually hints at the problem, which is that the Fatimids found that even the regional capitals couldn't consistently extract wealth and send it to Cairo. The problem was that Syria was characterized by interlocking realms of wilderness and civilization, right? So semi-nomads on the one hand and settled agriculturalists on the other, or eremos and oikumene, as Peter Brown has put it, in Society and the Holy, because this is not just a medieval problem. The proximity of the settled and the nomadic also meant that Syria was exposed periodically to Bedouin raids. And the Fatimids had to spend an inordinate amount of wealth attempting to quash the tribes who would perennially challenge their hold on Syria's outer fringes, also their control over the roads, and thus their control over the transit trade. Fighting the Bedouin required huge outlays of money, and the best way to raise money quickly, if you needed to, was a one-time tax. And the most effective way to levy a one-time tax was to turn to the religious solidarity groups. So you see where I'm going with this. If you further Jewish solidarity, you raise revenue more quickly and easily. So this is a letter in which the Gaon of the Jerusalem Yeshiva writes to some of his constituents and says, we need money because we're being taxed and we need it really quickly. So can you please help us? When he writes, he uses a piece of rhetoric, we've lost everything and we're naked, grieving, and poor. That's kind of standard boilerplate in petitions from poor people to rich patrons. And it's a kind of form of persuasion that he can use because he's speaking this language that anybody reading this letter is going to understand. Whereas the Fatimids, if they want to tax, they have to use coercion. There's simply no other way to do it. This kind of taxation by proxy, and also I would say, conducting serious policy with the help or with the use of local elites was the case for more than just the Jews of Palestine. The Fatimids used the Copts as a link to their southern frontiers in Nubia and Abyssinia because the Coptic Church controlled clerical appointments there, and Nubia and Abyssinia were important because of the lucrativeness of taxes on the transit trade from the south. The Fatimids used their Sulayhid vassals in the Yemen as links to the India trade, and when that relationship foundered, they discovered that Jewish traders in Aden could do just as well. Nor is it an accident that when the Fatimids' hold on Syria began to loosen in the 1070s, the India trade expanded via the Red Sea and Aden. So I think you can already see why Goitein's description of the Fatimids as laissez-faire is misleading. The state had an interest in extracting wealth, and one of the ways it did this was to support the religious solidarity groups. Near Eastern polities had tried intermittently to do something like this for millennia, and in fact, you could argue that the Jews, as an ancient Near Eastern people, owe their very existence to the Achaemenids and the fact that the Achaemenids decided to patronize their cultic center in Jerusalem. So they needed the Jews to go back to Jerusalem because, and rebuild their temple because that was actually very convenient for them to have a local elite there. The kind of principle of rule via local elites is actually typical of large agrarian empires for one simple reason: the thinness of manpower on the ground. This is a basic, I always have to remind my students that this is a basic demographic fact of the pre-modern world. There were just very few people. There were also very few people on the planet Earth 100 years ago compared to now, but in the Middle Ages even more so. And so if you have a territorially extensive empire, and you want it to last, then you had to get around some basic constraints. Distance, manpower, obstacles to transportation, like winter, right? Because ships sailed only 6 months of the year. And you could get around these inconvenient constraints in a couple of different ways: local elites and written instruments. And those aren't mutually exclusive. So rulers would produce written records to defy distance by dispatching orders across space, and their chancery clerks and copyists mitigated the sort of endemic lack of manpower by making orders authenticatable at a distance. Writing and record keeping are really almost synonymous with the large multi-generational empires of the Near East. So in a way, what I'm saying is obvious, but it's something that I think bears consideration. And when communications failed, what you needed is trust. So rulers would shift some power away from the center into the hands of local elites. So it's no accident that among the Arabic script documents of the Geniza, there are 3 genres that are particularly abundant. One is writs of investiture, which empowered local leaders. Another is tax receipts that attest to the regular taxes being largely the preserve of tax farmers. And so I'm just starting to decide, like in the last few months, that I think my next big project is going to have to be on tax farmers, because they're everywhere in the Geniza and nobody's really studied them. And they're sort of these like fascinating figures. I mean, what were they, what was life like for them, I wonder? And then also petitions, which were an effective way for caliphs to regulate the bad behavior of their local officials by hearing complaints about them. So petitions were actually a very convenient way to kind of counterbalance this issue of relying on local elites and local administrators, because if they got too big for their britches and some subject submitted a petition against them, you could simply have them sacked. So if the purpose of the local solidarity groups was to ease the challenges of taxation, then the purpose of the petition and response procedure, the grievance tribunals, was to ensure the political legitimacy of the regime. In other words, in both cases, the point was, how can we find a way of deploying persuasion rather than force? So all of this makes the Fatimid state, I think, well within range for typical pre-industrial states of the complex sort. And here, when I use that phrase, pre-industrial states of the complex sort, I'm relying on a wonderful book by the late Patricia Crona called Pre-Industrial Societies, which for me has become required reading for all of my undergraduate seminars, because it's a book in which she kind of methodically and very wittily, as was her style, sort of undoes all of the assumptions of modernity. So you take a group of undergrads and you kind of say, here, read this the first week of class, and then they're really like in the right frame of mind for understanding what's going to go on in the rest of the course. It's also a book that's written in a very, I would say, like Weberian sociological abstract style, which I always thought would be a deterrent to assigning it to undergraduate students, but to my great delight, every time I assign it, they come back and they say, like in the 10th week of the course, I'm so glad you made us read that at the beginning of the semester, because we could not possibly have understood what was going on afterwards without it. It was really a service to the field that Crona did with that one. So all of this makes the Fatimid state pretty typical, largely agrarian, disproportionately focused on extraction through the taxation of land and the transit trade, desperately hampered by thinness of manpower on the ground, and inordinately dependent on local elites. What's extraordinary, what's exceptional about the Fatimid state is the degree of detail in which it's documented from the bottom up. And that's where I want to argue its importance lies for the history of the pre-modern world. There's a long paper trail that leaves little doubt that state institutions were, under the Fatimids, were palpable to the point of ubiquity. These state institutions did things in a predictable fashion, because administrators, by definition, need predictability in order to do their jobs. And that same predictability or regularity also made state institutions navigable. Both the rulers and the ruled alike had an interest in knowing how to talk to each other. The rulers, if they were going to extract revenue and mete out justice, and the ruled, if they were to avoid rendering too much of the first and in return receiving too little of the second. So just a brief word on this kind of ubiquity. This really began to strike me when I started looking at the state documents in the Geniza, because even if you ignore the state documents, if you just look at documents in Hebrew script that are written for the internal consumption of the Jewish community and have nothing to do with state institutions, you begin to see evidence of the state's ubiquity in many, many unexpected places. So in about 4,000 letters from a period of 2 centuries, I found hundreds of mentions of titled Fatimid and Ayyubid officials many, if not most of them, totally unattested in Arabic chronicles. Nearly 100 emirs, 77 officials whose titles end in ad-dawla, like Amin ad-dawla, Sharaf ad-dawla, Nasr ad-dawla, which is like a typical title that the caliph would grant to an upper-ranking official, and a few dozen that end, with other endings like al-mulk, including the notable case of a certain Sa'd al-Mulk, who had been a disciple of a great rabbi and then became a titled Fatimid official, which we know because a former teacher of his, as his rabbinic yeshiva, extends him warm greetings in a letter. So there's a lot more overlap between state institutions and sort of rabbinic culture than I think has been noted. There's a kind of audible and ongoing din of chatter about the state that means that you don't even need to be focusing on the corpus of actual Arabic state documents in order to hear it. And here I'm just again going to go rapidly through some documents. There are a lot of references to rescripts and decrees, to the process of actually getting these administrative documents into one's hands. So we see here, I think it's here, I can't really see, the Gaon of Jerusalem trying to quell a breakaway faction of Iraqis by getting a rescript of investiture from the provincial administration in Damascus. Other petitions from Gaonim asking caliphs for investitures during conflicts with rival factions. A Jewish tax farmer in Damietta in 1106 who refers to the rights vested in him by virtue of his rescript of appointment. A man complains to the head of the Jews about a certain ingrate for whom he had even arranged a rescript canceling his capitation tax. A letter from a trader saying that he had asked a colleague to take a rescript from the vizier to the Qadi al-Qudat, the chief Qadi, decreeing that my situation be examined. So you might object that the long-distance traders are obviously going to have officials on their minds because they're the ones who needed the government to help them transport goods. You couldn't transport a large volume of goods unless you did it on ships owned by government officials. They were the ones who dealt with officials in the course of rendering the transit taxes, and they were also the ones who did their best to avoid government officials through nice things like false labeling practices. Jessica Goldberg has a wonderful passage on false labeling practices, which is this is very significant. But officials are also on the mind of regular folk, including an otherwise unknown person named Yefet Ben Shela, who writes to an equally unknown person named Yosef Cohen, by God will deliver into your hands a rescript of the government. So the state was ubiquitous. People paid taxes to it, avoided paying taxes to it, petitioned it, heard decrees read aloud. They knew when to take their cases to a qadi, a rabbi, a bishop, or a state-run tribunal. And petitions and decrees were even right under the eyes of Jews who passed their entire lives without ever dealing directly with the government because they used them as supports, as basically as scrap paper, as supports for their own private manuscripts. There's evidence, and there's evidence that's now being found by somebody named Oded Zinger, who's a postdoc at Duke, who's discovered that not only did Jews seem to know when you should take your case from the courts, out of the courts to the state-run tribunals, he's noted that there's a disproportionate number of women in all of the cases that he's looked at, a disproportionate number of women who either threaten to take their cases out of rabbinical courts or out of qadi courts and take them to the state-run tribunals, or else who actually make good on their threats and do it. So it seems to be that the state is kind of representing itself as the protector of people who don't have other means of protection. So that's all by way of saying that the state was, in a sense, ubiquitous. But that doesn't make it totalitarian, right? A pre-modern or pre-industrial state could never have been a totalitarian state simply by virtue of the constraints of technology and demography. It simply can't happen. In the interest of time, I'm just going to pose a question instead of attempting to answer it, which has to do with who actually wrote petitions. If you were a petitioner who wanted to submit a complaint or a request to the state, who physically wrote the petition for you? Did you have to go to Cairo to have it written, or could you stay, say, in the Fayoum where you were from and have some local official do it for you there? This is a question that I'm in the process of trying to answer through paleographic evidence. I haven't found enough evidence in the sources detailing the really specific kind of ins and outs of the petition and response procedure to give me a clear enough picture of who was actually writing petitions for people, unless I've missed something in here. I hope, Paul, that you will tell me if you found anything, because I'm hardly an expert when it comes to the literary sources. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is sort of like compare the writing in petitions and also see if there's some connection, I'm going to skip this, between the handwriting that you find on petitions and the handwriting that you find in tax receipts. Petitions are very particular looking documents, and they're a highly coherent corpus in terms of their look. For their wording and their calligraphy and their layout, you couldn't just sit down and write one unless you had some training to be able to do it. And the only thing that actually looks like a Fatimid petition is a Fatimid decree, right, written in the chancery. So that suggests that there's some kind of centralized management, at least of the training of scribes for the petition and response procedure. But more than that, I can't say. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe the documents themselves hold an answer to this. As far as connections to the tax receipts, this is the bit of the presentation that did not pass muster with my group. We spent Wednesday afternoon looking through a number of petitions and tax receipts are wonderful documents because they contain 5 different hands on each small receipt, and we kind of looked hand by hand and tried to see whether it could be that in fact some of these people are doing double duty, and it's very hard to demonstrate, especially because they tend to be writing stock phrases like Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen or something like that, which is almost like, it almost has like a template, right? So you can't really use that so well for paleographic analysis. So that's still in process, and I don't have an answer on that one yet. But there is a kind of methodological point to be made here, and that is how much procedural information can be gathered from state documents via things like paleography and layout. In other words, this is really where the materiality of the sources comes in handy. Looking at procedure, working from the bottom all the way up to the top, right? This is history from the bottom, but from the bottom all the way up to the top of the state ranks. And instead of, so this is the thing that we're trying to do with this NEH ACLS group, is that instead of focusing, as has traditionally been done in the Geniza field, on the free text, right? In other words, zeroing in on like the particular case of like, you know, there was this couple who got married and then they got divorced and, you know, that kind of thing, which is really great. I mean, it gives you the human drama. We're focusing on the boilerplate, the kind of like boring, predictable formulary that people haven't looked at because it's boring and predictable. For us, it's the most exciting bit because it's kind of the, it's the best evidence that we have for the interaction between institutions and people, for what the scribes actually thought they were doing when they were running the institutions that we don't actually have that much other information about. I mean, this is really, we're trying to like do this institutional history on the micro level. Some documents are very helpful because they actually have explicit mentions of procedure, things like registration marks and actually the life course of a document and where it goes from the moment of its composition until when it's read aloud or when it's archived. And other documents are helpful because they show in very graphic form evidence, physical evidence of the process that brought them into being. So in conclusion, the Fatimid administrative machinery, I think, demonstrates a level of consciousness, of conscientiousness, of detail orientation, and of attention to pragmatics that cannot be called laissez-faire, and nor can it be called despotic. The Fatimid principles of governance were basically these: use local elites, but check their dynastic potential through the court of complaints. In other words, so I skipped a whole part of my talk where I wanted to say, the problem with relying on local elites, as the Fatimids did in Ifriqiya with the Zirids, for example, is that they can throw you over. Basically, they can form like a hereditary dynasty, and then they can start saying the khutbah in the name of the Abbasid caliph, and then you're really in trouble. And so, one way of checking the potential for local leaders to kind of produce their own dynasties and become too independent is to have the sovereign court of complaints, where people are allowed to complain against them. Tax the long distance, so more Fatimid principles of government, tax the long distance high profit margin trade by requiring commercial voyages to be on government craft. Leave the rest to tax farmers, who are very convenient because this is, although it's an indirect form of taxation, it's also guaranteed extraction. Leave some of the taxation to communal leaders, which is like, basically utilize soft power and religious ideology instead of coercion. Staff the bureaucracies, but encourage petitioning. So use the complaints of your subjects to displace the responsibility for sacking lower officials from the caliph to some kind of abstract notion of justice, which isn't to say that they didn't also believe in justice. It's just to say that they were very conscious. If you read the chancery manuals and other texts about this, the Fatimids are very conscious of using sovereign justice as a way to convince people that they have recourse, right? There's a lot of emphasis on the appearance here. So the state apparatus was detail-oriented, it was large, it was wealthy, and it was pervasive, and that, I think, can provide us with one answer to the question of why we should care about the state. The wealth of Cairo, especially when we study its material culture, has to be explained, not just assumed. So we should care about how the state worked because Fatimid subjects cared about how it worked, and also because all of this taxation meant that the state had a lot of capital, and the wherewithal to produce, and more importantly, to commission and to consume many of the material artifacts that have survived. Thank you.
Do you have questions or comments? I think it lights up. Yes, in the back?
Yes, I have a two-part question based on abysmal ignorance, I'm sorry to say. But I was always under the impression that the Geniza existed for documents with Hebrew because it was a sacred language. First part of the question then, so how do these Arabic documents get in there, or why are they in there? And number two, is there a digitizing project ongoing? I mean, how do you see the manuscript that you need to see?
Yeah. I like to wear pajamas when I'm looking at Geniza documents because they have been digitized. So the Arabic script documents in the Geniza, this is a question that I think probably has several different answers. You're absolutely correct that the whole reason that the cache existed in the first place is a belief in the sacredness of Hebrew script. Not necessarily because the documents contain the name of God, although that's one theory. The truth is, like, if we were capable of doing ethnographic field work among the Jews of Fustat in the 11th century, and we asked every single one of them, well, why do you place your documents in the Geniza? You'd probably get a lot of different answers. So I don't actually believe in kind of looking at rabbinic injunction as like a way to explain the existence of the Geniza. I think there were all kinds of different practices. And one of the practices seems to be that when people would go and dump their archives, they wouldn't really sort through it. They would just kind of dump everything. That doesn't explain why you have so many state documents in the Geniza that have absolutely nothing to do with Jews. And that is something that, that I'm sort of working on. I mean, one thing is that we know that decrees issued by the Chancery, which had this very broad line spacing, so lots of blank space, made really good writing material for drafts because there was so much blank space. So that's one thing that keeps coming up over and over again is you'll see some kind of Hebrew script text with a gigantic line of Arabic across it. And, you know, were we supercomputers, we could actually like make lots of joins and figure out decrees. I mean, the best I've been able to do so far, thanks to the good graces of a colleague of mine who works on a rabbinic text that was copied by somebody in the 11th century on the back of a Fatimid decree. He joined 7 fragments together because he had more text density than I did. And then he sends it to me, he says, what's on the back? And I said, oh my God, you just reconstructed a meter, 23 centimeters of a Fatimid decree. I could never have done this myself. And then the best part of the story was we get an email from a graduate student in Frankfurt who found yet another piece of the same thing, that it was like the top piece, so it kind of like solved the whole puzzle for us. So that's one way that Arabic script text got in there. I suspect that Jews were also keeping a lot of Arabic script texts on hand, especially scribes, for use as models. So there's a large number of documents from Qadi courts where there's no Jewish plaintiff or defendant in the case. And there's also evidence that Jewish scribes in rabbinical courts lifted entire segments of boilerplate from Qadi court documents and used them in rabbinical court documents. So my colleague Eva Krakowski discovered an instance where there was a new clause in a Jewish marriage document. You see the scribe writing to his boss and saying, I want to put these clauses in. Can you please tell me if they're okay because the couple's standing here waiting? And the clauses are in Aramaic, and Eve discovered that they're a direct Aramaic translation of Arabic clauses in Islamic marriage contracts that had never been used in a Jewish marriage contract before. So, you know, on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's really strange, because we had this idea of religions as being separate and schools of law as being separate and the scribes as being sort of the standing armies of these schools of law. On the other hand, it's not so strange, because if you're the scribe and you want to figure out how to make a written instrument valid, and you want to kind of like please your constituency and say, okay, well, let's give the people what they want. Of course, you're going to go down the block and knock on the door of, the Qadi court and say to the scribe, you got anything on this? I mean, it just makes sense to do. So that's another possible explanation, but there are probably as many different explanations as there are types of Arabic script document in the Geniza. As far as digitization goes, yes, there is a very, very large and very successful and ongoing digitization project called the Friedberg Geniza Project, funded by a Canadian philanthropist who, happens to also have written a dissertation on Maimonides. He's actually interested in the material. The idea is, so the Geniza, the texts from the Geniza are now housed in something like 200 libraries and private collections all over the world. So, reuniting the thing is never going to happen in physical space. So the idea is to virtually reunite the Geniza online. And one thing is the images. It's great to have them. That means that I can look at medieval manuscripts in my pajamas. I love that. On the other hand, there's an even more important, I think, less obvious benefit of the Friedberg Project. One is that they've accumulated bibliography on every Geniza fragment, where it's been cited, where it's been published, and that is, information that is absolutely priceless and sometimes takes forever to track down, and they've gone and done it. And the other thing is that they're computer programmers. The head of the Friedberg Geniza Project, a man named Yakov Shweka, is a computational linguist who was a professor of computer science at Bar Ilan, and in his retirement, he deals with very large textual databases. That's what he does. So he was the one who kind of brought the Friedberg Geniza Project into being, and he and his son, Ronnie Shweka, who's both a medieval scholar and a computational linguist, have developed algorithms for matching fragmentary manuscripts with potential joins. And there are 3 different algorithms on the site right now. So you can put in a fragment and come out with suggestions of joins. It's mainly false positives, but every once in a while you find a hit that you never would have been able to find just with the naked eye. So yes, digitization is ongoing. I should also just mention, because I'm its director, that the Princeton Geniza project is a much, much smaller project that's designed to put transcriptions of documents online and to make them text searchable. So we've got a corpus of 4,300 just documents. We don't deal with the literary texts yet. We probably won't. And we're trying to expand the corpus. We also want to add translations, and ultimately what we'd like to be able to do, and this is in cooperation with Jessica Goldberg at UCLA, is you see a photograph of a Geniza document and you can hover your mouse over it, and up pops a transcription and a translation, or more than one transcription and translation, because sometimes scholars don't agree on what these things mean. That's the long-term goal. I don't know how long it's going to take us, but ultimately that's what we'd like to do. Yes. Sorry, Nicole.
I'd like to ask a question about this particular document and to try to understand it a little better.
Yes.
It's a receipt. The tax farmer, it's not actually a receipt for people's taxes. It's a receipt from the tax farmer who was paid something. Now, my understanding of tax farmer is somebody who pays up front and then goes out and keeps whatever he collects.
Right.
So what is this receipt actually for? His original payment? In other words, this receipt doesn't actually come, I suppose, I don't know, from Fustat, from Fayoum. It comes from Cairo.
Exactly.
And now when and what were the circumstances, what's the background on this piece of, wonderful by the way, a piece of, what is it?
Paper.
Paper.
You're recapitulating exactly the discussion that I've been having with the team for the last 2 weeks, because Naïm Fantichem, this postdoc from Belgium, is really good at reading these things. And this is not for the faint of heart paleographically. And so he kind of gave us the anatomy of the tax document, but he's a philologist. So he wasn't thinking in terms of like who's going where and doing what. So we kind of all sat together and said, okay, let's see if we can figure out the process. And so I'll just say 2 things about that. One is the process seems to be that the tax farmer, we know his name, Abul Hassan ibn Wahab, probably a Jew, because those are names that translate very easily to Hebrew names, and they're common among Jews in this period, takes his bag of dinars and brings them to Cairo and says, here you go. they issue him a receipt, but in order for him to actually have a valid receipt, it has to be, first of all, registered and second of all, validated. So these marks at the top are requests from the different accounting offices, the accounting office and then the office of the supervision of accounts, saying, can you please register it in your bureau? And then right underneath it, you find the actual registration marks. And then presumably they hand it back to him. They keep their accounts. The central government keeps their accounts in a ledger, probably by folio. But this loose sheet they hand back to Abu Hassan ibn Wahab, and then he keeps it in his archive. So that's part one of the answer. Part two of the answer is that many of his receipts have been found in the Geniza, all from a period between 1012 and 1015. All of them in the hand of the same scribe, a Christian, named Mikhail ibn Abd al-Masih, can't be anything other than Christian, which actually stands to reason because the agrarian administration under the Fatimids was heavily staffed by Christians. Jeffrey Kahn published, I think, 19 of these. Naim Fantichem, this postdoc, found a 20th in Budapest. He presented it to us 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, and the very next day, completely randomly, I got an email from a paper conservator at JTS saying, I heard an interview that you did on tablet, and I understand that you're interested in these Arabic script documents. I just conserved 3 boxes of them. Here's a Dropbox link. So immediately, I'm like a crack addict, and I'm like going through all these documents, and I hit on this one. And it's clear to me from the handwriting that it's from the same archive. So it seems that this Jewish tax farmer just kind of dumped his archive of tax receipts in the Geniza, which is wonderful, because now we have this whole record of a process. Jeffrey Kahn was the first to decipher these, and he said to me that he had a really, really hard time reading them until he discovered that one of the documents was not in the hand of Mikhail ibn Abd al-Masih, but in the hand of his son, which is much more legible. And he cracked the one in the hand of the son, and then he went back to all the ones in the hand of the father and said, aha, now I know what they say. So that's, a little behind the scenes view.
Follow up. Then each of these receipts would be his receipt for the tax farm of a particular perhaps village or town in Fayoum that he had. He had the right for a number of places, but separate.
We don't know how many places, because all of the documents are for the same like compound or set of lands in. It says Lidaya bi Medinat al-Fayoum. I think that's what they all say. So we don't know how extensive his farm was.
I wondered just a small question about the terminology. If I'm not wrong, the Hebrew terminology for decree was something like tuqira or something like that. And in one of the Arabic thing that you have shown was wuqi'a for a decree. So is there something relationship between the Arabic and the Hebrew here?
So the word there are several different words for decree. We had a very interesting seminar with Paul Walker a few weeks ago at Princeton where he talked about this, that there's the sigil, which is actually from the Greek sigilion, the manshur, the sigil manshur. I mean, there are all kinds of words for decree, and we don't know exactly how many types there were. Whereas the word tawqiyah, I have seen used specifically in the sense of rescript, meaning it could lead to a decree, but what it is it's the decision that's made on a petition. So waqa is the technical term, it's a verb used to write a decision on a petition. What's really interesting, and that's Arabic. What's interesting is that in Hebrew, when Jews are writing letters in Hebrew and they're trying to find a word for decree, they could just as easily have used the Arabic word, it would not have been a problem. But instead, they draw on the biblical term, which ultimately comes from Persian, nishdevan. So it's a really interesting instance of like a Achaemenid administrative vocabulary having a very long afterlife into the Middle Ages. So there are all kinds of technical terms, and ultimately we'll list them all and put them on a website somewhere, and you can have fun with them.
And the other image, like the other letter that came at the top of some of the papers, I mean, there was ta, there was something that to me looks like lam and ya, actually going the other direction. And I'm asking myself if this is something that could be related, like the V that we do with the vedere, to show the idea that it has been written or it has been read or something like that. Could it work?
It could very well work. In fact, Tamar Alethi's theory is that it's something like a check mark. Jeffrey Kahn has a theory that at least several of these marks should be read tilwahu, following it. Right? So in other words, like this has been copied what's below. Ultimately, I just can't give you an answer now. We need more sequences of information before we can really, give a solid interpretation. But the fact that there's a scribal code is beyond dispute.
So, a question out of utter ignorance of Arabic diplomatics, but by analogy, using Latin diplomatics categories. When you look at documents emanating from the Chancery, decrees, rescripts, and on the other hand, documents addressed to the Chancery, do you say the same forms in the intitulatio, datatio, subscriptio? Is it the same repertoire of Chancery vocabulary, or is it different?
So there's a difference between vocabulary and structure. I think you're asking about structure, right? Diplomatic structure?
Yes, and also formulae.
And also formulae.
Both with structure and formulae.
Okay, so that's two different things. I have to write this down. So for structure, there are striking parallels between Latin diplomatic and Arabic diplomatic, and all of those terms, like the intitulatio and the whole list of them, you could probably map on to what Jeffrey Kahn discovered is a standard 8-part structure of the Arabic petition. Whether there's direct influence from Byzantine petitioning or not is a complicated question, because in the Greek papyri, the petitions that you see from the Roman period are a totally different type of petition, where the person being petitioned is a lower official, a strategos, and the person against whom the complaint is being made is usually another private subject or citizen. These are not complaints about official abuses, which is how most of the Fatimid petitions are structured. So whether there's really continuity from one type of petition to the other, I don't know. And then I just want to say about pieces of formulary. I haven't actually looked at this yet, but I've been talking to a friend of mine named Ari Bryan, who is a Greek papyrologist, about organizing a conference on petitioning, transhistorically, transculturally, medieval China, early modern Britain. Let's see what we can do. And when I read his book, which is called Violence in Roman Egypt, which has a bunch of Greek petitions that are, translated and laid out, there are actual pieces of rhetoric that you see in the Greek that I found in the Fatimid petitions as well. And so again, how much continuity there's perfectly plausible that there would be direct continuity, except that the Arabic petition as a specific form distinct from the letter, from just a letter in which you ask for something, is an artifact of the 4th Islamic century. So how much continuity really could there be? It's a problem, and it's a very interesting one.
What about from continuity?
Yeah.
Going back to your question of who is the scribe, so I wanted to know, someone who is writing to the Chancery, as opposed to someone in the Chancery who is writing up the document, do they seem to apply the same documentary practices?
Right. That's one of the arguments that I'm making. In terms of form, no, because the structure of the decree and the structure of petition are quite different. In terms of layout, script, both mise en page and mise en texte, all of the kind of physical attributes of these documents are absolutely analogous. The only thing is that the petition is smaller. The script is smaller, the line spacing is not quite as insanely wide. The documents themselves are physically smaller, but otherwise the petition is like the decree writ small. And there aren't that many other types of documents in this period that look like that. Only letters written by high officials to other high officials. There's a particular subset of state documents that look like this. So does that suggest that there's centralized training or not? To be considered.
Are all of these documents written by state-employed scribes, official employees of the state? Or do you see anything that's written by a petitioner in their own hand?
Right.
And then just an add-on to that, what percentage of the population here is actually literate, capable of reading these documents on their own?
Right. I'll take the second question first, and then I'll show you an example that relates to the first question. Literacy in any pre-industrial society is going to be very low. I once did a study of this and then tried to compare it with some studies that people did of Roman Egypt and other places, and it seems like, at least among the Jewish community represented in the Geniza, maybe 10% of men could read on a good day, read meaningfully, like read new texts, that they'd never seen before, as opposed to just following along, which a lot of people could do, which is actually really high for pre-industrial society, and it's easily explained by the fact that Jews were disproportionately urbanized. So they had like organized educational institutions. Who could read this stuff? We actually have some evidence of that because there are copies of Arabic petitions in Hebrew script in which there clearly seems to be some misreadings. So yeah, they could read them, but did they always get it right? They have the same problem we do, which is paleography. So then I just want to show you an answer to your first question, which is there any evidence that petitions are not being written by officials, but by others? Okay, so this is in fact the piece of evidence. Let me just scroll back for a second. So this is a set of draft petitions that a scholar named Samuel Stern published in 1969. 6 drafts of the same text. You can kind of see this is a Jewish petitioner writing in Judeo-Arabic, so Arabic and Hebrew characters, kind of groping and struggling to figure out like exactly how to present this case without, in the most convincing way. He's actually trying to complain about 2 high officials, and he wants to say things about them that are like, obviously there's wrongdoing here, but he doesn't want to be too harsh because then he's going to like ruin his own chances of getting the petition responded to. And so he's like groping, and then this is the brilliant thing that Stern did, is he found that this is a join between a text in Cambridge and a text in Oxford, that this is drafts number 7 and 8 of exactly the same thing. And draft number 7 you can see is still in Hebrew script, and then there's some kind of a liturgical text at the bottom of that page. But draft number 8 is in Arabic script, and it's in an Arabic script that is clearly different from the Arabic script of the original guy drafting it. So what does this mean? To me, this suggests, on the one hand, that the guy is sitting there struggling with how to say it, and once he's kind of hit on, okay, this is the way I want to do it, he brings in the professional, and he says, okay, now you sit down and write the draft. But the professional comes in, and he doesn't say, okay, let me get a fresh piece of paper, and like write. He says, give me that. And he takes the thing on which he's actually written draft number 7 and says, let me write my draft on the back. That suggests to me a degree of maybe familiarity between the two. So what I started to ask myself is this scribe of the petition actually a Jewish government employee? It's possible. We know that in this particular period, so 1040, there were quite a few Jews who were staffing the bureaucracy. We know their names in some cases. And it could very well be that as a condition of working in the bureaucracy, you actually had to know how to write like this. That's not to say that this was true in every case, right? But there could be a kind of like, you could go to an official that you didn't know who could write it for you, and we have some evidence that that actually happened, or you could go to some official who was like part of your community and get it written. Could you actually sit down and write one of these? I think not if you were not actually a government official and had some training in this kind of thing.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It's wonderful. I was curious about the terms you're applying to the handwriting and things you're calling mark, and you're talking about official handwriting and chancery hand, and you're very carefully avoiding signatures. And if there's any kind of what your logic is for how you're calling these things, and then if there's any stamps or seals or any kind of easily replicable signs or symbols within the documents.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I am using the term chancery hand. High Fatimid style is another term that I've used. I can't make the whole argument here. It's about 4 chapters of the book that I'm trying to finish right now, where I'm talking about the development of a specific Fatimid style that in some ways is based on Abbasid chancery precedents, which we can reconstruct both from papyri and also from chancery manuals. But the Fatimids kind of added their own thing to it. And I'm really just working from the evidence that this kind of hand is a hand that you see on official documents, so you don't see in another type of documents. So that's my terminology. But there's also a certain amount of theorization about it in the literature. So you can really, you figure out that it comes from the chancery. It has its roots in the Abbasid chancery, but not the Abbasids. The Abbasid officials who are writing in Egypt. It's a central Iraqi Abbasid phenomenon. Signatures, there are 2 kinds of signatures. There's the official kind of cipher signature of actual officials like the caliph and the vizier called the alama, which in some cases is legible and in other cases is quite stylized. And that is absolutely cognate with the chancery style. It's a signature cipher on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's written in this kind of script. And then there are kind of normal, average, everyday signatures, which I wasn't avoiding. It's just that you don't really see them on these documents. You see them on lots and lots of court documents, and they're a very rich source of information, especially about literacy. When people are signing in kind of awkward block Hebrew characters, it suggests that they never learned how to write the kind of fluent semi-documentary Hebrew script that is really a mark of literacy. So yeah, I agree with you. Signatures are a great source of information.
In terms of stamps or any printed seals?
Oh yeah,
there
they're seals. There are 2 or 3 seals that have turned up in the Geniza. One is from a piece of Gaona correspondence from Baghdad. The other one I can't remember. They're very, very, very few. The person who's studying them now is Judith Olshobi-Schlanger at the École Pratique des Hautes Études. She's done some really nice work on seals, but they're a rarity in the Geniza material. They might be a rarity because the conservators took them off. I just don't know.
I was wondering, it's so fascinating to hear more about the digitization projects, and I'm wondering about the materiality of these new digital projects and if that helps or hinders the understanding of the original materiality. And since it's a new thing, how does it color the way that we are seeing these older documents?
That's a great question. It's something I spend a lot of time thinking about. There's kind of 2 schools of thought on this. One is like, you have the image digitally, why do you ever need to look at the original again? That's obviously not the school of thought that I subscribe to. I think you need both. The digital image is enormously helpful because if it's high enough resolution, you can zero in and see things that you can't see with the naked eye. There are ultraviolet USB microscopes that you can put on your computer and kind of like run over a manuscript. I haven't had very much luck with those, so I still really like the high resolution digital images. At the same time, you can sit there looking at an image and you can read that it's 20 centimeters by 50 centimeters, but you're not really going to get like an intuitive sense of the size of the kind of physical semiotics of the document unless you're sitting right in front of it. So I always tell my students, you've got to see the original. You can't say anything about it until you've sat in the same room with it. You can decipher the whole text in your pajamas, but then you've got to go to the library. And actually, and just to kind of sum that up, I think that the digital and the physical, in a way, they really reinforce each other. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not an either-or proposition.
I want to go in a completely different direction, and I was quite taken by your description of Syria as this sort of hard-to-manage land, and that the constituent, some constituent parts of making it so chaotic is the rise in Bedouinization, actually, a rise in loss of settled territory, and it's very much connected with the 10th and early 11th century. All sorts of both climatic issues. We now know, if you actually have followed anything that Dick Bullitt has just written, there is this major drought, something's happening, and so all of a sudden you have areas that were settled, loose settlement, and it reminded me actually of my early days as a graduate student and working at al-Qahira. There was people just left. And of course, they disappeared, maybe, but in fact, they just went into their alternate way of living, which is basically Bedouin. Now, taking that model and then moving it into Egypt, Egypt always had agriculture. So in what way do our understanding of what administrative practices for the Nile Valley, they always color the way in which we look at every other province. Why? Because we have the most information, it's always continuous, and therefore, how did the Fatimids change the way in which the Nile Valley was administered? And probably the only way of knowing is actually through these kinds of documents.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence about things like about famine, about low Niles, about fears of shortage, about stockpiling of grain, about a rise in grain prices due to a low Nile. We've a lot of information, not actually just from Geniza documents, also from al-Makrizi and other authors who compiled this kind of information. And there's been some work on it. One of the things that keeps, I can't answer, is like you're raising fantastic issues and I can't address everything, but I'll just kind of throw some things out there. One of the things that I keep seeing cropping up in these fragmentary decrees, which are like so frustrating because you really have no idea what the hell they're talking about, but every once in a while I get another decree fragment that refers to canals, right? So there's a lot of canals in these fragmentary decrees, and clearly the Fatimids are up to something with trying to maintain the canals. How that compares to before and after the Fatimids, I don't know, because I don't have enough depth of historical knowledge. Bedouinization in Syria, there was a lot of work on this, like back in the day, like Claude Cain's work on the Ayarun, and trying to link this all to sort of like there's a surplus of bored, unemployed men who are creating havoc, and then trying to link that to Bedouinization. I don't know what the status of it is, but if anyone wants to work on it, the Geniza is like a gold mine of that stuff. I mean, you see so much evidence of chaos that's being, created particularly by semi-nomads in the 11th century, in the first half of the 11th century in particular. That's really reflected there. Does that help or?
No, I'm just, I'm trying to sort of connect it with what I know on the ground.
Yeah.
And it's not so much that it's a different nature of population. So in Syria, you have a population that can be settled, but at a particular moment, for whatever reasons, just packs up and leaves. Whereas in Egypt, I'm not sure that the settled folk can as easily turn to transhuman behavior.
Right.
Or further, that in fact the transhumans that aren't always there as in a kind of an interstices, because
right.
we have various Bedouin groups here and there, are not accounted for as much or don't appear as much. Somehow the Syrian example is so overwhelming that I've never really thought of actually looking for the
like why it's not happening
Arab within the Nile.
So briefly, I just say that I think that the mechanisms of redistribution in Egypt are much tighter. And this I'm also seeing in the petitions, that people's grain is getting confiscated, presumably for stockpiling purposes by emirs, and then they're petitioning for its return. In Syria, I have a feeling that what the Fatimids really cared about was the ports, because that's where the money was.
Yes. Thank you.
You talked about documents that had white spaces in them.
Yeah.
After or kind of
Decrees.
So I was just wondering, are the spaces there because the writing material was expensive and this is the way you showed your wealth, or is it left for commentary?
Okay, so there's it depends on which period you're looking at. In the Fatimid period, I'm pretty sure it's just straight up conspicuous consumption, or what Tamar Lethi calls the sovereign privilege of waste. Like, we're the government, we can do this. In the Mamluk period, you get a totally different phenomenon where you still have the wide line spacing, but if you look at a Mamluk waqfiyya, a foundation document for a waqf, you'll have many different hands over a long period of time, so that the whole document becomes kind of like an archive in and of itself. There's a guy in France, Julien Loiseau, who's done really nice work on these Mamluk documents, kind of reading them as an archive over time. So it's different practices depending on the time period.
I have a question for you. You just mentioned in this talk today that there are formulas that are very important and very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've worked, and probably your book that you're working on right now has a lot about this, on the parallels between the formulae that appear in Arabic state documents and in the formulas that appear in documents written in Hebrew script by the Jewish community, and also in the ways in which the writing is actually physically put on the page.
Yeah.
And I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I can. I might somewhere in here have a slide that even refers to that. So I'm actually not talking about that in the book I'm working on now, because the book is really not about Jews at all, which is kind of a departure for me. Although it obviously uses a lot of Jewish information. But I did get curious about the same thing, which is, are Jews getting influenced by Fatimid chancery practice? And so I wrote an article for the Mark Cohen Festschrift in which I addressed it, and it turns out that, so I got the idea because I was rereading Mark's first book, Jewish Self-Government, in medieval Egypt, and he kept referring to these Jewish communal leaders issuing decrees. And I was like, I wonder what they look like. And indeed, wide line spacing, right? Stacking of words at the ends of lines, slight downward and markedly upward curvature of the lines. I mean, all of the sort of layout features that you see from the Fatimid state documents, but they only start doing this in the 1060s, which happens to be a period of administrative centralization in the Jewish community around Fustat and Cairo. So there's definitely like a trickle-down effect, but there's a century of lag time, which is really interesting. Anyway, I'll send you the reference.
Any further questions?
Just a comment. I mean, you commented on, you told us how successful you were in selling Patricia's pre-industrial societies to your gang. The book that has kept coming back in my mind is by one of Patricia's teachers, John Wansborough, Lingua Franca.
Yeah.
You know, this is, it doesn't work with my undergraduates anyway. They go away, I say, go and read this, and they go, what was that about? But it is the book about these long-term administrative, formulaic, documentary, whatever you want. He sees long-term continuities in a wonderful way, and I recommend it to everyone who doesn't know it. It's not an easy read. But that doesn't make it any easier.
It is one of the most inspiring books I've ever read, and actually that's what got me down this whole trip. Essentially what Wansborough is doing in this book, it's called Lingua Franca in the Mediterranean. It's not about the lingua franca that we all know. It's like his own thing where he's tracing continuities and transfers across languages and empires of chancery practice. I'm not making this up, from the Hittites to the Ottomans. Like he basically is like, I'm gonna take on the whole 3,000 years, I know all the Semitic languages, I can do it. And he's showing unbelievable continuities in structure and sort of the transfer of diplomatic practices across empires. It's an absolutely fantastic book. I only know about 5 people who have ever cited it because it is not easy to read, but I also really recommend it. That was helpful.
Thank you all. We will break for an hour for lunch and be back. Let's aim to be back here by 1:20 for our afternoon sessions. I really hesitate to hurry along people who are clearly having such great conversations. I'm pleased that this morning's papers have led to so many good conversations, but we have 2 more great papers to hear from this afternoon. So let's get started. I apologize to those of you who came back promptly at 1:20 and found nothing happening in this room, but I'm glad we're all here now, and I'm really looking forward to the next talk. Our next speaker is Silvia Armando. She holds an MA degree in the preservation of cultural heritage and received her PhD in art history from the Università della Tuscia. Her main fields of interest are in the cultural and artistic interchanges of the medieval Mediterranean, with a special focus on the material culture of Norman Sicily and the historiography of Islamic art in the 19th and 20th centuries. Her dissertation focused on the so-called Siculo-Arabic ivories. She completed her dissertation in 2012, and for the year 2014-2015, she was a Swarzensky Fellow at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where she coordinated a project focused on the craftsmanship of ivories and implemented a database which includes about 300 entries relating to these artifacts. She's the author of published and forthcoming articles about this topic and is currently working on the Siculo-Arabic painted combs in cooperation with the project, the Ivory Combs of the Early and High Middle Ages, hosted by the Central Institute for Art History in Munich. She has also published articles on the Italian pioneer of Islamic art studies, Ugo Monere de Villard, and is now working on a book dedicated to the scientific profile of this scholar. She's taught Islamic art history at the Università di Urbino and has held seminars at Sapienza, as well as King Saud University in Riyadh, and the Università degli Studi di Bologna. And today, Dr. Armando will be speaking to us about these ivories. Her talk is entitled Before and After Al-Qahira, Fatimid Ivories Between Ifriqiya and Egypt. Please join me in welcoming Silvia Armando.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you. Special thanks to the Bar Graduate Center for having me back to New York from Italy, especially for this conference, and a special thanks to Abigail for taking care of all this wonderful workshop we are having today. When amateur or scholars working on medieval art think about Fatimid ivories, the first images that come to their mind are most likely those of the marvelous open-work ivory panels decorated with lively hunting or merrymaking scenes against the backdrop of sophisticated vegetal scrolls. 2 nearly complete sets of these panels exist today, one at the Museum für Islamische Kunst in Berlin and a second at the Louvre in Paris. Eva Hoffmann suggested that they were part of a sumptuous book cover, but their function remains debated. They are almost unanimously ascribed to 11th century Fatimid Egypt. One of the key arguments in support of an Egyptian, probably Cairene provenance, for the ivory panels are comparisons of their decoration and iconography with woodwork, such as the carved beams recovered in the late 19th century in the Maristan of Sultan Qalawun. The wooden beams come from the remains of the Western Palace, once sited in the same area, and they had been reused in Mamluk times when their faces were turned against the walls of the new building, thus hiding the scenes of hunts, dance, and drinking decorating them. Notwithstanding the considerable parallels in terms of subjects represented, these works are not only stylistically distinct from the accurately carved and polished surfaces of the ivory panels, but details of their decoration were created by painting, some traces of which are still available, and I'm speaking about this panel, which is shown on the left. Another wooden panel on the right, now at the Louvre, was found in the same area and was seemingly part of a door. Probably due to its function and consequent greater visibility, carving is here more defined and closer to those of our panels. Coptic woodwork also serves as a relevant comparison. Many churches in Fustat were indeed provided with finely carved wooden doors, featuring medallions or vegetal scrolls inhabited by animals, musicians, and hunters, but also crosses. Regarding Fatimid ivory production, Ernst Cunel's catalogue of Islamic sculptured ivories remains today an essential reference. Conceived as the continuation of the monumental work published by Goldschmidt and Weizmann on Carolingian, Saxon, Romanesque, and Byzantine ivories, Cunel's corpus was nonetheless published posthumously in 1971 after having been revised and partly integrated by Cunel's wife and his assistant. Cunel had assigned to 11th-12th century Egypt a sizable group of artifacts of varied quality. Besides the openwork panels, Cunel included a number of smaller plaques representing animals, scenes from daily life, and subjects pertaining to the princely cycle, depicted on a background of vegetal scrolls. The most refined of these examples were labeled as Fatimid. Cunel's attribution of ivory plaques to Egypt was particularly called into question by Ernst Grube, who ascribed some of them, like those you see here in the bottom, to Sicily, thus excluding some pieces from the big Fatimid family. Interestingly, these are usually the less refined in terms of carving quality, also some of the pieces which are shown here. Another significant groups of objects, including many oliphants, but also a related cluster of caskets, was defined by Cunel as Saracenish, even though the text highlighted the prominent role that Fatimid art would have played in this production and dated them to the 11th century. These ivory objects were ascribed to southern Italy. Cunel's stylistic classification of the oliphants has been reassessed by Avinoam Shalem. In his 2004 book, he suggested that some of them could have been manufactured in Fatimid Cairo during the 11th century. Others should be related to Norman Sicily, while a third cluster is strongly characterized by a Fatimid style, but their place and date of production are hard to establish. In his recently published corpus, which is in the same Goldschmidt series as Cunel's work, his corpus, which includes a much more complex classification, Shalem has reaffirmed the Cairean attribution for one of the groups, and has also more explicitly mentioned Cairo as a plausible alternative to the southern Italian attribution for the cluster of oliphants and related caskets. Conversely, Mariam Rosser-Owen has recently argued against the Egyptian provenance of the oliphants, stressing the connections with Romanesque visual culture and arguing that the supposed connection with Islamic art as a direct source for the craftsmen should be reviewed. The debate is thus far from being closed, and it is certainly not my intent to solve this puzzling and challenging question. This historical discourse mirrors the complex cultural interchanges occurring across the Mediterranean in the 11th and 12th centuries, when objects, craftsmen, and repertoires vibrantly circulated. This would explain the frequent oscillations in attributions between Egypt and Sicily or southern Italy for many classes of artifacts, such as ivories, textiles, pottery, or rock crystals. In this regard, we will hear more from Jeremy Jones, who will tell us about the role of royal courts in the transfer of artists across and beyond the Fatimid realm. Recent studies have thus focused more on the complex dynamics of what is often identified as Mediterranean koine or shared visual culture, rather than wishing to answer questions about provenance and exact dating. Nevertheless, should a relevant number of oliphants and the carved caskets be included in the context of Egyptian Cairean ivory manufacture, the entire panorama of Fatimid ivory production would be significantly enriched. As far as I'm aware, there is no proof for the provenance of these oliphants and caskets, nor for the openwork panels shown at the beginning of this presentation. Thus, the various attributions are necessarily based on considerations related to iconography, style, and carving technique. It's not my purpose to deny or diminish the existence of an ivory production in Egypt under the Fatimids, but only to highlight how problematic the definition and the tangible identification of Fatimid ivories can be. Moreover, many scholars focused exclusively on Egypt and often ascribed what they consider to be the most refined artifacts to 11th century Cairo. I would say the nicer and the older the artifact, the closer the attribution to the capital. Interestingly, the alternative attribution is generally southern Italy, regarded as one of the most receptive areas for the diffusion of Fatimid visual culture beyond Egyptian borders. This raises two interrelated issues, problematic and nonetheless highly relevant from an historiographical perspective: the relationship between center and periphery, and the spread of Fatimid art in the Mediterranean, and in particular to southern Italy. The proposed interpretations often imply a hierarchical and evolutionary approach in which Cairo is regarded as the generating hub of most art flourishing at the time. Moreover, the narrative being constructed around these two poles, Egyptian and South Italian, other areas such as Ifriqiya or the Iberian Peninsula risk to remain excluded, while the centripetal dynamics and artistic precedents that led to the formation and development of Fatimid art are too often overlooked. Before moving on to analyze the available archaeological data and what some selected sources tell us about the presence and use of ivory in the Fatimid capital, I wish to move backward to the second half of the 10th century and to shift the focus to Ifriqiya, from where the Caliph al-Muizli bin Allah was preparing to conquer Egypt and to settle there, a few miles north from Fustat. The only ivory artifact for which historical evidence of Fatimidness does exist was in fact created outside Egypt. This is a casket that was recovered in Palencia, northern Spain, in the 1870s. It is now preserved in the Museo Arqueológico Nacional in Madrid. It displays what has been described by Anna Contadini as the kind of inscription we always hope to find. Written in angular script and running around the lid, this Arabic inscription helps to answer some of the fundamental questions art historians usually ask. The name of the recipient is given, Madabi Tamim Dayman al-Muiz, also known as al-Muizli bin Allah, who reigned from 952 to 975. The place where the casket was created is also specified, Al-Mansuriya, the Fatimid capital, until the foundation of Cairo. Due to the mention of Al-Mansuriya and to the presence of the specific Quranic formula invoking God for a speed victory, Jonathan Bloom has convincingly argued that the casket must have been made before 973, when Al-Muiz moved to Egypt, and very likely around the mid-1960s, when the Fatimids' campaign to conquer Egypt was very much underway. Both the chronological and geographical context for this casket's production are thus extremely narrow. The craftsman's provenance remains more problematic. According to some scholars, the Nisba al-Khurasani could suggest the artist's provenance from Khorasan in northwest Iran, while Bloom has proposed as a possible alternative that it could be related to the family of Banu Khurasan, which was Berber despite the name. The box, composed of thick ivory plaques, is 42 centimeters long, 24 centimeters deep, and 20 centimeters high. It stands on 4 spherical feet and has 2 pommels of the same shape on the back corners of the lid. The lid is flat and formed from 2 ivory plaques, of which the front plaque can be lifted up to open the casket. Notwithstanding the wealth of information provided by its inscriptions, some scholars have not been able to accept that such a precious artifact was crafted in a region traditionally considered poor in terms of artistic production. Montoya and Galani Galindo attributed the Al-Muiz casket respectively to a Cordoban tradition and to southern Italian production. Ralph Pinder Wilson insisted on the Persian origin of the artists, who would have learned the craft of ivory working in Egypt, importing it to North Africa. More recently, scholars have addressed the issue of the possible models of inspiration, pointing out the wider context of the rich and varied Mediterranean ivory production between the 10th and 12th century. Anna Contadini has called to attention a painted ivory container in the Victoria and Albert Museum that she suggests to be Tulunid as a possible antecedent. Sheila Blair and Jonathan Bloom have proposed a parallel with the Byzantine production of ivory boxes, notably the so-called rosette caskets. The creation and display of precious objects was part of the dynamics of power affirmation among the foremost rulers looking onto the Mediterranean Sea. And Sarah Guerin and Mariam Ross-Rowan have insisted on the strong political frictions between the Fatimids and the Umayyad caliphs on the Iberian Peninsula, which would, in their opinion, present a more plausible rival to compete with. An ivory casket crafted in North Africa for a Fatimid ruler, possibly made by an artisan of Khurasani origin and found in northern Spain, represents in itself an exceptional case of study, but it is not unique. A second box bears close affinities and similarities to the Almuiz casket, resting on spherical feet and featuring pommels on the back corners of the folding lid. It is virtually identical in shape and size. This box, today in the Museo Diocesano Francesco Gonzaga in Mantua, enshrined until recent times the clothing of Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua in the 16th century, and was preserved in the city's cathedral for centuries, as attested by a number of inventories. The Mantua casket bears no inscription, but is decorated with a frieze of griffins, so that many different hypotheses have been formulated about this genesis. Some stated a common origin for it and the Almuiz casket. Others suggested it was made in southern Italy, Spain, or even India. The first to propose a connection with the Madrid box was Ilaria Toesca in 1973, but while ascribing the latter to the time of Almuiz, she tentatively attributed the Mantua box to Iberia or other Islamic country, dating it to the 11th, 12th centuries. In a similar way, Jonathan Bloom recently argued that notwithstanding some similarities suggesting, I quote, a certain relation between Almuiz and Mantua caskets, the Madrid casket would have been earlier. Notably, he hypothesized that the Almuiz casket, before reaching Spain, might have passed through Sicily or southern Italy. In this way, it would have, I quote again, inspired the fabrication of Mantua casket, which is, in his opinion, unlikely to have been produced in North Africa. This variety of attributions raises an important methodological issue. Are iconographic and stylistic observations sufficient to distinguish or associate productions and state a common origin for artifacts? A more objective method should involve analysis of technical aspects such as materials, assembly, and decoration techniques. These are fundamental tools of study, and close-up observation is thus essential to confirm the extent of the relationship between the two caskets. However, like iconographies and ornamental motifs, technique can also be transferred through space and time. So in order to avoid the risk of a technical connoisseurship, the study should be combined with an accurate analysis of visual aspects as well as supported by historic, epigraphic, and documentary evidence as far as possible. Let's start from the construction of the caskets. How were these assembled? Both are composed of thick plaques of ivory and have no wooden core, contrary to what has often been stated in previous studies. The ivory elements forming the sides and the lid are identically arranged. 4 angular posts work as struts and connect the plaques which form the sides. All the lower ends of the posts are square in section, as are the upper ends of the back posts. Inside the box, the corners of the posts have been cut and beveled, so that they feature a pentagonal section along their length. All these elements are fitted together through mortise and tenon joints. The plugs are cut on their edges to form tongues that fit into a cavity carved into the corner posts. This male-female system is not easily perceived from the outside of the caskets, except from very well-hidden holes and ivory pegs that fix the elements to each other. The only difference in the construction of the two caskets is at the base. In the al-Muiz casket, this is formed from 2 packs inserted within the 4 sides of the box, while in Mantua, the 2 plaques of the bottom are juxtaposed to the vertical sides, thus showing their thickness when one looks at the caskets from the side. The metal fittings pose other questions of originality. The al-Muiz casket features several rough iron braces and clasps, but many holes and stains on the surface indicate the former presence of other hinges. The Mantua casket bears no such signs. It only has a lock plate, which has, however, been tempered with. Nonetheless, a close inspection reveals the presence of minuscule circles regularly distributed on the surfaces. These are probably holes that once accommodated pins related to hinges and clasps, which were filled during a very precise and mimetic restoration. Did the Mantua casket one feature metal bands on the underside, similar to those on the Madrid box? On the other hand, the Madrid casket also has traces of little holes indicating that it once had 3 hinges on the cover. Placed exactly in the same position as the metal pegs of the Mantua lid hinges. Does it imply that these latter are original, or were they replaced respecting the exact position of the previous ones? I was not able so far to find stylistic parallels for the floriated gilded hinges of the Mantua box, but this could help to chronologically and geographically attribute them, while a comparative study of both iron and gilded hinges, for example with non-invasive X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, could define different metal alloys and consequently associate or differentiate the various parts of the fittings. The specific technique used to assemble the Madrid and the Mantua casket differs from many other ivory manufacturers of the medieval Mediterranean. The bands of their decoration could recall Byzantine rosette caskets, but these generally are composed of thin ivory and or bone plaques attached to a wooden core. Andalusi Umayyad boxes were usually carved from single ivory blocks. The Farfa casket, attributed to late 11th century southern Italy, is composed of 4 thick panels, roughly juxtaposed at 90 degrees, the shorter fitting into the larger ones. The so-called Siculo-Arabic ivories, whether with wooden core or without, were always made by assembling plaques, very thin plaques, with meter joints cut at 45 degrees. There exist, however, some other examples of caskets assembled with the system of tenon and mortise, as evident from the ivory box known as the Lipsanoteca di Brescia, dated to the 4th century northern Italy, or the Franks casket, made of whalebone and attributed to 8th century northern England. Curiously enough, this technique was already adopted in ancient Egypt, as is proved by this wooden toilet box from Thebes, now in the British Museum. In this case, the posts are shaped exactly as those of the Mantua and Madrid boxes. Interesting similarities in terms of construction methods can however be found on the caskets with carved decoration featuring medallions inhabited by animals, fantastic creatures, hunters, and other human figures. As mentioned above, these artifacts related to some elephants were included in Cunel's Saracenic group, and Avinam Shalem does not exclude for them an Egyptian origin, but this is, of course, a part of a broader and softer system, which does not imply a specifically geographic attribution. They all feature a tenon and mortise system and are exclusively made of ivory, but they all have truncated pyramidal lids. Thanks to my fellowship at the Metropolitan Museum, I had the opportunity to study the so-called Morgan casket closely. The posts were likely obtained by longitudinally splitting a single tusk cross-section into quarters. Some whiter areas even indicate the outer part of the tusk, known as the cementum, so that it's possible to imagine that they were obtained from the distal and narrower part of the elephant tusk. Their semicircular shape differs clearly from that seen in the Madrid and Mantua boxes. The 8 turbaned men at the corners are carved as one piece with the posts. The main plaques are cut along their short edges to fit into the posts. Bevels fasten these elements together. Lower narrow ivory stripes are fitted to the posts with the same system, while they are connected to the plaques through a series of molded pegs forming a ladder-like arrangement, like this and this. It is evident that the Saracenic boxes are closely connected to each other. On the other hand, while there are similarities with the construction of the material of the Madrid and Mantua boxes, original aspects such as the carved posts, ladder-like elements, and of course their decoration suggest, however, that they could have been the product of a totally independent conception. Such a broad geographical and chronological spectrum of comparisons indicates that the wide circulation of techniques across space and time, while also allowing us to pinpoint those specificities that associate or distinguish one production from another. In fact, the relation between the Saracenic caskets and the Madrid and the Mantua boxes would deserve further discussion. But the technical proximity of these two caskets goes well beyond the possible circulation of construction's method. We saw that not only are shape, size, and assembly identical, but the original arrangement of metal hinges seems to have been the same. All this brings to presume that the two caskets could not have been conceived independently from each other. Furthermore, while the decoration is often referred to as proof of different origins, in fact this confirms the close relationship between the two artifacts. At first, the motifs and decoration techniques employed on the two caskets seem definitely distinct. The palmette rinceau and the key pattern of the Al-Muiz casket are painted with what today appear to be a reddish brown and bluish black colors, while the inscription is left unpainted and stands out against the dark background. The close observation has, however, revealed that both inscription and designs have first been incised onto the ivory surface. Curvilinear and vertical lines help to articulate the space in order to help the painter to distribute the decoration more evenly. Decoration is highlighted through small incised circles and dots, which also decorate the termination of the palmettes. I'm not sure you can see it here, but there's another slide coming, which is probably clearer. In contrast, the Mantua casket is embellished by a frieze of griffins carved in bas relief. The fantastic creatures are painted in blue, black, and pink-red against a flat green and gilded background. However, in both cases, the decoration runs in bands along the edges, strategically masking the junctures between the ivory elements. In Mantua, the griffins slightly emerge from the recessed background, but their bodies are rendered through incised line, and their pearled bands are reminiscent of the circles and dots on the Madrid box. Two apparently minor details deserve further attention. The first is the striking comparison between the half palmette of the scroll on the Madrid casket and the termination of the Mantua griffin's tail, where both stylistic and chromatic arrangements are virtually identical. The second element to be taken into consideration are the colors. They are very faded on the Al-Muiz casket, but have preserved some of their original brightness in areas that remain protected by metal mounts for a long time. The brown painting was once red, and the dark tin seems to have a touch of blue in it, not unlikely the tints used in the griffin of the Mantua casket. A considerable number of affinities thus connects two decorative approaches that seemed at first sight to be distinct. This also allows us to exclude the possibility that the bas relief of the griffins on the mantua box was added later, as sometimes proposed. This option becomes even less likely when we think that due to the ivory hardness, the casket should have been disassembled in order to be carved. At this point, considering the mantua casket to be a later imitation of the almoise casket should be handled carefully. While the technical and decorative similarities between the two caskets are remarkable, both are only noticeable from almost hidden details, far from being immediately perceptible. One might instead expect that the craftsman seeking to imitate the almoise casket would have chosen to replicate more evident and external aspects. Could we infer from this discussion that the two caskets were made by the same artisan? Could they have been produced in the same place by different craftsmen? If so, one could ask why, if the craftsmen had been able to carve ivory, should they only incise and paint such an important object as the casket for the Caliph al-Muiz? Should we conversely imagine that the craftsmen who first worked for the Fatimids in North Africa followed them to the newly founded al-Qahira, and that there, inspired by the local artistic environment, they created the mantua casket? This would involve looking at different techniques from an evolutionary perspective, either as the more refined, the more recent, and the closer to Cairo. Indeed, can we really guess the Fatimids' caliph's taste and possible preferences for different decorative techniques? At least at that point of that time. Carving is certainly a more time-consuming technique, but the decorative approaches adopted for the two caskets do not contradict each other, nor are they unrelated, as proved by the use of the same colors of incised lines and the original identical arrangement of the metal hinges on the lid of the boxes, among other things. The minute but numerous common features lead us to exclude a southern Italian or Iberian production for the mantua box. It is not inspired by the almoise casket. It must be a Fatimid box to be attributed to the very same production context as the Madrid casket, in my opinion, al-Mansouriya. Of course, we cannot definitely rule out that they were not crafted at exactly the same moment. In this regard, that they were crafted. In this regard, a comparative scientific analysis of the paintings might tell if pigments reveal matching compositions, and at best, analysis of the ivory used in the two caskets could tell whether their elements were cut from the same task. That would be a dream. Making the analysis and having the results. What should be inquired further at are the reasons for the ornamental discrepancies, perhaps bearing in mind the possible functions of the two objects. Were they conceived and produced together for common use or for different purposes? The absence of inscriptions on the mantua box might suggest that it was not made for the caliph. On the other hand, the idea of a set of two caskets with virtually identical aspects created for the same and highly prestigious recipient would be intriguing. Even though some questions remain open, the very probable attribution of the mantua casket to al-Mansouriya brings a fundamental new element to the panorama of Fatimid art before the Egyptian conquest, which has traditionally been considered relatively poor from an artistic point of view, as I said. Despite the frequent exclusion from general narratives on Fatimid ivory production, these two artifacts remain the only examples which can be quite firmly dated and located, and allow us to outline a broader frame in terms of time and space, as well as to challenge the two-pole story in which Egypt and southern Italy are almost exclusive protagonists. Indeed, they attest to the presence of a luxury ivory craftsmanship and of a high-level patronage in late 10th century Phrygia, thus opening up a new and unexpected scenario in the heart of the central Mediterranean. Returning to Egypt, I wanted to expand the usual scholarly frame reference, which has traditionally focused on the high-level production and mainly based on visual and stylistic considerations. In order to do that, this is one, yes. In order to do this, I have collected both archaeological data and information from the written sources. This double approach can help to outline a more detailed picture, which is also more complex, nonetheless. What I'm going to present comes from a broad survey of the evidence, but I will happily develop my further research thanks to the suggestion of the eminent scholars present here today. It is well known that early archaeological missions, such as that carried in Fustat by Ali Bagat Bey and Albert Gabriel between 1912 and 1920, were not systematic. And despite the relevant number of beautiful artifacts excavated, no stratigraphic approach was adopted, and many essential information was thus lost. As regards ivory finds, only a few of them were published. This represents perhaps the most direct and relevant evidence of the presence of such artifacts in the area, but no further information about the exact location of their retrieval or possible chronology was made available alongside the plate illustrating them. Cunel published almost all these pieces, but he omitted that they came from the archaeological excavations in Fustat. Many similar pieces are preserved in museums around the world, but their attribution to Fatimid Cairo, even when plausible, is generally based on visual similarities rather than on specific data about provenance. Another problem is that too often no distinction is made between ivory and bone, as was the case for Bagat and Gabriel's work. It is rather interesting that while many bone artifacts were recovered, almost no ivory objects datable to the Fatimid period were recorded in more recent archaeological missions in Fustat. The American mission carried out since the 1960s by Kubiak and Scanlon only found some little gaming pieces and one turned piece of ivory, probably part of a mushrabia, and dated by them to the 11th century. The beautiful duck-shaped cosmetic dish was dated to a pre-Tulunid context. The beautiful panel with a turbaned man, because it reminds of an Egyptian object, the beautiful panel with a turbaned man and animals identified by some scholar as ivory is in fact wood, but it came from a layer identified as Fatimid. The publication of Fustat finds from the Awad collection edited by Bacharach is equally rich in decorated pieces made of bone, but the only ivory is a masharabia element similar to that mentioned by Scanlon. The Japanese archaeological missions led in Fustat by Yoko Shindo and Mutsuo Kawakoto since the late 1970s led to similar results. I wish to express here my gratitude to Dr. Shindo. Although a summary of the finds was published in English, most of the reports are in Japanese. Oops, that was a surprise. And I would have never been able to consult them without Dr. Shindo's helpful direction. I know now that this charming ideogram that looks to me like a little skeleton means bone, and Dr. Shindo directly confirmed that no ivory piece was recovered during their missions. Also, the systematic study and cataloging of the Istablantar finds, published by Elżbieta Rodziewicz as part of the BFAO missions led by Roland Pierre Guéraud, includes almost exclusively bone pieces. She only mentions one ivory find. According to Rodziewicz, this fragment of elephant tusk is an offcut due to some specific traces of cutting on it. The hypothesis is extremely significant because it would attest the ivory working at the site. Based on stratigraphy, this is, however, dated to the 8th century. Thanks to this early offcut, but also to the analysis of other important elements, such as the presence in Fustat of the so-called bone Coptic dolls from 8th to 14th century, Rodziewicz highlights nonetheless a certain continuity within the different Islamic phases. In this sense, the problem of chronological attributions of the pieces, usually defined as Fatimid, remains essential. Moreover, even though bone carving was unquestionably prevalent in the Fustat context, it is possible that the same craftsman could work both ivory and bone according to availability. As already observed by Kuhnel, this is clearly the case for the several plaques with a curvilinear profile decorated with animals on scroll background, some of which are made of bone, others of ivory. One of these pieces was also found by the Japanese mission, but the fact that it comes from a layer dated as post-Fatimid is certainly noteworthy. In sum, the ensemble of elements emerged so far seems to be particularly problematic. The frequent lack of stratigraphic information is often combined with the general tendency to identify as Fatimid any ivory pieces decorated with animals or human figures over a vegetable background. Actually, archaeological data seems to suggest a much more shifting and variable picture. The virtual absence of definitely dated ivory finds from the Fatimid period in Fustat needs, however, to be considered and possibly interpreted. This might mean a scarce availability of this material, but as already noted by Barnett and Rodjevics, it is also possible that ivory was in fact so prized that single fragments were reused as much as possible and cut and recut. Written sources provide other important pieces in this multifaceted puzzle. I have chosen to interrogate in detail, so to say, traditional sources that hopefully complement each other as two windows on totally different socioeconomic and religious contexts. These are the Geniza documents, mainly approached via Goitain, and the anonymous 11th century Book of Gifts and Rarities, from which al-Makrizi himself took inspiration when writing about the rich Fatimid treasury. In the Geniza letters, ivory objects do not seem to play a major role, at least from my first survey, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Marina and the others about that. But they do not seem to play a major role, and this is, in my opinion, the remarkable aspect. Ivory is mentioned almost exclusively in marriage contracts containing trousseau lists, thus revealing which kind of objects were kept as extremely valuable by brides and their families. Ivory is mainly used in combination with other precious materials for inlaid objects. We find chests and bridal trunks, or mukadama, veneered with tortoise shell and ivory, and paired with the kursi, a stool or folding chair decorated in the same way. Also, the objects intended to contain fragrant woods to freshen and perfume the room, such as the barani, might be inlaid with mother of pearl and ivory. Bedsteads or sarir could be equally decorated, but according to Goitain, they fell out of fashion around the second half of the 11th century. It is relevant that in the mid-12th century, only a very rich bride could afford an ivory coal container called makula, and even a pen box with an ivory plate coming from China. This latter piece of information tells us much about the long distances traversed by luxury products. I'm not aware of any such artifacts surviving today, but some pieces decorated with similar techniques can possibly give us an idea of how this looked like. This is why I show you here a Mamluk coal container from the Museum of Islamic Art in Cairo and some inlaid panels, one in particular. Examples similar to these were found in Edfu in Upper Egypt, but also in Geniza and Fustat. These techniques consist in applying wood and ivory fragments cut in various shapes to a wooden base, often with the help of waxy or resinous mastic. It is usually referred to as incrustation or marquetry, and it was widespread in Egypt. We have examples dated to the 7th, 8th century, other up to the 11th and 12th century. Many of these pieces were said to be fragments of cenotaphs, but those decorated with lively hunting scenes or drinkers. There is a fragment of a drinker, sitting drinker here on this piece. So this kind of decoration might likely, these pieces might likely have been pieces of furniture. I know only one other reference to ivory in the Geniza document, and this does not mention brides, but rather merchants. It was brought to my attention by Sarah Guerin's studies, and it is a letter involving Narha ibn Sim and two of his relatives, and it's written in 1057. The document mentions an unspecified quantity of ivory being sold in Sicily for 32 dinars. I would be extremely glad to find out further references to the use and trade of ivories thanks to historians and Geniza experts, so I really hope to have missed something during my first survey. The data collected so far seem, however, to suggest that ivory was not a primary commodity traded by the Geniza merchants, while Jewish brides loved to have items inlaid with ivory in their trousseau. Also, this was a highly prized commodity, so that objects made entirely of this material were particularly rare. Can we say something more about the virtual absence of ivory in the trade managed by the Geniza merchants? Jessica Goldberg and other scholars have rightly stressed that these merchants did not deal primarily with luxury goods, while long-distance commodities such as spices and drugs, textiles, oil or nuts were among the most traded products. However, Goldberg also points out the absence in the records of goods such as timber, weapons, or slaves, suggesting a close connection between these commodities and those wielding political power, who would have exercised almost exclusive control over them. I wonder if something similar might have happened for ivory as a raw material that could have circulated in small quantities in Cairo, but the wider commerce of which was possibly regulated through more institutional mechanisms. This would resonate with Sarah Guerin's interesting hypothesis about how this commerce could have shifted from trans-Saharan routes to East African ones, following the moving of the Fatimid capital from Ifriqiya to Cairo. Moreover, as I have learned from Avinoam Shalem, Ibn Dari, an early 14th century source, informs us about elephants that were sent from Egypt to the Zirids, who controlled today's Algeria under the patronage of the Fatimid Caliph. And this could be further evidence for a kind of trade mostly controlled by central powers, elephant and ivory, of course, that's the connection. There is no doubt that luxurious objects were in the hands of the Fatimid caliphs, and many were preserved in their treasuries. The Book of Gifts and Rarities gives us a picture of the Fatimid caliphs' wealth in the 11th century, at the moment when the treasury started to be looted and dismantled. As also later told by Makrizi, many boxes were kept in the treasury, full of a variety of pen boxes, square and large, made of gold, silver, sandal, ebony, and of course, ivory. Also, ivory chess, shatranji, and backgammon nard pieces were part of the treasury. In this regard, it is perhaps worth mentioning an ivory chess piece in the Metropolitan Museum, bearing the name of Al-Zahir, and for this reason associated by some with the Fatimid Caliph who ruled between 1021 and 1036. However, its incisor decoration is very simple and not consistent with the carved Arabic inscription, but I'm happy to hear opinion about that. In the section dedicated to the gifts, Al-Zahir is reminded for the great presents he offered to the Zirid ruler Al-Muiz ibn Badiz. These included howdahs, palanquins, and litters made of ebony, ivory, sandalwood, encased with gold and silver, undoubtedly a gift much more in line with the caliph's prosperity and prestige. A further passage in the gifts section deserves our attention before I get to my conclusion. The keeper of the state treasury under Al-Mustansir, successor of Al-Zahir, tells a story heard from his grandfather, who has been the treasurer of the Caliph al-Mu'izz din Allah when they were in Ifriqiya. My grandfather said to me, I was one of al-Mu'izz din Allah's treasurers in the Maghreb. When he proceeded to Egypt and settled there, he asked me about a specific small box which had constantly been with him in his camp until he reached Egypt, and placed it in the jewel treasury. I looked for it and ordered the treasury keepers to search for it, but they could not find it. Since he trusted me, I informed him accordingly, and he forgot about it. Time passed. Then al-Mu'izz din Allah died, and his son Al-Aziz succeeded him. One day, as I was sitting in the treasury room and one of the keepers was sweeping it, a small box caught my attention. It was used as a door seal and covered with piles of dust inside which it had disappeared. I ordered it to be uncovered. As I pulled it out of the dust, it turned out to be the box that al-Mu'izz din Allah had once requested from me and that I had failed to find. I found my way to Al-Aziz bi Allah and I notified him about the box. When I told him the story, and as it had happened, he said to me, remind me of it so to instruct you what to do with it. When I reminded him, he ordered me to spread a rug in the treasury room, to empty the contents of the box onto it, to inform him accordingly, and to leave the treasury room as soon as I knew he was near. I did as he had ordered. As I emptied the box onto the rug, the splendor and great value of the gems that I saw struck me with awe and fear. I saw large pearls, the likes of which I had never beheld. I stayed close by, keeping an eye on them until he approached to the treasury room. Then I turned away from him to hide in a place where I could see and hear. And of course, there is this little party with the Caliph and all his girlfriends, and they are drinking and dancing. And when it was time to depart, and his spirit was high, he ordered the slave girls to seize the purse, and they grabbed it, all until not a single pearl was left. Then he departed with them. I came out to keep an eye on the treasury room, and Allah knows how much regret, distress, and sorrow befell me for those pearls, for I did not obtain any of them. Although the material of which the box was made is not specified here, it is tempting to enjoy the suggestion and imagine that this box was in fact the same bearing the Caliph's name incised and painted on its cover. Should one wish to push the speculation even further, we might even say that it was precisely the name of the Caliph inscribed on the box lid, that allowed the faithful treasurer to confirm that what he had found was actually al-Mu'izz's box. The idea of an Ifriqiyan casket being transferred to the treasury in Cairo would not be in itself unlikely. So one might also wonder about how the presence of these and maybe similar objects might have affected the local production. To a broader extent, we would need to reconsider the importance of an Ifriqiyan component in the formation process of Fatimid Egyptian art. Be as it may, the al-Mu'izz box is a sort of tailored item and at the same time represents an irreplaceable, exceptional source, as well as a proof of a prestigious ivory production under the early Fatimids in Ifriqiya. On the other hand, there is a relevant number of beautifully carved pieces, the chronology and provenance of which cannot, however, be established with comparable certainty. They remind us of the fascinating idea of a shared visual culture throughout the Mediterranean, a concept that appeals us and shed light on the interchanges between craftsmen, the movements of objects, and the transfer of repertoires and technologies across geographical, political, and religious boundaries. Nonetheless, we would love to get more precise information about such incredible pieces of art one day. The content emerging from material culture, and notably from archaeological data, is still too uneven. Sorry, you had seen it before. A comprehensive collection of archaeological data should be combined with the direct study of all the pieces, be they made of ivory, bone, or wood. This might perhaps bring to new considerations, not only about technical aspects of carving, but also about possible workshops. To counterbalance this still to Egyptian approach, a parallel systematic survey of the archaeological reports in Ifriqiya should be undertaken. A first survey of the infinite materials of the Geniza seems to outline a clearer image, in which ivory is rarely used at that social level and in that context, in small amounts and in very special occasions, such as the gathering of the trousseau for a bride. Traces of ivory as a commodity traded by the Geniza merchants are virtually absent. While it is not a surprise that the sources relating to the Fatimid Caliph's treasury depict a very different situation. However, this remains a partial perspective, since Arabic sources and documents should be considered too as much as possible. The picture of Fatimid ivory production before and after the foundation of al-Qahira is thus still incomplete, but hopefully the exchange of perspective with different specialists will bring new suggestions and will open paths for further research.
Thank you, Sylvia, for taking us on that really fascinating journey, both close into those two caskets and then across the Mediterranean and all of these archaeological surveys and textile surveys as well. No, it's wonderful. Do we have questions? Yes, Rena.
Any carbon dating done on the mantua and the Madrid boxes? The ivory?
No, not yet, but carbon dating is a problematic issue because you have to, as far as I know, select a very specific part of the ivory. Not every piece would be good, and you would need quite a big sample, so I'm not sure the conservators would agree with that. But that would be interesting, of course. And DNA is another option, but that's at least problematic in the same way, if not worse.
I just have something to add to your idea, because you point to us very clearly that all the what we call Fatimid are small fragments of inlay works. So that will also explain why we don't have any inscription that any art historian will wish for on this kind of ivories, because they are part probably of a big furniture piece on which there might be an inscription, but we lost the piece, so we are left only with this small inlay.
Single pieces, yeah.
But these boxes, the mantua and the one from Madrid, are actually, and I wonder if you thought about it, they are actually presenting to us the amount of material called ivory being used for this casket. It's not only because of the thickness of the ivory, because if you take a look at it, there is no carving and there is no painting on the panel. So it's like a picture. You have a frame, and the frame is decorated, but inside the picture there is a piece of ivory.
Absolutely.
So they are presenting the ivory as a material here. They want to show that usually ivory is used as a fragment within wood, but here it is the ivory that became to be the whole.
Yeah.
So this is a big, manifestation of a material here. And so are the elephants.
Yes.
The elephants are also a manifestation of the past. So you have this kind of moment in a specific work with ivory when you want to accentuate it. So I wonder if you can think of that as well in putting them in context. Because by the end of the day, you are right, this is the only secured Fatimid that we have, but it's not even carved. So,
yes, the mantua casket is not that one.
If the mantua is related to that, because I'm not still convinced. I mean, your technique the similarity in technique is actually a technique that is all over the Mediterranean from the pharaonic time till today, so it won't bring us any farther.
Well, there are some more details in this case that do, in my opinion, the two objects closer to each other, arriving up to the colors, which are looking at the images extremely close to each other. So that's why I was suggesting to make analysis also on this, because from that detail we could maybe have some more answer. And about your commentary about the distinction of the two productions, of course, first of all, thank you for the suggestion of the frame for the ivory panel. That's really beautiful, and I agree that the Al-Muiz casket is probably conceived to show the wealth and the quantity and the preciousness of the ivory, and that connects very well with the idea of the control of the ivory trade routes from Trans-Saharan Africa, as Sarah Guerin has pointed out. At the same time, of course, I can see very well those fragments have part of bigger pieces of furniture, as we know, for example, Mamluk mimbars, but we can imagine similar objects for the Fatimid period using these fragments, and of course that's a totally different social level. That's
And may I have another question? I mean, back to the mantua. If the mantua is related to that, which could be, then why don't you go to Cairo and to Ifriqiya, or let's say to Sabra al-Mansuriyah, and look at the finds from Sabra al-Mansuriyah. You will have a lot of relief stucco of griffins, of animals that you should actually
I've tried that, and I also talked to Patrice Cressier about his possible finds in the area, and he said that no ivory was found there.
No, I'm talking about stucco.
Yes, and of course I had a quick check of the stuccos, and I couldn't really find very close comparisons either. So that's so far it wasn't that productive.
Muqarnas, the publication of Barukan and Al-Ramah, will give you the information to compare with.
This is wonderful, and I'm convinced, but I'm not an expert. And so I have two questions out of like totally abject ignorance of this material. One is if you can just address the archaeological context of the Madrid box and maybe speculate on how you think it
No, sorry, slower. Sorry.
If you can address the archaeological context of the box that's now in Madrid and talk about how it got to the Iberian Peninsula, that would be interesting.
Yes.
And the second thing is, I really liked the argument that you were making about the similarity in form between the palmette and the tail of the griffin.
Yeah.
That plus the colors strike me as pretty strong pieces of evidence for what you want to argue. And I was wondering if you could go further with it. And I mean, I can understand how, given sort of early Fatimid ideology in Ifriqiya, you could imagine a box that's being made for Al-Muiz not having any representational stuff on it. So then the question arises, where are the griffins coming from? Could you maybe speculate about, in other words, you're right, I think at first glance, the most glaring difference is representational and non-representational, or vegetal and animal. And then if you want to make a similarity, if you want to make an argument for, possible very close relationship between the box, then you have to explain, right, why one is vegetal and the other one is animal.
Okay. So I will start with that. Of course, there are differences, and that's absolutely a good point. So what I was suggesting today is that the two objects were made in the same place, and that's the reason why I insist so much on the technical and material aspects, because maybe the only way to answer and to confirm a very same provenance or place of production from the objects is to find the very same material, so to say, the metal alloys of the mounts. There are some iron mounts on the two caskets, but we're not sure they are original, so the problem remains. And the colors. And it's probably very interesting to try to think more about the fact that the mantua casket has some live creatures or animals carved on that. So we have two levels. We have the iconographic level and the iconographic choice and the technical choice, which is different. So it's very tempting to look at it in an evolutionary way and thinking that the mantua comes later, as many scholars have suggested. For this it's more complex. Yeah, so the materials would be very important. At the same time, I think we could even think of artisans working with very similar technique, sometimes only incising ivory and displaying the material without caring too much about the specific decoration, and some other about carving. But I was saying that my suggestion is that they were made in Manchuria. The other option is, of course, that the carved one was made in Cairo, because we know other carved ivories there, or that an Egyptian artist was called to Al-Mansuria. That would fit more probably with the, I don't know, with the traditional categories that we have with this Fatimid.
And let me sharpen the question. So I guess what I'm saying is, let's assume for the sake of argument that these two caskets were made in the same atelier, okay? That they're both from Manchuria, let's just assume. And then what we have is the fact that one is made, we know, because it's documented on the casket itself for a very high level, you know. And the second one we don't know. And so there, I think what you can do is try and draw some conclusions about the ideological contexts in which each of these would have been commissioned and manufactured. That's what I'm saying. In other words, if you see what I'm saying? In other words, you can kind of nail down your argument if you can find some explanation for this important difference, right?
Yes.
And I think it might actually be possible. I mean, at the level of speculation. So then I wanted to know about the context of the.
I should think more about that, definitely. Yes.
And the archaeological context?
Yes, and that's the other question. We don't know about Mantua casket because it, as I said, and for the Madrid casket we have a problem because there is a tradition that says that it was found in Carrion de los Condes, so near Palencia. It was this very important center in medieval times. But that's the only piece of information we have recorded in the museums. In the museum's folders and documentation. At the same time, there are scholars saying that it came from excavations in the monastery of San Zoilo in Carrion de los Condes. So that would be a very interesting connection because this monastery was managed by this Countess Therese, who was a very powerful woman that gathered a lot of art and other precious things for her monastery. So it would be interesting. There are also two textiles that, according to someone, might be Fatimid that were found in the same monastery in San Zoilo. At the same time, there are no real evidences. So the first time they start to speak about the archaeological find is about 100 years later than the objects reached the museum. So it's not that reliable. I think it went the other way around. So the Countess Teresa is such an important figure, and there are some boxes mentioned in an inventory there. So that was and at the same time, the preservation state of the two boxes is very different. So sorry for this. Yeah. So the Madrid box preservation state of the two boxes is very different. So sorry for this. Yeah. So the Madrid box is much more damaged, and it has scratches and everything. But I was also talking to someone who works on Carrion de los Condes, and they were saying that it's impossible that it came from excavation in the ground because it wouldn't be there. So,
Eva and Jeremy. Do you want to go first?
No.
So first, thank you very much. Lovely talk. And There are two things. One is I love the continuities that you are driving at between the rule in Ifriqiya and then the rule in Egypt between the Fatimids. And I think that's a really important point to make, and I think that that idea is being advanced more and more convincingly. So I think that's really excellent. So I have kind of two parts. So this is still the first part. But continuities also existed in Egypt. And so that in terms of the repertory of the vocabulary that was used in Egypt and the quantities of stuff that survive in Egypt in terms of the varieties and all of that. So those continuities also. So I think there are a number of different coordinates, and one doesn't have to negate the other one. The second point I think has to do with this this very important point, very interesting point about highlighting the material of the ivory itself and how distinctive it is on these two particular boxes. I think that is extremely interesting and important, and also very, very unique in terms of the rest of the material, the rest of the, I shouldn't call it material, I should call it the rest of the corpus of ivories from wherever you want to say they're from. But it also signals to me perhaps a difference in the aesthetic between this and then the carved pieces. I think it's also true that the olifants, obviously the horn is also pointed to in a very particular way. But there too, there's the carving. It's not only, it's the horn and it's the carving. But here, it's just the material, which is magnificently highlighted. And so wondering, how you would account for that sort of difference between this sort of purity of presentation and then the other type of presentation, which is the working of material. So what do you think about that?
Well, of course,
what does that say to you? Is that?
Well, probably there's a sort of, it must be connected to taste somehow, for sure. So it's a sort of change of taste if we want to go in that direction. And so, of course, I guess that many of you here might be tempted to see the mantua box as a sort of missing link. That could be another idea between the carving in Egypt and the
No, I'm not thinking of an
Imperial
evolutionary model at all.
So there is definitely a difference, and this might be connected to many different reasons. Also, as I said, the difference in the decoration choices that have been made might be related to the function of the objects or to some deeper or complex concept that we don't see today anymore. But and getting to the question of continuity, of course, Egypt is a unique case in terms of objects and preservation of materials. So that's another big point, because of course there are probably the two components working together. So a very huge hub for culture and artistic production, and also a context that preserved everything very well. So it's probably.
So I guess I was wondering if that might help you, the material, the fact that it is unworked, might help you in this attribution to Ifriqiya. If that could be some kind of distinct aesthetic, a distinct taste that you're seeing, because it's only found on these two pieces.
There are some more. There are more.
Yeah, there are more.
There are more.
Okay, so what?
You have the piece in Turin, which is very little carved, but it is, do you remember the
okay, so maybe that would be a group.
And you have the core and the bayo. The other two that are not carved, they are total, show the idea of materiality of the ivory.
So those two could be maybe
of a thick ivory panel that show the idea of materiality of the ivory.
So those two could be maybe combined.
At the same time, I'm not sure I have any images which are visible enough, but looking at the very details of the two objects, I already mentioned the colors, but you really have the sensation that the little incisor details, you maybe can see something on the ring saw on the top right there. Sometimes it gives me the idea that that was like the first phase of working to get to a deeper carving, as if they didn't have time to complete their carving, but I can clearly imagine the same craftsmen working on this, and that's pure fantasy, of course, but being in a rush and preparing the casket for almois, and so not having time to carve it, and just as a provocation. So I had already done the mantua casket, and he had no time to do another, which was good enough.
Jeremy, and there are a number of other hands that are up.
And one observation and one question. The observation essentially relates to a point that Fatimid-Norman was making about looking at the stucco from the from Sabra Mansouriya. I mean, it strikes me that griffins are so widespread by that time that even if you've got griffins there, it's not going to help. The iconography is not going to get you anywhere. You've got to try to find another way. And obviously you're right that analysis is the way. But looking at the two griffins on screen, as I have been for some time, the sort of, I don't know, bands, the harnesses, whatever you want to call them, around their chests and flanks and under the tail, are the dots in those actually carved? Are they countersunk? Yes.
Aren't they?
Are the dots?
Yes.
They are carved in, they're countersunk. They're depressions.
Yes, it's a sort.
They're concave.
Yes, some are.
Sono concavità.
Sono concavità, thank you. Yes, and others are incised. There are both. Yes.
I mean, it would be worth using a dynamite microscope we were talking about earlier to have a good look at those, because the actual shape of the drill bit can be very useful. So if they've just been made with an ordinary pointed drill, you're not going to get anywhere, it's not going to tell you anything. But from the shape of them here, I wonder if they've been made with one of these ovoidal or spherical drill bits that are used on the crystal. And there you might get something that would be helpful.
So this would
So
tell you.
I think, you know, a microscopic analysis of this, which you can do without upsetting the conservators too much, you know, might get you quite a long way.
So because this kind of tip or the tool of the drill would give you which kind of information?
Well,
was
if,
typical
for example,
of,
it were to be one of these rounded ovoidal or rounded spherical drill bits that are used on the rock crystal, I think that would suggest that it was produced within a climate where hard stone carving was well known and where there was a transfer of tools or knowledge about tools from one tradition to another. Now there's no reason that ivory should be carved in that way, whereas there is a reason, of course, for carving hard stone in that way. But you know, that's just one example. I think that if you were to look really in great microscopic detail at the carving, you might get something that will be worth comparing with other carved objects. I think it's worth trying.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's really interesting. We
But
should do the
if-
same with the oliphants. And no?
If you, later on I'll show a slide of some of those dots from the Saint-Denis ewer and from the Fermo ewer and from the Frank Mills ewer that's now in Dallas. And I think you'll see the point then. I'll try to remember to
Yes,
point that
no,
out.
I've seen
So,
once, so I think, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, just a word of caution maybe about reading the luxurious frame and the empty field of when it gets it set. That's our aesthetic response. We love this kind of field and frame approach to it, but I wanted to be sure that the love of the Middle Ages and Byzantium and Islamic world, the poor vacuum to fill spaces, is not something we should lose sight of here. That maybe we should look at it technically more carefully with X-ray fluorescence to be sure that is in fact the case, that it wasn't intended to be filled with a painted image or an inscription or something. That it's just a question that I like the way you're going with it, for sure, but I want to be sure that that's the right way that we should be reading the casket.
I'm afraid that makes some
There
sense.
any evidence that the frame, the ivory itself might have been painted?
Okay, yes, okay. I don't think so. The only thing that might point in that direction is that on the Madrid casket, there are some, how do I go back?
On the back, on the base.
Exactly, on the bases. That's what I'm looking for. Oops.
Okay, I guess it's easier.
That's much easier. Yes, there are some traces of circles incised here and here, but that's very random. So this might be interesting in terms of someone who finds an open surface later and has the idea of decorating it, but I don't think that originally it was conceived to be filled.
Okay.
Renata, and then Alex, then we'll come to you.
Thank you very much. This is most puzzling at many different levels. Nonetheless, I like your pairing a lot. But I just wanted to ask something else. And is this still the fast disappearing and by the middle of the 11th century, the completely disappeared North African elephant tusk? Or is it material coming from East Africa already?
If the ivory from East Africa is disappearing?
No, just the opposite. The reason that we have all the consular diptychs, all of that ivory stuff in the Roman and Byzantine and late antique setting is that basically they're killing off the North African elephant. So this is still the last gasp of the North African elephant, or is it already the East African elephant?
Nor one nor the other.
But what?
It's probably trans-Saharan, so South Saharan.
No. So it's East Africa.
East Africa. It's coming from Eastern Africa across the Sahara. It's not from the
Yes,
elephants
yes,
that you
exactly.
So I think this is
It's West Africa. West Africa.
No, okay. So even so, then no. I mean, those are really important issues. Do you know for a fact that this is actually the West African elephant, for sure?
I do not know for sure, but there is a very interesting study by Sarah Guerin who points out the fact that most used trade routes at the time when the Fatimids were in North Africa were the trans-Saharan routes with Western Africa, and this is, if I'm not wrong, proved or somehow sustained by the fact that gold traveled in that way.
No, I understand about the gold. This is the story about Sijomasa Risani and the whole business. No, but I'm talking about specifically, have detailed studies been made of these pieces to establish whether they are one or the other?
No.
Okay, so now comes the, if you actually look at what is the function of Ifriqiya at the time? It is one of the reasons that the Fatimids get so rich, and this is their jump off, is that they are actually sitting at the end of the gold trade. So if in and it's easy enough to explain, well, they can buy anything. But the other story is exactly this other one, the last gasp of the actual local, much more local working of an ivory tradition that is actually specifically North African. And it would be interesting to try and establish, what is this ivory? Is it coming from way south, I mean along the gold routes, or is it still, you know, like the consular diptychs?
If it's still part of the...
Yeah.
Yes.
Could I answer that? I can answer a little bit. There's a very interesting byproduct of very recent radiocarbon dating for ivory. We can't tell where it comes from, by the way, by looking at it.
No.
But one of the byproducts is a DNA analysis that can tell you regionally where the likelihood of the elephant came from, whether it's central Botswana, East Africa, Sahara, North, that's all of a sudden being applied because of the issues about ivory trade today. And this is very recent, the last couple of years, literally.
That's why I'm asking.
So rather than go back and reanalyze things, you might get some of these results, but it's only from this point forward that we can begin to get that information. And I've seen some results that are very promising.
Yeah, and
So-
That would be very...
Yeah, and I think Goren's article had to do with the transport to Northern Europe, which actually then would include the Iberian Peninsula.
And the Italian
But,
Peninsula.
and, yes, right. But if you're thinking of the trade route from North Africa and Egypt, it might still be that last, the African, North African elephant.
Yes,
So that's to the...
I just based
to
myself on what
Europe.
I've read. It's not, there's a distinction between the studies made and the hypothesis proposed about ivory coming from Sub-Saharan areas, West Africa, and going to Africa, and the question of the ivory being traded to Europe, which via Gibraltar, which is much later. So we're talking about Gothic ivory.
Right.
So this big production of ivory is being raising much later. So these are
Let's have one more comment from Alex, and then we will continue the discussion after we hear Dr. Jeremy John's talk, after a small coffee break. But one more question now, and then more discussion later.
Okay, my question is much less scientific, but I noticed the image that you showed of the griffins, and that they're almost touching, but not quite, with their hands right beneath the hinge.
Yeah.
So a little bit more interpretive, but that reminded me of the fact that you alluded to in that really nice story of the box being used, and touched. And I'm wondering if another way to ascertain whether or not these came from similar or the same studio is, do they feel similar? If you touch them, do they have a similar feel? And if there's anything we know about how ivory was used at this time as not a visual object, but a touched object.
So you were mentioning the fact that the griffins are not touching to each other. You make this connection.
So that it alludes to touch.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering
okay,
how these were experienced as touched objects, and if the two boxes feel the same. If you were to touch them, do they feel the same?
That's a very good point. The connection you make about the not touching and the possibility to enjoy the tactile aspect of the box is very fascinating, and of course the experience would have been different. I'm not saying that the two boxes are identical, it's just they are exactly the same size, they have exactly the same colors and many other super tiny details which lead me to think that they cannot be too much separated in time and space. That's all. But so I think we should also think of a differentiation within the same production context. That's a possibility too.
Thank you all so much. We're going to open the door. 10 minutes for our final. Thank you. So our final paper today will be delivered by Dr. Jeremy Johns, who is the director of the Khalili Research Center for the Art and Material Culture of the Middle East and professor of the Art and Archaeology of the Islamic Mediterranean at Oxford University. He is principally interested in relations among Muslim and Christian societies in the medieval Mediterranean as manifested in their material and visual culture. His research focuses on Sicily under Islamic and Norman rule. Professor Johns has published a monograph, Arabic Administration in Norman Sicily, which came out with Cambridge in 2002, as well as more than 80 articles on the art, archaeology, and history of the Islamic Mediterranean, ranging from analyses of the transition from late antiquity to Islam in the Levant, and discussions of the beginnings of Islamic art and material culture, to detailed studies of the state structures and buildings of the Normans of Sicily. He has excavated sites in Sicily and Jordan and continues to publish reports on these excavations. Recently, he also contributed a 250,000-word analysis to the first comprehensive study of the painted ceilings of the Norman Cappella Palatina in Palermo. He is currently working on a new critical edition of the Arabic documents of Norman Sicily, and also serves as the co-director of a new online corpus of inscriptions from ancient North Arabia. Today, Professor Johns will be speaking to us about the role of royal courts in the mobility of artists and the transfer of technology within the Fatimid-Mediterranean. His talk is entitled Fatimid Fustat and Norman Palermo. Please join me in welcoming Jeremy Johns.
Thank you, Abigail, for that generous introduction and for organizing this fascinating day. Now, when I wrote the abstract for this paper back in December 2014, I thought that it would focus on the image of Cairo Fustat that is reflected in the distorting mirror of Norman Palermo. But a year later, I find that this paper is in fact, as Abigail has said, about the role of royal courts in the mobility of artists and the transfer of technologies in the Fatimid Mediterranean. And of course, this is not a new theme for Fustat. All of us know versions of the story, some of us may even believe one of them, of how the technique of luster painting on ceramics began with the stains containing silver and copper that were applied to glass during the 8th century or earlier in Egypt and Syria. The earliest piece known from Fustat, incidentally, in the Museum of Islamic Art in Cairo, which I cannot illustrate, bears an inscription with the year 163, that's 779 to 780 in our calendar. From glass, the technique of luster painting was transferred to white glazed ceramics, almost certainly by entrepreneurs of Basra in Iraq during the 9th century. For obvious reasons, the evidence from Basra is rather stale and leaves much to be desired, but there's good reason to think that it was the technique of luster painting on glass that transferred from Egypt or Syria to Basra and was there adapted to decorate the opaque white glazed wares that had recently been developed as a response to Chinese imports. There's considerable overlap between the designs on luster-decorated glass from Basra and luster-painted ceramics. Significantly, all Abbasid lustered ceramics were painted on a single highly characteristic clay body that has convincingly been attributed to Basra. And moreover, the variation in style and quality of luster painting on Abbasid ceramics is very limited when compared to the vast range of styles and qualities exhibited in the decoration of opaque white glazed wares as a whole. So, as Oliver Watson and others have suggested, this does seem to argue for some sort of coordinated, monopolistic production of luster-painted glass and ceramics in 9th century Basra. Now, the question of who might have been behind such a monopoly is unanswerable on the evidence now available. But if, as Hugh Kennedy has been suggesting for years, the development of property, of urban property in Samarra, was largely driven by speculative investment by the leading ministers of the court and officers of the army, then I'm tempted to suggest that the venture capitalists in contemporary Basra may have belonged to the same class. You will see later what leads me to that hypothesis, and you'll also pick up that I'm bouncing ideas, or Marina and I are bouncing ideas about the Fatimid pre-industrial state off each other at this point. Now, at some time in the late 10th century, luster-painted ceramics ceased to be made in Iraq, and at just about the same time they began to be made in Fustat. And in the mid to late 12th century, luster-painted ceramics ceased to be produced in Fustat, and the technique spread north to Syria and east to Kashan in Iran. And the point of this being that luster painting on ceramics, which requires that the white glazed vessels, after they have been fired for the first time, must be painted with metallic pigments and then fired a second time at a lower temperature in a specialized kiln with a reducing atmosphere to fix the copper and the silver pigments, that is a technique that can't be learned from the objects themselves, and so can only have been spread by the migration of potters from Basra in the 10th century to Fustat, and thence to Syria and Kashan during the 12th century. Incidentally, while luster-painted ceramic objects were exported from Iraq to Aghlab Afriqiya in the mid-9th century, for example, the tiles surrounding the mihrab in the great mosque of Al-Qahira I, which bizarrely was sent as part of a relief package from the Abbasids to the Aghlabids after an earthquake, just what you need. While luster-painted objects such as these were exported from Iraq to the Maghrib, the technique of luster painting doesn't seem to have spread west of Egypt until the mid-13th century, when luster-painted ceramics first began to be produced in Malaga. In Sicily, finds of imported Fatimid lusterware are extremely rare. I dare say that they're more frequent in the port cities of North Italy than they are in Palermo, and the technique of luster painting never spread to Sicily during the Middle Ages. Now, while the fact that the technique of luster painting on ceramics moved about in this way is accepted by all, there's no agreement as to the factor or factors that drove potters to migrate, carrying the technique with them. Civil disorder, first in Iraq and then in Egypt, that meant security for the potters and disrupted their markets, the rise and fall of the bourgeois consumers of luster-painted ceramics, religious preference that attracted the Shi'i potters of Iraq to Egypt after the arrival of the Fatimids and then drove them elsewhere after the takeover by the Sunni Salah ad-Din, and of course, the rise and fall of the Abbasid and Fatimid court. All of these have been proposed to explain the migration of luster painting potters from the 10th to the 13th century, but there's little or no evidence to support any single hypothesis and no real consensus. There is, however, abundant archaeological evidence that luster-painted ceramics were distributed so widely through the social structure in Egypt and Syria that they cannot be regarded as a luxury item produced exclusively for the court. This ware was mass-produced for sale on the market and carried reflections of the court into the houses of not just the urban middle classes, but even the wealthier peasantry in rural villages. Dynastic change itself cannot therefore have been the sole factor in the migration of potters to and from Fustat. Nonetheless, the chronological coincidence between the rise and fall of the Abbasid and the Fatimid courts and the transfer of luster painting potters does suggest that the two processes were in some way connected, and that what keeps us from understanding precisely how this was so is the lack of evidence for all aspects of the ceramic industry, which is notoriously absent from the written sources, and for which we still have remarkably little archaeological evidence, compared, for example, to the mass of data that we have for Roman imperial fine tablewares. And another factor, of course, is the continuing reluctance of those of us who study early Islamic material culture to produce the sort of detailed catalogues of artifacts upon which our Romanist colleagues, for example, can rely. Of the tens of thousands of pieces of known Fatimid lusterware, only 2 carry inscriptions indicating that they were made in Fustat in the circle of the court in Cairo. But while this seems to confirm that luster-painted pottery was indeed mass-produced for the market and not a luxury item manufactured for the court, it is striking that both inscriptions name ministers or officials of some kind at the court of Al-Hakim, about whom we heard this morning. Could it be that Al-Hassan Iqbal al-Hakimi and the master of master, the Qaid of Qaids Ghaban, were venture capitalists who invested the wealth that they had accumulated while holding high office in the luster-painted pottery industry? The signature of the piece on the left, Muslim, with or without the patronymic al-Dahan, literally son of the painter, is found on more than 40 pieces of lusterware, but in such a variety of different scripts and formulae that they cannot all have been written by a single hand. Perhaps, as Marilyn Jenkins suggested, he gave his name to a workshop, and if so, then the survival of more than 40 pieces with the same mark may indicate that it was an enterprise of significant size and importance. Al-Hassan Iqbal may have invested in quite a substantial business. Now, this is a convenient moment to note in passing that the lovely little rock crystal ewer in the Palazzo Pitti, now restored and back on display after its adventures, it was dropped, bears the inscription Liqaid al-Quwad Khasatan, for the Qaid of Qaids personally or privately. David Storm Rice had no hesitation in identifying the bearer of this title as Abu Abdallah al-Hussein, the son of the great Jawhar as-Sikali, Jawhar the Sicilian, who was given this title by the Caliph Al-Hakim and used it between the 25th of May 1000 and the 18th of April 1008. But as we've just seen, exactly the same title was used by his contemporary Ghaban, so that Rice's identification cannot be taken for granted. And I'll be getting in touch with Marina to see if that particular title appears on that list of titles from the Geniza that she referred to this morning. Be that as it may, could the appearance of this title on a rock crystal ewer indicate that its bearer, whoever he was, had invested in the rock crystal industry in Fustat, not just as a customer, but also as an entrepreneur? I ask not because I know the answer, but because I want you to keep that sort of question in mind as we move on. For I must turn now to consider the relationship between Fatimid Fustat and Norman Palermo, which is comparatively well documented, both in the written sources and by material evidence. Here, I suggest we have almost a laboratory in which we can compare and contrast multiple examples of the migration of artists and the transfer of techniques from Fatimid Fustat to Norman Palermo, and thereby perhaps learn more about the nature of the processes involved. And that comparison, in turn, may help us to understand better the fragmentary evidence from Fustat. Well, to set the scene, I'm going to begin with a chronological outline, which is going to have some diversions in the middle of it, before moving on to a series of quick case studies. Palermo was conquered by an army from Aghlabid Ifriqiya in 831, and thereafter it remained under Muslim rule until it was conquered by the Normans in January 1072. For the first 150 years, there's almost no evidence of contact between Muslim Palermo and Fustat. And Palermo was far more closely connected to Ifriqiya than it was to any other part of the Islamic Mediterranean. The defeat of the Aghlabids by the Fatimids did nothing to change this, and it is only with the migration of the Fatimids to Egypt and the foundation of Cairo that we begin to have evidence for direct relations between Palermo and Cairo Fustat. And the bulk of the evidence is of two kinds. First, as Paul Walker told us this morning, relations between the courts of Cairo and Palermo. Before their migration, the Fatimids had entrusted Sicily to an Arab family, the Kelbids, whereas they had left Ifriqiya in the hands of the Berber dynasty of the Zirids. Although contacts between the Kelbids of Palermo and the Zirids of Ifriqiya remained close, the Kelbids tended to play their Fatimid overlords against their Zirid neighbors. And so a particularly close relationship developed between the courts of Cairo and Palermo. All of our evidence is literary and anecdotal, none is documentary or material. Members of the Kelbid family were frequent visitors to Cairo, and whenever there was a political crisis in Sicily, the Fatimids intervened. Now, the second kind of evidence comes from the correspondence of the Geniza merchants. Approximately 160 published Geniza documents relate to Sicily. None is earlier than the migration of the Fatimids to Egypt. Approximately 140, that is 90%, date from the period before the Norman conquest of Palermo in 1072. It's tempting, therefore, to conclude that the close contacts between the Fatimid and the Kelbid courts account for the presence of Geniza merchants in Sicily. But it's important to remember that the Geniza documents can't really be used in this manner. In statistical terms, the documents represent nothing more than the random processes of deposition in the Geniza and the survival thereafter, and cannot be used as representative indicators of the volume of trade and other contacts between Fustat and Palermo. And this is illustrated by the fact that 2/3 of the Geniza documents relating to Sicily come from the period between the fall of the unified Kelbid emirate in circa 1040 and the capture of Palermo by the Normans 30 years later, a period of intense economic, political, and social disorder in both Ifriqiya and Sicily, which clearly had a negative impact upon the business of the Geniza community. The high number of documents from this period seems to reflect three things above all, not the high volume of trade. First, the fact that the correspondence of a small number of merchants and their families and associates who were active in Sicily at this time was regularly deposited in the Geniza. Second, that during this period of intense disruption in Ifriqiya, the route along the North African coast was frequently interrupted. Several documents say so that more commerce than usual passed directly between Egypt and Sicily. And third, that the civil and economic disruption in both Ifriqiya and Sicily caused the Geniza merchants to write to each other with increasing frequency and growing sense of panic in order to keep abreast of the latest developments in a rapidly changing economic and security environment. The last Kelbid ruler was expelled in 1052 to 53, and fled to Cairo. A year or so later, the Zirids in Ifriqiya began again to acknowledge Fatimid rule, and from 1062, after the Norman invasion in the east of the island, the Zirids attempted to rule Sicily directly from Palermo. But in 1068 to 69, the Normans began to encircle Palermo, and the Zirids wisely withdrew, leaving the Sicilians to their fate. The Geniza correspondence relating to Sicily, the volume of which reached a peak in the early 1060s, ends abruptly in 1069. And I'm now going to do exactly what I've just said it is not legitimate to do. And although David Abulafia has taken me to task for doing so, because so sharp and so sudden is the cessation of Geniza correspondence that I'm inclined to attribute it to the Norman siege of Palermo, which culminated in the conquest of the city in January 1072. So the correspondence stops 1069, maybe 1070. And the next Geniza document relating to Sicily dates from 1122, by which time we know the Fatimid and the Norman courts were already in direct contact. Thereafter, for the next 130 years, there's a mere trickle of Geniza correspondence, about 20 documents with no obvious pattern of distribution discernible. I stress these are the published documents. Lord knows what really is out there. Now, while I do think it likely that the resumption of the correspondence in 1122 reflects the rapprochement between the courts of Cairo and Palermo, I do not believe that the relatively low volume of Geniza correspondence thereafter, compared with the earlier period of Kelbid rule, is likely to reflect a decline in the volume of trade between Norman Palermo and Fustat. Nor even, although I suppose this is just about possible, a decline in the role played by Geniza or even by Jewish merchants in that trade. The rapprochement between Cairo and Palermo began during the reign of Al-Amir, whose administration took a close interest in the activity of South Italian merchants in Alexandria. Between 1114 and 1126, George of Antioch, who had been chief financial minister for the Zirids before he defected to Palermo in 1108, was dispatched, I'm using Macrisi's words, many times as ambassador to Cairo. George was almost certainly an Armenian, and he enjoyed a particularly close relationship with Bahram Pahlavuni, the Armenian vizier of Al-Hafiz from 1135 to 1137, because Bahram's uncle, Vasak Pahlavuni, the last Byzantine Duke of Antioch, had been served by George's father and his family before 1098. From 1126 until his death in 1151, George was the chief minister of Roger II, and we shall return to him repeatedly in the remainder of this talk. In July 1123, the Zirid emir asked Al-Amir to intervene with Roger II. In other words, he already knew him well enough, or the relations between the courts were so close that there was some chance of that intervention working, to intervene with Roger II to persuade him to call off his assault against Ifriqiya. The Sicilians launched their disastrously unsuccessful naval attack on Al-Mahdiya in the very month that the Zirid ambassador arrived in Cairo. Subsequently, an embassy was dispatched from Cairo to Palermo, led by an otherwise unknown official whose honorific title, Mustaniya ad-Dawla, the builder of the state, the maker of the state, suggests that he was a caliphal official of some importance. In 1130, Roger was crowned King of Sicily, and work began on the creation of the image of his monarchy, which was, from the outset, planned to be ostentatiously multicultural, so as to demonstrate, as the Greek panegyricist Eugenius of Palermo was later to put it, to demonstrate how the unifying power of the Norman king would, I quote, harmonize the inharmonious and mix together the unmixable, blending and uniting into a single race, disparate and incongruent peoples. Fatimid Cairo and adjacent Fustat were the principal sources for the Islamic ingredients that went into the new multicultural monarchy. And I'll examine some examples of this from the 1130s and the 1140s when I come to my case studies in just a moment. Now, a key piece of evidence for relations between Cairo and Palermo is the one letter that survives from the correspondence between Al-Hafiz and Roger II. It dates from 1137 and is clearly at least the fourth letter to be exchanged between the two courts. Such royal letters were, of course, not entrusted to the post, but they were carried by embassies and accompanied by gifts. This letter from Al-Hafiz reassures Roger that the gifts that he had sent with his previous letter had arrived safely, had been checked against the inventory that accompanied the letter, and had been deposited in the Fatimid treasury. The letter goes on to introduce the ambassador, Abu Mansur Jafar al-Hafizi, and to report that a list of the gifts entrusted to him for Roger was enclosed with the letter. But this list has sadly been lost. And we have to turn to something like the Book of Gifts and Rarities for examples of the sort of list that it must have been. And also, and I recommend this to anyone who hasn't caught up with it yet, although it's from refers to a slightly later and I suspect a rather less generous age, to Doris Abu Saif's, now indispensable, Practicing Diplomacy in the Mamluk Sultanate, an excellent read. Two further points are worth stressing about this letter. First, in the letter, Al-Hafiz thanks Roger for rescuing a ship called Al-Arus, the Bride, which had been, I quote, under the protection of Al-Hafiz's private diwan. The Bride had been captured by Sicilian ships, and her cargo had been seized before the Sicilian commander realized the status of the ship. Once he realized that she was the caliph's own ship, the commander took her under his protection, restored her cargo, and sent her on her way with an escort. And the letter reports how, to show his gratitude, Al-Hafiz granted exemption from import and export taxes at Alexandria and Cairo to any ship of the king, of George of Antioch, and, I quote, of the two ambassadors who are yet to arrive, and this may refer to an embassy from Salerno. In other words, the two rulers, George of Antioch, other ambassadors from the Norman kingdom, were all trading on their own behalf and enjoyed special tax exemptions while they were doing so. If only we knew what they were trading. Second, it's clear from the content of the letter that although the correspondence was ostensibly between the caliph and the king, the real correspondents were their viziers. The surviving letter of 1137 was evidently written from Cairo by the Sunni vizier Ridwan ibn al-Walakshi, who had been responsible for ousting from power his predecessor, the Armenian Bahram Pahlavoni, who had clearly been the author of earlier letters in the exchange. Although addressed to Roger, the letter of 1137 was clearly intended for the eyes of his vizier, George of Antioch. It's clear from the letter that the letter from Roger, to which this is the reply, had praised George at great length. And this letter says diplomatically that great as George's qualities were, they were clearly merely reflections of the qualities of his master. In this letter, Ridwan expands upon his own outstanding virtues as if it was the caliph who was praising him. And at great length, more words are spent on this than on any other subject in the letter. At great length, he seeks to explain and to justify the fall from power into disgrace and exile of Bahram, George's fellow Armenian and old family connection. Now, for me, this offers an unusually vivid glimpse into how such international relationships may actually have worked. While it's difficult to conceive of the Fatimid al-Hafiz and the Norman Roger ever having had much in common, and of course they never actually met, it's easy to imagine George, on one of his many visits to Cairo, sitting down with Bahram, or more probably with one of his Armenian predecessors, for a conversation that ranged from the weighty affairs of state to a good gossip about their Armenian acquaintances to an exchange of views on the practicalities of serving their respective masters. Meanwhile, we can imagine George's eunuchs and servants who accompanied him to Cairo, having supervised the unpacking of their master's gifts and the checking of the inventory, touring the Fatimid palace and treasury, gazing wistfully at a painted ceiling, a rock crystal ewer, a fine piece of carved woodwork, and agreeing that this was exactly what they needed in Palermo. It seems to me that we can learn more. It seems to me that the more we can learn about such ministers and their servants, the closer we come to understanding what must have been the real operation of cultural exchange between the courts of the Fatimid-Mediterranean. Now, the deaths of Al-Hafiz, of George of Antioch, and of Roger II between 1149 and 1154 brought an end to the close relations between Cairo and Palermo, and the collapse of the Fatimid Caliphate in the 1160s ensured that they would never be revived. The Sicilians do seem to have attempted to install a Fatimid pretender to Cairo in 1174, when they unsuccessfully attacked Alexandria, as they did again in 1175-6. While this came to nothing, it does demonstrate, I think, how close the alliance between Fatimid Cairo and Norman Palermo had been. Now, in Sicily, the succession crisis that followed the death of William II in 1189 began a period of civil war and Muslim rebellion that culminated with the conquest of the island by the German Emperor Henry VI in 1194. Although Henry was married to Roger's daughter, Constance, he rapidly set about dismantling what remained of the multicultural monarchy created by her father. He wanted everything in Latin. When Henry died unexpectedly in 1197, his widow, Constance, began to restore her father's multicultural kingdom, but she herself died too soon to achieve anything lasting. And her son, Frederick II, attempted, rather half-heartedly, I have to say, to return to his grandfather's golden age, but the threat to his kingdom, posed by the prolonged rebellion of the Muslims of Sicily, frustrated all such designs. Now, after that rather lengthy chronological review, I come to a series of quick case studies of artists and technologies on the move from Fatimid Fustat to Norman Palermo. First, I want to begin with a poet, the Egyptian poet Ibn Khalakis, who provides an extremely useful example of speculative patronage during interesting times, or perhaps I should say of a speculative search for patronage during interesting times. Born in Alexandria in 1137 and educated there, Ibn Khalakis moved to Cairo in the 1150s. There he addressed qasidas to several members of the court, including the vizier Tala'i ibn Razik, and even to the caliph al-Adid himself. But by this time, the springs of Fatimid patronage were running dry. And for the last few years of his life, Ibn Kalakis was obliged to seek his fortune abroad. During the 1160s and 70s, he sought the support of a wide range of patrons, including Abd al-Mu'min, the Almohad, various figures in Sicily, including the Regent Margaret and her young son William II, viziers in Aden and the Hadramaut, and even the pirate emir of the Dakhlak Islands. In desperation, he addressed a qasida to Salah ad-Din, but apparently without success. Now I wish to draw 3 quick points from the example of Ibn Kalakis. First, his travels cluster between the early summer of 1168 and his death in 1172, and so coincide with the death throes of the Fatimid dynasty. This suggests that the failure of the springs of patronage in Cairo and possibly the threat from civil disorder was what led Ibn Kalakis to seek patronage elsewhere. It could even be that his early speculative approach to Abd al-Mu'min, the Almohad, which must date from the latter's death in the summer, before the latter's death in the summer of 1163, might have been prompted by the revolt of Shawa in November 1062, the event which drew both Nur ad-Din and Amalric of Jerusalem to intervene in Egypt. Second, the range of Ibn Kalakis' search for a patron during the last decade of his life, from 1163 to 1172, is, I think, remarkable and illustrates the important point that the Fatimid court was the only great center of patronage in the Muslim West from the fall of the Umayyads of Spain until the rise of the Ayyubids. During the 12th century, as the Fatimids began to run out of resources, artists, poets, and scholars had to range widely in search of a patron. And third, we can see how Ibn Kalakis attempted to gain access to royal patrons by seeking first to attract the attention of their ministers and courtiers. In this way, he gained access to Al-Adid through his vizier Tala'i. As to Sicily, as early as 1160, Ibn Kalakis wrote speculative letters to 2 rival leaders of the Muslims in Sicily. The Sheikh al-Sadid, who is called by one Latin source the most wealthy of the Saracens of Sicily, and the Qaid Abu al-Qasim Muhammad ibn Hamoud, hereditary leader of the Muslim community under Norman rule and an officer in the Norman court. This groundwork eventually paid off, and in 1168 Abu al-Qasim invited Ibn Kalakis to Palermo, and there he assiduously cultivated the members of the literary circle around Abu al-Qasim, which included the Qaid Richard, the leading crypto-Muslim eunuch in the Norman palace. Abu Sa'id, who may be either another royal official or, I suspect, the Arabic name of the eunuch Richard. Abu Sa'id presented Ibn Kalakis to the Regent Margaret and her young son William II. And Ibn Kalakis dedicated 2 qasidas to his royal patrons and 1 to the eunuch Richard. On his departure, he received a generous viaticum from the court, including, rather bizarrely, barrels of tuna fish. But it was Abu al-Qasim who rewarded him so richly in gold that he was able to afford to complete the pilgrimage to the holy places. Now, a man of letters like Ibn Kalakis is likely to have enjoyed a far greater degree of freedom in his choice of patron than any artist or artisan. While he could approach a patron himself, especially one of ministerial rank, with some hope of success, it's difficult to imagine that a mere artisan could have done the same. He would either have had to await an invitation, or, still less independent, he would have been dispatched by one patron as a gift to another. And this is exactly what seems to have happened in my next 2 case studies. Thus, in 1198, Sorry, something's gone wrong there. I've shown in my book, Arabic Administration, how after the creation of the Norman Kingdom in 1130, the remnants of the old Arabic administration that had been inherited from the Chaldeans were completely reformed by George of Antioch, who was head of that administration, by importing scribes, scripts, diplomatic forms and diplomatic formulae, bureaucratic offices, structures and procedures from the contemporary diwan of Fatimid Cairo. And I'm showing you on the top the trilingual diwan, and on the bottom the endowment charter of George's Church that has up here at the top the alama of the official alama of King Roger, not written by Roger, I hasten to say. Now, these complicated technical matters, chancery structure, diplomatic form, and so on, I don't think were brought to Sicily on the objects themselves. I think they are brought by scribes, by secretaries, and who come to Sicily, migrate to Sicily, and there institute a living tradition that carries on for the years of Norman rule. But one of the striking features about it is that when they arrive, there was a flourishing indigenous documentary and scribal tradition attached to the Fatimid Qadis and his court. We have many of those documents, but there appears to be no contact whatsoever, no crossover between the imported, between the aspects that are imported to the Norman Diwan from the Fatimid Chancery and the indigenous Sicilian tradition. And that remains the case right the way through to the end. Thus, in 1198, after the secretaries of the Norman Diwan had been massacred in the pogroms of 1189 to 90, when Queen Constance attempted to restore her father's Arabic administration, her ministers had to look for models outside the island, just as George of Antioch had done 70 years earlier. And this is a new detail. The friendly Fatimids had long disappeared. Their Ayyubid successors were positively hostile, but somehow Constance's chancery found a scribe familiar with the Almohad diplomatic form known as the Zahir, and so they issued a document full of the overblown and pretentious literary language that's characteristic of the Almohad Zahir, but had never before appeared in the Arabic documents of the Norman Diwan. The third case study is, again, one on which I've written at some length, the painted ceiling of the nave of the Cappella Palatina in Palermo. Recent work by Fabrizio Agnello, Lev Kapitekin, and myself demonstrates that the ceiling is the work of an itinerant workshop of carpenters and painters who were trained in the traditions of the Islamic Mediterranean. Lev Kapitekin, in particular, has shown that the painters were trained in the Egyptian tradition, presumably from Fustat. The coordinated manner in which they worked with the carpenters requires that the carpenters too had roots in Egypt, although the style of the Muqarnas indicates that they also drew upon a range of traditions, especially perhaps from the Almohad and the Almoravid West. A series of technical details demonstrates beyond doubt that the carpenters and painters had cooperated in the construction and decoration of ceilings of the same type before they arrived in Palermo. For example, the carpenters who built the ceiling knew to instruct the masons who built the walls of the nave exactly where to position the slots for the beams that support the ceiling and exactly where to place the crucial ventilation slits that have allowed it to survive for 900 years despite the dramatic variations in temperature between its inner and outer surfaces. Again, the painters knew how to organize a chain of production to complete their work as efficiently and quickly as possible. Here, after damage and restoration, we can see the remains of some of the preliminary sketches done by the painters in red of very simple circles and ellipses to give the positions of the figures that were then gone over in black and then filled in colour and then given detail. And the painters brought with them a series of standard iconographic formulae, perfectly adapted to the most awkwardly shaped panels in the Muqarnas. For example, these tricky spoon-shaped panels were again and again filled with the same pair of musicians separated by a tree of life. And yet again, although most of the ceiling had to be painted in situ, the carpenters and painters devised a method whereby the most awkward elements of the central section of the ceiling, certainly these pendant stalactite bosses and possibly the hemispherical cupolas between them, could be decorated on the ground by the painters before they were hoisted up and fixed into place by the carpenters. And see here in the detail how the paint drips upwards, because this was painted on the ground upside down. Now, such techniques could not have been learned from mere observation of similar ceilings, of course, but only by long experience. The coordinated workshops of painters and carpenters responsible for the ceiling of the Cappella Palatina had made many such ceilings before they came to Palermo. The only thing that's unique about the ceiling is that it has survived. Just as the mosaicists who decorated the sanctuary of the Cappella Palatina must have been summoned to Palermo from Constantinople by King Roger's ministers, or just possibly were dispatched on the order of the ministers of John Komnenos, so the workshop that made the ceiling must also have been summoned or possibly dispatched. It's almost unthinkable that, like Ibn Kalakis, they could themselves have made a speculative approach to Palermo. And next year, in a colleague's Festschrift, I'm going to publish a new study, I should say yet another new study after the recent excellent work by Alicia Walker and Scott Redford, a new study of the hall in the Great Palace in Constantinople that was given in the 13th century the name of the Machrutas by Nicholas Messarites. Contrary to the prevailing view that holds that this hall was a pavilion in the Seljuk style, I've been able to find new etymological evidence and new topographical evidence to suggest that the building was the basilical hall, generally known as the Losiakos, built in the 7th century by Justinian II, extensively refurbished by Manuel Komnenos, who replaced the old coffered wooden ceiling with, I suggest, a new painted wooden Muqarnas ceiling, made in all probability by the workshop that had worked in the Cappella Palatina. And if I'm right, and of course I think I am, then this workshop that seems to have originated in Fustat was summoned or dispatched first to Palermo and then went on to Constantinople. This search for a patron as the Fatimid source of patronage runs dry. Here again, I think George of Antioch plays a key role. Recent work by Maria Aconcha Longo and others has shown that, contrary to what was previously thought, George's church, Santa Maria dell'Ammiraglio, predates the Cappella Palatina. If that's right, then many of the most characteristic features of the royal art and architecture of Norman Sicily appear for the first time in George's church. The mosaics that cover the walls and the vaults, Arabic inscriptions carved in stone and stucco and even painted on wood beneath the feet of the angels there, opus sectile floors and dados, and as we'll see in a moment, woodwork carved in the Fatimid style, not to mention those two most potent images of royal authority, that of King Roger, crowned by Christ, and throughout the church, the deliberate juxtaposition of architectural and decorative elements drawn from a variety of cultures, precisely to demonstrate how this king's authority, derived directly from God himself, would harmonize the inharmonious and mix together the unmixable. My next case study, and I may well end with this one, is rock crystal, and in particular the Saint-Denis ewer in the Louvre. Whether or not this really is the Lagena Preclara that is mentioned by Abbot Suger, that had been given to Saint-Denis by Count Thibault of Blois-Champagne, who had himself been given it by Roger II of Sicily, and I think it must be, but I'm not going to press that. Whether or not it was may not matter, because the granulation on the lid is consistent with work on the regalia of the Norman kings of Sicily, so that it is generally accepted as evidence that this ewer passed through the Kingdom of Sicily and there acquired its lid. Analyses of the carving of the ewer recently carried out by my colleague Elise Morero and myself show that the ewer was originally carved in a manner that left microscopic traces that are identical with those found on the other 6 surviving ewers from the group made in Fustat around the year 1000. But the same analyses have shown that this ewer was subsequently reworked using a similar set of tools which were applied in a manner inconsistent with the rest of the group. First, at some point, the handle has been damaged and broken here. The damage was tidied up, but in the empty area that would originally have been covered up by the bottom of the handle, a little palmette has been added. While the decoration of the group as a whole is always carved in relief, this secondary palmette, as you can see, is carved in taglio, and not in relief. And we're awaiting the repair of the confocal rugosinita in Lyon to carry out the analyses of the carving of the palmette. But the second anomaly of this ewer involves the dots that delineate the edge of the wing of the falcon here. And can you see what I was talking about the griffin? I mean, there's something there. All of the 7 ewers in this Fatimid group employ similar dots, and all are made using the same tool, the drill bit with an ovoidal or spherical point, which leaves the characteristic traces that you can see here in plan from the Francis Mill ewer that's present in Lone and Dallas, and on the Fermont ewer. And there you can see in section deep concave impressions. But subsequently, all of the dots on the Saint-Denis ewer were made in this way originally. But subsequently, some of them, and only some of them, were recarved, using not a drill, but a rotary cutting wheel. Unlike the palmette under the handle, this wasn't a repair, and the recarving was done on decoration that was intact and perfect. Now, it's relatively easy to make dots with a spherical drill bit, but it's extraordinarily difficult to make dots with the edge of a cutting disc, some 2 millimeters wide at maximum. And what's more, the recarved dots, as you can see, are irregular in plan, and I don't know if you can see there, they are marred by grooves and scratches made by the wheel, and they're much shallower than the traditional dots of the ewers made in Fustat. And this poses a puzzle that we cannot yet give, to which we cannot yet give a confident answer. One possibility is that the recarving was carried out as an experiment by an inexperienced craftsman who was unsteadily trying to work out for himself how to carve a rock crystal ewer in the manner of Fustat. Where that experienced craftsman might have worked cannot yet be said, but both Norman Sicily and Capetian Paris could be candidates. Some years ago, Avinoam suggested that this lion's head in Karlsruhe might have been made in Norman Sicily. We haven't yet analysed this piece, nor the 1 or 2 other pieces that share features in common with it. But even so, it evidently exhibits features that are not part of the Fatimid group. Were we to accept that this was carved in Norman Sicily, and while we're in an accepting mode that the recarving of the Saint-Denis ewer was also done in Sicily, then we would have to conclude that the highly specialized technique of carving rock crystal had been transferred to Sicily not by expert lapidary craftsmen from Fustat, but by inexperienced craftsmen, or even by word of mouth, and then developed by trial and error. And for me, this is rather more than I'm prepared to accept, at least at the moment. To me, this looks like a completely different tradition of hard stone carving, which we are as yet unable to identify or locate. Now, I'm going to skip my final case study, which was the carved wood from Palermo, these doors from George of Antioch's church, with the soffit above the doors, and there's in detail the panels of the door, and also this lintel and jambs also from somewhere near George's church. And I'm not going to say anything either about this carved panel from, allegedly, from a ceiling within the Norman palace. The reason I'm not doing this is because this was an example of a non-specialized technique. Wood carving is practiced all over the Mediterranean, and what's moving around here isn't the technique of wood carving, but it's the style in which the wood is carved. And I just want to make the point that, I just put these in here to make the point that this isn't perhaps the most useful sort of evidence on which to work. Now, I've ranged far too widely to come to any neat conclusion. And so I'd like to emphasize a point that I made in the first half of this talk, which seems to me to connect especially with Marina Rustav's reconstruction of the Fatimid state. Marina was careful to insist that this was not a totalitarian state. And it seems to me that the way in which Al-Hafiz and Roger II, George of Antioch and the other ministers and officers of their pre-industrial states certainly participated directly in trade, and just may have provided the venture capital that financed industries such as the lusterware and the rock crystal industries. And, at least in the case of George of Antioch, ministers who directly commissioned major building and artistic enterprises for their masters. It seems to me that these are examples of the sort of structures that we need to be looking for in these non-totalitarian states around the Mediterranean. I don't want to give the impression that Norman Sicily was anything like as centrally organized and as well organized as the Fatimid state was. It wasn't. It was a pale imitation of the Fatimid state. In Norman Sicily, things happened more by chance than by deliberate organization. If George of Antioch hadn't defected, or if his father hadn't defected from Byzantium to Ziri di Frigia, if George hadn't defected from Ifriqiya to Palermo, I doubt whether any of this would have happened. The role of the individual in all of this seems to me to be absolutely crucial. And I come back to the opening phrase of Gombrich's The Story of Art. There's no such thing as a history of art, there's only the history of artists. And I think the history of artists and their patrons, I would add to this. Thank you very much indeed.
Are there questions for Professor Johns? Yes, Michael.
Small one, or maybe not. You didn't talk very much about the link of the actual physical conquest of Palermo by the Normans and the termination of Geniza documents. Was it particularly bloody? Were there any Jews surviving in Palermo or anyone else? Or were they all shipped off, or was it a peaceful takeover?
It certainly wasn't a peaceful takeover. The siege lasted 9 months, I think, might even be slightly longer, and the outer wall of the city is taken by force. and it's only the inner part of Palermo, the old city of Palermo, the Casa, that is eventually surrendered to the Normans by treaty. There's no evidence of massacres on a large scale. There's certainly a good reason to think that the Jewish population is left more or less intact because they pay the jizya to the Normans within a few years of the Norman conquest of the city. I don't think it's the massacre of the Jewish population of Palermo. I think it's the naval blockade that stops ships coming in and out of the harbour, and thereafter the way in which the Norman navy clearly patrols the coast to try to stop any attempt at reconquest of the island for some years. I think that's the key to it, not persecution of the Jews. Can I just take this opportunity to say that years ago I used to believe that the Norman conquest was relatively low in blood. I think I'm now changing my mind on that. The introduction, the harangue to a number, half a dozen or so, of the earliest Norman charters that we only have now in Latin translation. We don't have the original Greek. But these introductions lament the destruction of the palaces of the Saracens with their remarkable artistry. So it looks as if there has been, either intentionally or unintentionally, a large-scale destruction of the infrastructure that was there. Not a single building from the period of Islamic rule survives above ground anywhere on the island.
Just a small detail, the ewer that you showed with the title of the Commander-in-Chief.
Yeah.
I know that David Rice ascribed it to Jauhar, and Bloom repeated that, but in fact I think it is ascribed to Graben, who gained that title after Jauhar was dead.
Right, it doesn't ascribe it to Jauhar, he ascribes it to Abul Hussein, Jauhar's son.
Sorry. But you can make that identification only from the title.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
But after the son was dead, then Graben gains the title. So for a while he's Al-Hakim's favorite, and highly favored by Al-Hakim. I think it's perhaps a gift from the caliph himself to his favorite.
Okay, I'm with you. That's interesting. I've got no handle, I don't know if Marina can help, on how common that title is. It's used by a lot of Norman officers in Sicily. I can think of at least 3, including George of Antioch.
In the Fatimid case, it's Jauhar, then it's given to his son, and then the only other case I know of is when they give it to Graben.
Right.
At a slightly
That's
later
immensely
period.
helpful. Thank you very much.
Going back to the ivories, for instance, the ivories that will be found in Sicily, would they be made mainly in Fustat, or would we know, and how do we know the difference if one would have been made in Fustat or by artists that travel there?
That is exactly the problem. You posed the problem perfectly. I don't have a precise answer to it. Sylvia may now know better, but I don't know of any conclusive evidence that the so-called Sicilian ivories were made in Sicily. It's just that a lot of them were found in Sicily, and that they have this sort of cultural ambiguity. So you have some with Christian symbols and the Islamic pleasures of the court cycle symbols on. But I don't think there's any really conclusive evidence.
Yes. There is no conclusion that artists would have traveled and worked, like sometimes later on, even in furniture, you have cabinet maker that would go to another country, and there are always something that will give it away if it was made in the original country or in the other country.
Yes, I mean, you know, this is possible. The example of Ibn Kalakis, I think, is interesting. He will not leave Alexandria until Abu al-Qasim has sent him the money for his voyage. You know, if even a fairly successful hack poet doesn't have the cash to travel to Palermo, is an artisan going to have enough money to do it? I don't know, but I doubt it. I don't really see that. And certainly not a whole workshop of artisans such as painted the ceiling of the Cappella Palatina. I think they will only travel if they're financed to do it. And I suspect that's the case with craftsmen. So, you know, why didn't luster potters, when they, for whatever reason, wanted to leave Fustat, why didn't they go to Palermo that was still thriving at that time? If they could have just up sticks and gone there, a lot better bet, I would have thought, than Syria. Kashan perhaps not, but Syria at the time is not really where you'd want to go to set up any business. So I'm dubious about artists on large scale travelling around speculatively, particularly overseas, in search of patrons.
Because also, I mean, it's the idea of some of the other technique, including the luster technique, would have been spread by the object being exposed or by artists taking.
You can't learn how to make luster pottery from a luster pot. The technique is too complicated and it's hidden within the pot. You just couldn't do it. Whereas the last example that I skipped over, wood carving, I think that's a matter of, you know, any competent wood carver can carve in a different style or can learn to carve in a different style. Just as any competent scribe can, any calligrapher will be able to turn out, you know, half a dozen or more different styles. It's what they do, it's their job. So style is difficult. But that's why I try to focus on these techniques. And all of the first, however many it was, case studies were of techniques that must have been carried by the artists themselves. And even with woodwork, I think if I could be sure that the wooden panels came from within the circle of patronage of George of Antioch, even then I'd think, well, yeah, probably he's got a carver in from Fustat. He's paid for a carver to come, even then. But we just don't have that hard evidence in that case, so I'm not really willing to do so.
Itai?
Thank you very much. That was fascinating. Just to follow up on the questions here, and I mean, you selected very carefully the examples of potential workshops operating in Palermo, but we can think of other later material artifacts that actually suggest that there's a very long established tradition in Palermo after Roger. For instance, you know, you were talking about carving, we can think about the carving of the capitals in Monreale, for instance. Not to speak of the wonderful engraved gems that we have from a little bit later on, which relates wonderfully to the rock crystal that you showed us, much more experienced carvers. And so the question, you know, because you ended with Gombrich, so the question will be, is it really the history of artists and can we actually reconstruct it? And if there is always a workshop, does it mean that there is tradition?
Yeah.
More so, I really love the example of the poet. But as you said, poet travels by himself and writes from his brain. And in art history, we have this conviction that artists travel as workshops. Although people who work on Western Romanesque art will tell you that there were not really workshops, they were traveling together and then they're getting to a town and becoming a workshop, there's a capo, but that's it. Otherwise, they're on their own. And so again, I'm wondering here about actually what moves and what not moves, where is tradition, where is locality. Crusader Jerusalem, I would like to later on maybe ask you about.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot there. First of all, on the on your first point, what about Monreale? Well, Monreale, of course, has got the capitals in Monreale have almost nothing to do with the Islamic world. The carvers of the capitals in Monreale aren't coming from Fustat.
But you just said that you can actually copy style and motifs.
You can.
just said that.
I did say that, but this isn't just a matter of copying style.
Okay, so
This isn't just a matter of copying style. Because what you've got there is a living tradition that you can follow back to its source in the south of France and Puglia. Similarly, with the intaglio and cameo gems that you mentioned, they're not being produced on Sicily. I think we'd be pretty sure of that. They're from somewhere in the mainland around the court of Frederick II, and they're plugging into and referencing a very different tradition that goes back, of course, to classical Rome. That's what he's interested in. Again, there's not this link with Fustat. The techniques, of course, are the same that would be used on rock crystal.
Exactly.
But on a material that is much, much easier to carve. As yet, I know of no evidence for carving, relief carving of rock crystal, no certain evidence for carving of rock crystal, relief carving on rock crystal in Sicily and the Sicilian kingdom. Remains to be seen, but at the moment, that's where we are. Now, travelling as workshops, yeah, I completely agree. But that's why I brought in the case of the ceiling of the Cappella Palatina. You know, there I have absolutely no doubt that these are a gang of people, carpenters and painters, who have worked before, who've made other ceilings, and who go on from Palermo to work elsewhere.
Together.
Yeah. I don't see how you can possibly build anything as complicated, build and decorate anything as complicated as that ceiling without having done it before and learned how to do it, you know, over a long period of time, working up to it carefully. There's anyone who wants a copy, ask me and I'll send it to you. The publishers won't let me put it on the web, but there's a new article in a British Archaeological Association conference, article by Sylvia there as well, about this, that I'll willingly send anyone who sends me an email. I think the other thing about workshops is, yes, I take the point. Workshops may not travel as workshops, but let's take the example of rock crystal. You think of rock crystal being carved by the individual artist over his lathe, just as we see in the illustrations from Mughal albums or from British India and so on. Ethnographically, it doesn't work like that. And having tried experimentally, as Elise and I have done, to at least practice the techniques of these, it can't work like that. You need a group of people to make it work. If you take one of these rock crystal ewers, the largest amount of time is going to be spent on sawing the blank shape and then emptying out the interior cavity. And that's a job that's essentially done, well, the texts say it's done by the boy. It's always the boy. Look at Hanson's photographs in the Met here of the Chinese jade industry in the 1930s, and there is a 5-year-old, who looks like a 5-year-old, working away at those boring tasks, because it's just not worth a real craftsman's time. So you've got to travel with a group that can go this way. Okay, we're not very skilled, but to be able to saw the bow to make the lathe turn and manipulate the object so that it fits the wheel rightly with just two hands is very, very difficult to do. And for any large object, you're going to need someone to work the bow and move the object. So I think, your workshop, 3, 4 guys, a family. In India, the women are doing a great deal of the work as well as the children. It's a family business. And these are workshops, of course, that leave no trace archaeologically. You just sweep up. And that's the end of it. Even the cylindrical cores that you get out of the center of these ewers are probably recycled to make the little cylindrical flasks. So, yes, a workshop, but I don't... We're not talking about the totalitarian state here. These are little family workshops.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much.
I think we should close. We are behind time, and I want to make sure we have ample time for discussion and for hearing Avinoam's questions. What I'd like to do actually at this point is invite all of the speakers up to the table and Avinoam, and I will introduce Avinoam, and we will get right into ongoing discussion. Those of you who had questions I didn't get to may ask these questions after Avinoam's comment.
Do you think it's got our names on the other side now as well?
Yeah, we hope it's the same name, right?
Avinoam Shalom is the Reggio Professor of the History of the Arts of Islam at Columbia University. He studied the history of art at the universities of Tel Aviv, Munich, and Edinburgh, where he earned his PhD in the field of Islamic art. Prior to his appointment at Columbia, Shalom held the professorship of the history of Islamic art at the University of Munich and taught at the universities of Tel Aviv, Edinburgh, Heidelberg, Bamberg, Luzern, and Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi in India. He was Andrew Mellon Senior Fellow at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in 2006 and guest scholar at the Getty Research Center in 2009. Between 2007 and 2015, he was the Max Planck Fellow at the Kunsthistorische Institute in Florence. Shalom's main field of interest concerns artistic interactions in the Mediterranean basin, migration of objects, and medieval aesthetics. He's published extensively on medieval Islamic as well as Jewish and Christian art. He is the author and editor of 10 books, including Islam Christianized and very relevant for the discussion today, The Oliphant, which was published in 2004. He's also published on more contemporary topics, including a book called Facing the Wall, The Palestinian-Israeli Barriers, as well as 2 recent books about the image of Muhammad in historical and contemporary perspectives, which came out in 2013 and 2014 with De Gruyter. He's also written more than 100 articles on varied subjects, including stylistic observations, document-based research and cultural studies, historiographies, and art criticisms, and he has acted as initiator of a series of exhibitions called Changing Views that were held in Munich in 2010 and 2011, and he also co-curated the exhibition The Future of Tradition, the Tradition of Future, in the Haus der Kunst in Munich. And he's currently coordinating 3 different research projects at the Kunsthistorische Institute in Florence, Crossing Boundaries, Creating Images in Search of the Prophet Muhammad. The second is Gazing Otherwise, Modalities of Seeing in the World of Islam. And the third is The Chasuble of Thomas Becket, Infermo, a biography. He's also one of the directors of the International Getty-supported project, Art, Space, and Mobility in the Early Ages of Globalization, the Mediterranean, Central Asia, and the Indian subcontinent, 400 to 1650. We're very lucky to have Professor Shalom as our commentator today.
Well, first, thank you, Abigail, for this introduction. You know, it's this moment when I don't know who you are talking about. But I just, you know, I just first of all want to thank the Bard graduate and Abigail for putting us here together. I think that it is not that normal that art historian and historian are working together in one conference like this one-day conference. And it's great to have the historian and the art historian in a dialogue here. So this is something that we have to appreciate and we have to repeat again and again. I think it's a wonderful possibility. I think that like me, all of you here learned definitely a lot here during this day from the different views that were taken in order to look at the material culture. And I'm speaking about material culture now in a kind of a big term for everything, the document and the art object that we were looking at in this conference. Now, the first thing that came to my mind is in almost all the paper that we hear here is it is like the big question in art history: what is the object itself, and what is the relation? What are the relation of the objects to its image? And I thought that that is what's happened here as well. It seems that we are faced with the idea that there is the image of the Fatimid, and there are the Fatimids, and we are now trying to revise the image of the Fatimid that we have. The image of the Fatimid is what the other scholars made with deliberately or not deliberately, with the knowledge that they have at that time, with the knowledge that they haven't got at that time, but there is an image that was constructed and we are trying to revise it. And I think that all of us felt in specific moment, oh, something that I knew before has been revised now in this moment during the talk. So it was about revision of the image of the Fatimid, and looking now into the history and the evidence, the material evidence of each of the objects that could be, as Sylvia showed us, could be called at all Fatimid, and then to try to see what we can get out of this fragmented and very, very thin, actually, picture of the Fatimid that we get by the end. So I think that this was something that I could say about the whole conference here. This kind of a revision and going then into specific cases, as if we know there is no way to look at the great picture anymore. We have to look at the fragment of the picture and to try to suggest something from there very, very carefully. Now, if I will go through the papers, I mean, the first paper for me was a kind of all of a sudden to understand the global power of the Fatimid with this Dawa going all over the world. I mean, they are sending this Dawa from Sin to North Africa, from Constantinople to Ethiopia. I mean, there is a kind of a spreading the word of the Shia into the whole world in that moment, and trying to create a kind of a new center for an empire that has a global aspiration in converting people into Shia. So I thought that this was very interesting. Of course, it is also interesting in what we know, and Paul has called our attention to even moment in Abbasid Baghdad that actually Shia was accepted. It's amazing to see our clear distinction between Sunnah and Shia that is now being, in a specific moment, actually revised, and we see how it actually was there were porous moments where Shia was even accepted in the Abbasid court. For example, as I said, in the last year before the Seljuk came, where there was, even at the time of Al-Mustansir, a Shiite caliph even in Baghdad. But at the same time, I'm thinking Spain and the Umayyad not that they are going to accept the Shia, but they are going to accept a similar model, if we come to think about it, around the same time of the mid of the 11th century. I'm talking about the Taifa period, I'm talking what was going on actually with the image of Hisham II, this person who, according to history, died 3 times because they were reviving him again and again. I mean, he was the image of the caliphates of Cordoba, and the Abbasid in Sevilla are actually reviving him for the 3rd time and claiming that he's alive again in there. So there is a kind of idea which reminds us of this idea of imamat and a kind of a vanished imam that is coming back, and a kind of secrecy going between the ruler, the Abbasid ruler, the al-Qasim at that time in Sevilla, and the image of Hisham II that seems to appear all of a sudden. So just to think of this kind of feeling, and I think he gave it to us this feeling by telling us it is the year 400. It's very important year. It seems that it is like the apocalyptic year 1000 that we heard so much about it in European art, how many books were produced and thought were put before the year 1000. Here is another moment to think in Islam of the year 400. And even if I'm coming to think about it, the movement to Cairo in 969 is actually a very specific moment of conquest of Fustat that was decided by astrologer to do that. And if you come to think about it, I don't know. I'm starting to play already a Kabbalah here, because it's exactly 40 years before actually the 400 years that Al-Hakim is talking about in 1010. So we are getting here into a kind of a interesting moment. I thought that this might open some question to discuss about this kind of a global Shiites and the border between Sunni and Shia in that time. The second lecture of Marina was actually taking us into what I think Ginsberg will call microstoria, microhistory. I felt that definitely it is great to look at it as a kind of a revision of what we have, the image of despotism in the world of Islam, but we have also to ask maybe some question about what is microhistory that we are doing now in this conference here. We are all actually looking now at specific persons, specific objects, specific what in German would be called Alltag. It's kind of a day life object, a day life document that are giving us a kind of an access to the normal everyday, and from them to learn about specific things, this microhistory. Now, why are we so much in this postmodern era are so much thinking that microhistory is the way to study history is another thing that I think we have to think about it, and what the microhistory actually suggesting us. And I wonder also if we are still working within the idea of great history, even in working with microhistory, because as I feel from question here, we always want even the specific fragment to tell the whole story of the whole picture. So can we even think of freeing ourselves of this wish to make the microhistory in the service of the great history that we already knew about from historian before? The third lecture that took us into a great analytical way of 2 boxes in which Sylvia is looking not only at the parameter of art historian style, but is looking actually at technique of production and trying to work with those together to suggest a specific cultural space for these 2 boxes for Mantua and Madrid. I wonder if one could even think about the specific shape. They have a very specific shape. Maybe we should look also at the specific shape and trying to see if that could lead us also to something. But she again revised all our idea of what are Fatimid ivories. Now, the only thing that I could think of getting back to create more information what are Fatimid ivories is probably to go to the next lecture of Jeremy, in which he is actually trying to show us, I would call it, the global world of carving. Now, the global world of carving is the knowledge of technique, which has to do not only with rock crystal, it has to do with ivories, it has to do with wood, and if we are now thinking about wood, ivory, and rock crystal together, so we are starting to get more about what is maybe Fatimid. We have some more objects that could look at it, and I'm not talking about the dated with description, I'm talking about monumental wooden object that we have. We have doors of the Fatimid era. We have the doors of Al-Azhar, we have the doors of Al-Fakani mosque, we have objects that are monumental and bound to architecture. So these could be also helping us in defining something more about the carving. But as a whole, I thought that they opened for me again to revise the Fatimid, to revise my thinking of the Fatimid, to rethink things that I was even thinking about and even maybe published, and I thought that they should be now revised as well. I mean, so I'm very happy to have them all here. I think that's my word for the concluding, and back to you, Abigail.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wants to respond specifically to anything Abigail just raised? Okay, well, there are a couple of, sorry, did you have something you wanted to respond to?
No, I was going to start off, if you asked me to say something. It just occurs to me that my being here meant that you realized that the Fatimids were Shiites. Because that is not the subject that was taken up by any of my colleagues, and you just reiterated that.
Yeah.
So there is a major question. They are Shiites, and then in terms of art, is there any evidence of their religious Shiism in the art anywhere?
Actually, I can add something to that. I gave a paper at a conference in which I talked about the specific sort of layout elements of Fatimid petitions and decrees, and one of the questions that I received from a fellow papyrologist was, what is Shiite about these documents? And I had been making the case for continuity between Abbasid chancery practice and Fatimid chancery practice, and that was kind of where the question was coming from. And I said, well, except for the formulary, nothing. And this answer did not bring much satisfaction to the person who asked the question. So just to add to what Paul said.
Actually, I think that's one of the themes I was hoping we could talk about, is really the ways in which all of the papers today touched on unpacking and dismantling the kind of harsh distinctions that we often find in European literature between, as you pointed out, Marina, between sort of Oriental versus Occidental, right? Different modes of production, different kinds of state structures. Between, as we saw in Sylvia's paper, figural versus vegetal, which get classified not just to different workshops, but to different continents. I mean, because obviously if there are griffins, it must be produced in Europe. And even, I think, between Sunni and Shia, that is that there's often a hesitation to attribute continuities across the pre-Fatimid and the Fatimid period in Egypt specifically, but beyond. And I think that there were all throughout today all of these interesting hints of the ways in which these distinctions are becoming less and less stable, and I think that's really exciting. I mean, we also saw in Jeremy's talk the distinction between between Norman Palermo and Fatimid Cairo, though of course they are completely different places with different patrons, that there are these really substantial connections that link them between these two sets of viziers who travel back and forth and correspond with each other. So can we think about destabilizing these polarized sets of categories?
Can I chip in there? I think, you know, to take Paul's point and make it worse, that you know, occasionally you will find it said, well, you know, the reason for all of this figural art that turns up from the 10th century to the 12th in Egypt is because they're Shiites. I really don't think so. Again, as I said about the Cappella Palatina, what's unique about it is that it survived. So what's unique about the growth of figural, or the sudden sort of appearance of figural art throughout the Islamic lands in the 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, is that for the first time we've got stuff that survives, and survives in large quantities. I think that it's the early period that's odd, largely because we lack all manuscripts. And the other thing that makes it worse is that we don't really have any Fatimid manuscripts, illustrated manuscripts, I mean. There aren't any Fatimid Qurans, which is bizarre. Is it just that we can't identify them?
You don't accept the blue Quran?
No, well, as Fatimid.
As Fatimid, yes, as Fatimid.
Well, why, you know, I don't think I do, to the extent that I don't think that yet we have solved the problem of provenance for the blue Quran. But there's nothing, you know, again, there's nothing Fatimid about it. Is there anything Fatimid about any Fatimid art? Why should there be? You know, we heard from Paul that these are guys who keep secrets. Why are they going to want it proclaimed on their art?
Well, how would they proclaim it on their art? That's even to imagine what you would put on it.
I mean, in as much as it's proclaimed on anything, but in as much as it's proclaimed on anything, it perhaps is proclaimed on the coins where you have inscriptions that conceivably say things that a Sunni would not say.
Yes, they certainly do. Distinguish themselves as Shiites. One point on the coins is a suggestion by Rini. What is her last name? Bierman, yes. I knew her as Rini Abernathy. That the form of Fatimid coins with the concentric circles, in one case, one series a series of circles that come down to a point, and she suggested that in fact reflects the Ismaili concept of the outer truth, the intermediate truth, the 7 levels of truth, and the inner truth. I actually would like to throw that back to this panel very briefly to see if anybody agrees or disagrees with it.
I don't agree.
Okay.
I don't think that she has any evidence to explain it, but as I say, in the case of coins, we don't have any text that explain why the coin has what it has on it. If somebody said, and now I'm going to issue this special minting, and I want this message on it, but we don't have anything like that.
I must say, I have so many reasons to think that the Shiites should produce a very peculiar art, but I don't have the object to show. The reasons are, I mean, it started from the idea of a secret religion. It started from the idea of Zahir and Batin, the idea of something which is hidden and has a life on its own, and which the other one which is going to be revealed, and you expect that these are ABC of aesthetic, I mean these ideas, where they are in art. Now you can go to materiality and think maybe it has to do with material that they are choosing. It's interesting that they are taking on the rock crystals. I mean, we don't have so many rock crystals from other places being made? What is it that this material was so much precious to them if we have some objects that are having the names of these rulers on them? So maybe we should go and try to raise some other question. I'm not sure that I can give the answer because I hate this question. I remember these are questions that I have when I started my undergraduate studies in Tel Aviv, and the question was, what is Jewish about this art or this art? You cannot say what is Jewish. What is Jewish about Lieberman painting, or what is Jewish about another artist like, I don't know, someone from the American modernist, Gottlieb. You find yourself in a very funny situation if you start to ask this question, but at the same time there are so many reasons to think about it, why it should be different. So it's a riddle for me.
So let me chime in here and say, first of all, I think we have to distinguish between text and form when we're talking about this question of what is Fatimid, about Fatimid objects, because the text of a coin, the titulature and formulary that's used in documents, the text of an inscription, I mean, we would certainly expect those to reflect, number one, Shiite doctrine, and number two, sort of doctrinal pronouncements and aspirations. That all makes sense, but then there's a question of what form these things are put into. And so far, the only extensive argument that I know, but I'm not an art historian, to do with kind of the specifically Fatimid question of form, was made by Yasser Tabaa, who argues that floriated Kufic, floriated and foliated Kufic are specifically Fatimid, or ideologically I should say, Fatimid ways of writing, because there's a tension between what you can actually understand from reading this text, that they're not meant to be kind of legible by just anybody. That has met with some criticism. I also have sort of other objections to it. And one of the pieces of evidence that he brings is that Ayyubid inscriptions are suddenly in a much, much more sort of legible thuluth. It's true that much more legible forms of Arabic scripts get used in the Fatimid period for other media, right? So I think that's also another weakness of the argument. But I just wonder, since there are so many art historians in the room, if that's a productive avenue to go down, or if we should just abandon it completely.
Can I just add a footnote to that? It is true that the Fatimid inscriptions are all in the floriated Kufic to the end of in public buildings. But they also were avid collectors of the calligraphy of Ibn al-Bawab and Ibn Muqla, who were the two most famous inventors of the new style. And they collected it, and their libraries were full of thousands of pieces that they had. So,
the new theoretically Sunni Abbasid style.
Well, why is it Sunni?
Well, theoretically, the more legible style.
And not only that, the proportioned script that was developed by Ibn Muqla and then kind of spread by Ibn Bawab, first of all, was based specifically on chancery scripts. This wasn't about Qurans at all. And second of all, you can see that those principles of proportioned script are used all over Fatimid documents. So clearly, there's not a kind of cordon sanitaire between the Abbasids and the Fatimids.
I saw questions from Itai and Renata.
Renata, would you like to? No. Well, since we're struggling with periods, I mean, the title of the conference is, of course, Fustat in the World, the year 1000. And I thought I'm going to hear the term l'an 1000, the year 1000, a lot in the talks, and I didn't hear it once. And I was wondering if this old concept, old historical concept, I think Mark Bloch came up with it back in the day, kind of applies, in your opinion, to this period, without the attempt to talk about dynasties, but more about, let's say, global movement. We're talking about global warming around the year 1000, for instance, shifts in tides, shifts in commerce. And I was wondering, in our attempt, and I guess, I mean, the nice thing about the conference that each paper was very much different from one another, and so you can't really say that you're talking about the same thing. So we're actually trying to find some common ground, and within that common ground, whether this concept of the year 1000 still operates for, let's say, Mediterranean, Fustat-oriented but Mediterranean world. Maybe not. Maybe not. So we don't have dynasties.
Where first we heard about it, I mean, the first lecture was about it. It's not that we haven't heard about it.
It's like Y2K. It didn't mean anything.
So then the question is then what is that common ground that we're looking for, and whether this common ground actually exists between these 4 papers? I mean, that's an interesting question, right?
So yesterday, Paul Walker came and gave a guest lecture in my class, and we were talking at length about how the Fatimids instituted new ceremonial and ritual elements that would have seemed abhorrent to their predecessors. And why this was in establishing a new dynasty. Why was it suddenly that they were wearing silk and giving silk to all of their retinue, and why were they having all of these public processions? And we were talking a lot about the imperial nature of the Fatimid state and their attempt to really assert themselves as on the same plane, if not better than, the Byzantines and the Abbasids. And I think that that's something that we can see in all of these papers as well, the sort of attempt to articulate a new imperial means of legitimation and practice of power, right?
Which is particularly shown in the ceremonial calendar that the Fatimids observed, with elaborate processions and all that kind of public display.
Yeah, and if I may add also, I mean, you know, we're talking about the year 1000, year 1010. It is the year, and we heard here that the Holy Sepulchre was destroyed up to, you know, to nothing and was rebuilt later. So it is a very specific moment to the whole, actually, monotheistic world at that moment. It's Al-Hakim is trying to do something very, very I don't know, it's aggressive, but at the same time, it's like, you know, demolishing the Tower of Babel to start a new period. I mean, so there is a wish for that. And I'm not talking about his scientific aspiration, you know, that Al-Hakim was the one who wanted to start to open what we call in modern time, the Suez Canal. He was thinking about connecting the Nile into the Red Sea, and he had scientists that he wanted to work on this project. So there is someone who is looking actually of changing of the world in a specific moment. So I don't think that we're not speaking about a specific turning point in the Mediterranean, and I think the only thing that you expect is like, you want the big step, and people are here working in small steps of looking at small document and objects.
But we can add.
I don't think so. But never mind. I mean, all of your answers referring to Dr. Weller's paper, and then the question is how the other 3 papers relate to that. And that's my question. I perfectly agree with everything the professor said this morning, and I learned a lot. But the question is then, where the other pieces fall into this wonderful Al-Hakim world? And if the Al-Hakim world as a world is the way in which we should judge the other questions that were raised in this conference.
Okay, I mean, let me speak up on my own behalf. I totally ignored the year 1000 when I was first ignored to this conference, because it was before the Normans came to Sicily, and therefore it's out of the picture. So,
Can I make a comment about this? There's something that you've done here today that seems to me not what one would have expected. It's first of all about the year 1000, which is just another year. In fact, nobody even knew it was the year 1000 in the Mediterranean, probably. They all had different counts. And one city, Fustat. We keep talking about Cairo too, but Cairo was another city, but Fustat is in the title. But what has happened here is really kind of interesting. You can read histories of North Africa and the Maghreb and Spain in the 11th century, Egypt and Syria, of Italy and the Abbasid world, but they're all separate. And what we've had here today is sort of an axis. This has really expanded in a very interesting way to pull together, your paper in particular, but the others as well, to pull together different worlds in the same axis of time. We don't get that very much in history. We get chronological narratives, but we don't get geographical surveys of an era and how everything was connected. I've really enjoyed it very much for that reason.
If I may. I actually want to put something on the table that has not made it, it's only that we were talking about Black Crystal, and this is, of course, Ibn al-Haytham, and the Kitab al-Manazir, and the entire engagement with what is vision. And, you know, rock crystal is the only material extant at the time that is completely transparent. And that is amazing.
You ignore glass?
Glass is colored. Even the most uncolored glass is still colored at this time, either yellowish or bluish. So complete transparency is a miracle. And the very fact that the Fatimids engage in this palpable transparency, I think needs to be looked at much more carefully. Here's the, in a nutshell, Ibn al-Haytham. He's a crazy scientist. He doesn't like it in Baghdad, so he goes off and moves to Egypt. And it's, he either has patronage, doesn't have patronage, it's really not clear. And of course, his oeuvre is well nigh forgotten. And so we now have a problem of reception. It's probably not immediately received. The only person who made a copy of it, I think, is his son-in-law. What happens later is that that entire package then is received where? In the Islamic West, in Al-Andalus first, and only subsequent, much later, in the Islamic East. But what's the point at which his various experimentations, for instance, he has experimentations on what is the letter, how do we see transparency, how do we see translucency, all of these issues, I think are actually part of a certain matter of cultural seeing that we have yet to explore. So please organize another on the same time, because in fact, and add these additional parts to it.
2017, a conference on rock crystal in Florence.
I'll be there. Back to the year 1000, I think really it was Henri Fustat who created this thing of the fears of the year 1000 and overdid millennialism, and that whole construct sort of fell apart even in the Christian realm. Raoul Bilaber says that the world put on a new mantle of white churches. This really wasn't the end, it was the beginning. But he's the long meal guy.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's Mark Bloch who really destroyed that. Yeah. It's a wonderful chapter on the year 1000 and how, in fact,
it's a little bit
really knew what year it was anywhere, at least in Europe. They had their opinions, but they didn't know.
I mean, there's the thing that Jim showed is, I mean, what they show in Western Europe in Land Mill, that there is an intensification of documents. There's a rise of archival documents around the year 1000. It's a little bit like what Jeremy showed us in relations to Geniza documents in Palermo at a certain point. There's an inflation and then the deflation. That's how they Bloch originally characterized Land Mill as this important moment, and that's why the question came about.
Can I ask why, Abigail, was it you who chose Fustat in the year 1000?
It was actually Dean Peter Miller who chose Fustat in the year 1000.
Bring him here.
He's not here. He's on leave. But I think the idea was to do precisely what Michael Bates says we've done, which I'm glad to hear, which is to take a narrow geographic and temporal focus in order to then have access to a much broader world. That is the idea that that looking at Fustat, which was the commercial center of the Fatimid Empire, and because of the Geniza, we know about its many connections to very far-flung areas. We didn't talk about the Indian Ocean today, but we could have. And to use that to think about the Fatimid world right at the beginning of its period in Egypt. But of course, I mean, the way that I was thinking about this, and it seems like the way that most of the speakers were thinking about this, was broadly conceived, you know, from 950 to 1200, really, the long year 1000.
Can I say something in response to Itai? So I wasn't going to say anything because I don't actually feel the need to respond to the question of what makes this coherent, because I don't think that there's any need for it to be coherent. But you got me thinking. And I'm thinking that there actually is something that we were all doing today without really, you know, having consulted beforehand. And that is, I mean, it's exactly what Jeremy said, that there's no history of art, there's only history of artists. In a sense, all of us were trying to sort of get behind the mask and find our way back to specific practices and their transmission, named individuals and their impact on you know, whatever it happens to be. Like, I mean, you know, the fact that you can actually name heads of the chancery who wrote decrees. You know, Jeremy was saying that George of Antioch is somebody who really needs to be considered. I talked about a couple of, you know, named individuals in various bureaus of the government whose handwriting we can actually identify. And Sylvia, I think you too, that actually, I mean, you threw out a couple of named individuals, but the whole point is that we're trying to figure out networks, and in a sense, it's really all about experiential knowledge, right? In the sense that we're trying to figure out what actually enables people to have traditions of techniques that get transmitted, whether it's across time or across space. That there's something that is going on here where, in a way, we're almost getting back to like, you know, 19th century studies of Hilfswissenschaften and sort of like material culture, but we're doing it in a way that's informed by 20th century social history. If I can throw something out. He's nodding, I'm happy.
No. My question about Amil came after a series of conversation whether it's the Shiite that we have to consider as an art, whether other forms of grouping that we can make through this period actually apply for the entire set. But I absolutely agree with you. There is that thing. I mean, it is worthwhile, and I think your material combined with the first lecture about Al-Hakim actually shows completely two different viewpoints, right? A more an everyday and more of an umbrella overview of the same period that together give a very dense, you know, very dense narrative of the year 1000 and things that happened there all of a sudden. So thank you for thinking about my question.
It's like this remark that Daniel Boyarin said that in a recent speech. He says, "I'm telling you that philology is back."
He's right. He's absolutely right.
So we didn't hear anything about intertextuality or structure and all the stuff that people used to be talking about. Facts.
Yes, I was wondering actually, after we heard in the first part about how Al-Hakim made very strict rules. So after he died or whatever, how did they go back to the laissez-faire of the Fatimids?
I'm not responsible for that concept.
I'm just curious how it happened.
So immediately what happened is his much older half-sister takes over, and she tries very hard to undo all the damage as quickly as she can. And it continues thereafter to try to correct all the mistakes that... We have the father, whose reign, Al-Hakim's father, is described as one long wedding. He was so happy, he loved processions, he loved to celebrate, all of that kind of stuff. He forgave everybody who crossed him. And then we have Al-Hakim, who imposed all these things and killed everybody in his administration that he didn't like, and all this kind of stuff. Then you swing back to the other side. So a lot of it was corrected, and that was the one anomaly, his reign.
And I mean, I just have to say that what I was arguing for was that this wasn't laissez-faire, that in fact there was a very careful construction of repeatable and predictable bureaucratic procedure. And actually it struck me, Paul, in reading your book on Al-Hakim, that at least for my purposes, that's his importance, that in a way he was kind of doing away with the predictable, the sort of repeatability of political procedure, and sort of, it adhered in one person who could sort of do whatever he wanted to do.
One thing I think is that he didn't want anybody to take him for granted. So he kept everybody off guard.
And following up on Marina's comment, I wanted to ask you, do you think that Fatimid bureaucratic practices were in some way, well, what I really want to ask, and of course it's a hard question, is that was it a continuation of exceeded or even Tulunic practices, or do you see the Fatimid period as a stepping up of bureaucratization of the state?
Yeah.
And to the side of that question, did it survive the fall of the Fatimids? Do we see the bureaucratic system transitioning intact to the Ayyubid or even Mamluk period, or was something lost?
Right.
With the fall of
So
the dynasty?
I can speak more to the after than to the before.
I guess that's.
To the after, what's so interesting is the style that we first see reflected in Fatimid chancery documents. There are some Abbasid precedents, but we don't, there's only one Abbasid chancery document that I know of, and it's a papyrus from Samarra, which has certain features that are continuous with the Fatimid style, but the Fatimid style is another thing. And what's amazing is that if you look at the whole kind of sequence of diplomatic from the Fatimid period through the end of the Mamluk period, and actually in certain features all the way up until the end of the Ottoman period, there is remarkable continuity in terms of layout, in terms of form, in terms of script, in terms of mise en texte, and that's pretty amazing. That's a really, really long run that they had there. I would say that the continuities between the Fatimid and the Mamluk and even the Ottoman period are greater than the continuities between what came before the Fatimids and the Fatimids. And there are a couple of major shifts that happen, especially in the 4th, 10th century, that haven't been well studied. And I'll speak from a technical point of view, but since apparently people in this room don't mind getting technical, I'll dare to do it. In the 10th century, you have the shift from papyrus to paper in Egypt. Between about 900 and 940 is really when the shift happens, which is incredibly rapid for a technological change of that caliber. Papyrus had been used in Egypt for literally 3 millennia, and all of a sudden, nobody was using it anymore after the middle of the century. What that kind of concatenated was a series of changes. Often a change in medium will concatenate a series of changes in style that might not otherwise have sort of come together. And this happens with the shift to paper, where the script angle, for example, the angle of the ascenders in Arabic, completely shifts on its axis, so that it's actually very easy to kind of, even if you didn't know that something was on papyrus or paper, you could immediately tell just by looking at the script. It's almost as though the scribe's hand was liberated over the surface of a smooth page. So that's one change that happens. Another change, I think, is a lot of migration from the east to the west, which actually happened before the Fatimid period. There's a huge sort of Pahlavi migration in the 3rd, 9th century into Egypt that affects all the papyri, not just the chancery documents, but also even private letters get affected by this. There's one other thing I want to say. Oh yeah, and there's a very interesting technical problem, which is that papyrologists, because for them the 10th century is late, and for the Geniza the 10th century is early, papyrologists have tended to do paleographic identifications that put a huge cluster of documents in the 9th century that should really belong in the 10th. So eventually, when we kind of redo the whole sequence, we're going to have a lot more information about the 10th century than we thought we had, and we can kind of trace what really is the pre-Fatimid period. We have, the best we can do is we have tax receipts, which are my new favorite kind of document. And with the tax receipts, you can see a couple of inflection points. The first one is the shift from papyrus to paper, where the script changes. And then the second one is the Fatimid conquest itself, where that's where you really begin to see the proportioned script in that kind of Ibn Mukhla, Abbasid style way, paradoxically. It's with the Fatimid conquest. So, in a way, these are all derivatives of the Abbasid chancery style, but it took the Fatimids to implement them in Egypt, because even the Abbasid documents in Egypt don't look like the Abbasid documents in the East.
Was it Magdisi? Who was it who had the migration of scribes from Baghdad?
Yeah, Ashtor.
But even before Ashtor, that someone...
The historian al-Maqdisi, I mean the 10th century guy al-Maqdisi, not the George Maqdisi.
No, I meant George Maqdisi.
Oh, you did?
I can't remember who it is. Someone writes an article that I read when I was a graduate student, and I've forgotten, arguing for the migration of scribes.
It's Ashtor. It's a crazy article, which is to say, so he says that the literate elite, there's, it's an article in French, I think, in Jesho, I'm not sure. Huge numbers of people migrating from east to west, bringing all kinds of things with them, but especially literate migrants. His evidence is totally anecdotal, and he's kind of trying to make a big thing out of nothing. But it turns out that now there's actually a lot more evidence than he had, and I totally stand by it. I think that there was a significant migration. I can't, I obviously haven't counted, so I can't say if it's demographically significant, but it certainly is culturally significant.
I should add here that Kolkashandi, who's the Mamluk expert on chancellery practice, says specifically that the Fatimids added, and this is what they added, they hired the best people, the best writers, most talented and most eloquent, and that's a difference. So the kind of superstars of chancellery writing, the people who could draft the best decrees in terms of style and everything else, were hired by them and put in charge of the chancellery.
If you send me the reference, I'll buy you a drink.
Speaking of drinks, we have a reception that is ready waiting for us.
I was going to say,